everyone. Welcome back to another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. As I am all technically discombobulated today, but this is spine number or episode number 189. Getting ever so close to, I guess the next milestone will be number 200. That will be the next big one. I don't think we're scheduled to hit that mark until August, September, something around there. A little preview for then. Steven will be back for that episode, my old co-host and now producer. Of course, you've seen him if you are aware of the other stuff we've been doing here on the channel. He's been in all that other stuff too, but he'll be back here for that big number 200 episode. But for this week, I have another special guest here, someone I'm meeting for the first time. Perhaps all of you are meeting for the first time, and that is Connor Moriarty. Connor, hello, how are you? Let me fix you. There you are.
Andrew,
Still getting used to the technicals.
Thank you for having me. Like you said, my name's Connor Moriarty. You and Steven found me on Instagram under my tag name, Mise on Mo. It's a play on mise en scene. When I was trying to put together an Instagram page when I first made the account, I wanted to have some kind of alliteration in the name. And, my nickname for most of my life going by my last name was Mo. Played sports in college and high school. So obviously everyone's going to hit you with something with your last name. So I tried to find a movie term that had an M in it and went with mise en Mo. And it's kind of stuck ever since, even though it is a little weird. And people message me, they're like, what the heck does your name mean? But hopefully this answers that question for the -2 people who were wondering in the world.
Yeah, indeed. People don't know what mise en scène means. For those of you who don't know what mise en scène means, it is a movie term for basically what's going on in the frame at any given point. Like what's in the background, what is the meaning of certain objects being placed in certain places, what is the layout of everything. It's kind of like scene construction, stuff like that. At least that's the way I knew it from my little bit of movie course days in college. But great to have you here. What is your relationship with movies? I guess we should start there. I guess it's the most important thing.
Yeah, I have loved movies for most of my life. I think getting into it, it kind of did start as a really little kid. I was a huge fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, the original model series. And I talk about this a lot when people ask me this question because these models are incredible. They even hold up today. If you watch any of the episodes from the 80s or 90s where George Carlin narrates them, it really is just inspirational as a kid when you see something like that and you're like, wow, they put together this entire world and made it feel real. And these models, the faces aren't even animated. So it's really inspiring to see that as a kid. And then, growing up, obviously I had, I think, the same kind of formative movies that most people have, Jurassic Park, Terminator 2, Lord of the Rings. But one thing I also always remember is when I saw a movie that I really loved, I always wanted to have it and have access to it whenever I wanted. Wanted to have the tape, wanted to have the DVD, and that grew into obviously today the Blu-rays and the 4Ks, and it went from me loving 10 movies to loving all these movies that are behind me on the shelves here. And that is really what has catapulted me for most of my life. Collecting, renting, watching, borrowing from the library, whatever I got to do to see what I'm interested in. As far as Instagram, I'm a much more infrequent poster now than I used to be. Also a sort of lapsed YouTuber, made a handful of video essays a couple years ago. Mostly the bulk of my creative time, I'm an aspiring author. And by aspiring, I mean, I have lots and lots of drafted material that I'm not in a position right now where I'm, happy to try and share it with the world. So, maybe that will come down the line. Would definitely be posting about that on Instagram when it gets to that point. But that's where a lot of my, creative juices are going these days.
Nice. Yeah, it's interesting, I'll tell you, I've been doing YouTube stuff since 2016, and it's been it's very tough to stay consistent.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know how a lot of people do it. To be honest, I mean, we do chasing labels here like once every 2 weeks, and that's at least I do it myself here once every 2 weeks,
Hmm.
and that's just a lot of prep time to do it. People who are constantly online all the time, whether it be on Instagram, like you were saying, or whether it be on TikTok or
Hmm.
Twitter or wherever else, to be constantly putting out information on a consistent basis to build an audience
Hmm.
is tough. I don't know how people do it. Maybe people just get lucky or whatnot, but it's like a constant thing you got to keep doing.
Hmm.
But interesting that you're an author, so I'm assuming you're an avid reader as well.
Hmm. Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh yeah. The what you can't see behind me is a TBR that could fill a warehouse. It's just
Yep.
I don't know. I saw one of the booktubers I follow. He posted something the other day. It's like a guy shoveling his driveway, and it's like the whole driveway's covered in snow except for like this little tiny square, and it's like books I've read, and then the rest of the driveway is the TBR, and
Yeah, that
that's
makes sense.
yeah, that's how it feels all the time. And then I don't know. I'm just like driving home from work, and I drive past a Barnes and Noble on the way home. Every time I want to stop, literally every time that I drive by it. I'm like, I'm not going to read those books until like 2029. But at the rate that I'm going, that's how it feels sometimes.
Yeah, the TB for those of you who are also avid readers out there, TBR or to be watch lists are literally endless. I'm the same way. My watch list, I'm reading stuff that I planned on reading like 20 years ago when I was in high school. Like I'm
Hmm.
going that far back to reading stuff that I was like I wasn't quite ready for at the time. So now I'm going back to reading it now, like long-term reading goals. Because over time you just add and add and add to the point where you may forget earlier things. At least for me, I've been an avid reader and book lover since I was super young. Since super young. I think movies and book loving has gone hand in hand with me throughout my whole life. So I'm right there with you when it comes to endless TBR readings.
Yeah.
But glad to have you here. As for stuff that's going on here at Chasing Labels, of course, we obviously have episode number 189, or spy number 189 currently happening. Check out our previous episodes if you haven't seen them already. And for those of you who are just joining me here for the first time, it is the podcast YouTube channel where we pretty much talk about physical media. We talk about collecting movies. Specifically, this show is all about announcements from the boutique label world of home entertainment. You got your Criterion collection, which we will be talking about here tonight. Your Warner Archive, Imprint, Kino. Those are some of the usual suspects. We typically also talk about Arrow and Eureka, Vinegar Syndrome, of course. Every single first of the month they drop their titles. Other things going on here on Chasing Labels, we have the Unwatched Pile, which we are doing bi-monthly now, so 2 times a month. We take a movie that we haven't watched from our collection that we've had stacked up for years, watch it, pair it up with another movie in our collection to give it a little bit of a double feature flavor. We do that. We have Movies Down Memory Lane, which we go back in time and talk about a movie that we love, that means a lot to us. My pick for this coming episode that's going to be happening, I think, next weekend, will be Blade Runner from 1982, one of my all-time favorites. I watched that movie back in 2007, and for the first time, it completely blew my mind. And I'll be talking about that, and then we talk about various other films as well. One movie per episode, pretty much. And then we've got Movie Mutations, our movie game show where we take a movie and we change it up and mutate it. We change the genre, we change the director, we change the actors. We make it as kind of crazy and offbeat as you can possibly do it. A few gems hidden there. We've talked about movies like Home Alone and Rocky, just all-time classics, if you will. Maybe sacrilege to manipulate them, but we do that here. And then various other videos and stuff that are on here on the channel as well. So before we get into the main show here, we do have a little bit of a collection updates, and I've offered our guest here, Connor, to bring some stuff for him to show off. So I'll let him do that first. What do you got?
All right. So first, this actually arrived at my house today.
Nice.
I've been waiting for this release since it was announced. I actually owned a German Blu-ray of this for a long time because that was the only one that was available. But this is from Radiance. This is Damiani's Confessions of a Police Captain. as far Damiano Damiani, one of my favorite directors of all time, not even just Italian directors of all time, and this is probably top one or two of my favorites for him. Damiani, in the world of, it's gonna fall off my leg, in the world of Italian crime films, which was really his specialty, the poliziotteschi, if you will. He really struck a balance between films that were more thought provoking and uh, had a more deeper exploration of what Italy's political landscape was like at the time, and the action of something that you would see in like a Castellari or a Lenzi film. So kind of the best of both worlds between like the Elio Petri um,
Mm,
investigation of a citizen above suspicion and the Big Racket from Castellari, kind of meshing those two genres, even though he would lean towards the Petri more often than not. And his portrayal of the mafia, I think, is really striking too, because if you watch, like, if you're into American mafia films like Goodfellas or even, shows like The Sopranos, they're depicted very differently than in Italian films. I think the Italian portrayal of the mafia is much angrier, and they're viewed a lot as kind of this like scab that's left over from Mussolini and
mm.
the Nazis, and it's kind of, they're all kind of packaged into the same oppression on their nation. And it's really interesting to see that portrayal after, especially, growing up being exposed to, so many Scorsese films and things like that, just to see them put in a different light from, where they originate. It's really fascinating. The film has a great Riz Ortolani score, composer of Cannibal Holocaust and many, many other Italian films. And it's just, if you have an opportunity to see this before you buy it, I know Radiance is one of the most fairly priced boutique labels, in my opinion. But I understand not wanting to drop $27.99 on a blind buy. So if you have an opportunity to see this before you watch it, highly recommend it. Franco Nero, Martin Balsam, a lot. If you're familiar with Italian genre films, there's a lot of like, ooh, that guy, I've seen that guy in like 100
Yeah,
movies kind of thing. So just great all around. I'm really, if you can't tell, I'm really happy that this is out in a great new release.
awesome, awesome. Yeah, that's a release we covered here on Chasing Labels when it was announced,
Mm-hmm.
and I did watch it for the first time. It's a later Martin Balsam film.
Mm-hmm.
This was of the time because a lot of like earlier actors from Hollywood, later on in their careers when they didn't have the opportunities here, would go overseas and do like
Absolutely.
Italian films. I mean, that was touched on in Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood, where Leo's character had to go overseas to do Italian
Yep.
Westerns, spaghetti
Yep.
westerns, because he couldn't get the jobs here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was kind of like that. And Franco Nero, of course, was in coincidentally
Django.
Django.
Django, Companeros. I've talked about Enzo G. Castellari, Street Law, High Crime. High Crime is kind of responsible for kicking off the entire poliziotteschi craze. It's one of a few films to do that, but it is often credited as one of the
Yeah. That's
first
an
in that
interesting
movement.
genre that you're talking about because it's very specific to Italian cinema in the 70s.
Yep.
Um, you know, it- there was a several where is it? The Severin box set,
Violent Street Set.
the Violent Street set.
Hmm.
That was all of those movies.
Hmm.
Those movies were gritty and grimy and, like
Yep.
you were saying, angry and harsh.
Yep.
Um, yeah, those were like no holds barred films.
Yeah. Very
And
reflective of the political landscape of the time. They're going through
yes,
the Years of Lead at the time, where it's
Years
just,
of Lead box set from
yeah.
Arrow. Now that
Yep.
I think
Years
about
of
that
Lead
as
box
well.
set from Arrow, of course. Um,
And yeah, it's so different compared to what I think of Italian cinema is I think of post World War II, I think of Italian neorealism,
mhm.
I think of like Rossellini,
Yep.
and those movies were harsh, but they're not
Yeah.
like that. They're harsh in
Zika.
the sense like it's commentating on the aftermath, the fallout of World War II, the
Mhm.
destruction, the loss of life, all this kind of stuff,
Mhm.
the plight of the human condition. Um, but this is several decades removed on that, and it's like a whole harsh new world in
Absolutely.
Italy at the time.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, that's the good stuff. Do you have anything else you would like to share?
Yeah, sure. Um, from Arrow Video, the Samurai Revolution trilogy from Aichi Kudo. So original 13 Assassins. Of course, the remake by Takashi Miike is I think, pretty well known. After watching both, I would say it's the superior version of the story, but they're both great. I think they both have a lot to offer, and there are slight variations between both that I think makes them both worth watching. The Great Killing, which is a movie, the one movie in the set that I had seen before I bought it. Not my favorite, but it was on a very like sketchy. I went through sketchy means to see it, so
Mm.
definitely in questionable quality. So probably worth another watch at some point. And then 11 Samurai. And what these they all share a common theme. Like the Samurai Revolution part is not an accidental title for the box set. They are all about groups of samurai, whether they be official samurai or ronin or other um, aspects of Japanese life coming together to essentially like assassinate corrupt lords that are abusing their power in many a different way. So they are very cathartic in that way, and they are very classic examples of like the Jidai Geki Chanbara. Jidai Geki is like the period piece. Chanbara is like the sword fighting film. Uh, Not as top notch in the story department as like a Kurosawa or a Kobayashi. Um, Not as deftly filmed in terms of action, like like a Hideo Gosha or something like that. But he does have a really strong voice in his own way. Um, if you're familiar with the Bounty Hunter box set from Radiance, he
Yeah.
directed the second film in that series, which is the best film in that trilogy. Definitely the most action packed. He also directed this movie from that Radiance also put out called Yokohama BJ Blues, which is in
Good movie.
yeah,
I was really taken with that film.
yeah. That's definitely his most famous movie. But the I mean, besides 13 Assassins, I think 13 Assassins speaks for itself. But it's these three films were on DVD from a now defunct label called Animego, which was, it's in the name. They released a lot of anime, but they also released a lot of samurai cinema. And that whole catalog is just like begging to be restored. So hopefully this sells well, and Arrow, Radiance, all these guys, they see the value in these movies, and we get them on restored editions, because there's some great Toshiro Mifune movies
Mm.
that are on that label that are still stuck in DVD purgatory and are super out of print. Probably like not the most expensive thing if you want to eBay them, but you're just like, it's
I
one of
want
those
them.
things,
Yeah.
as soon as you pull the trigger, someone's going to announce the 4K.
Oh, yeah, that happens. I think of those things every single day when I look at my
Yeah.
collection. I'm like, I need to upgrade that from DVD to Blu-ray, but it's like, there's gonna be a 4K announcement. So,
Hmm.
I, um, Michael Mann's film Ali, his biopic about
Hmm.
Muhammad Ali. I have the DVD. I've always wanted to get the Blu-ray, but I know as soon as I buy the Blu-ray, it's gonna trigger something in the universe that's gonna make the 4K available. Because I feel like Michael Mann's movies are slowly starting to get 4K releases.
Hmm.
We've gotten Heat. Thief has a 4K now
Hmm.
from Criterion, so I think we're slowly getting more from them. Collateral already has a 4K as
Yeah.
well. So I don't know. I feel like it's just a matter of time.
You
But
spray
anywho,
for that out of print Scream Factory Manhunter, and the next day
yep, yeah, oh yeah,
Criterion's going to announce it or something like that.
oh I know that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I, yeah, that always seems to be the case. When it comes to me for some collection
Yeah.
updates, a couple of films I've got a bunch here. I got a
Hmm.
ton, but some things I picked up here on. I think we're just cheap on Amazon because
Hmm.
we talked about Shell Factory a little bit. Things are going weird over there. They
Yeah.
may be going out of business, may not be going out of business. All I know
Yeah.
is their stuff is starting to sell for cheap, which is not something typically was a Shell Factory thing
Yeah.
for the longest time. So people have been taking advantage of that, and so have I. So I picked up their Shout Select release of a movie called Going My Way,
Okay.
which is a Bing Crosby film. It's the 75th anniversary edition of this film, and the reason why I wanted to, because I've been wanting to watch this for years, it's a Leo McCarey film. Leo
Okay.
McCarey did many, many excellent films from kind of the golden age of Hollywood, several starring my favorite Cary Grant. But this movie is I think it was a Best Picture winner actually going my way.
Okay.
So I have a Best Picture section in my collection that I've
Yeah.
been building for years since it started, and this I think was Best Picture winner. I want to say 1944 or so.
Mhm.
But also there's a sequel actually to this movie called The Bells of St. Mary's, starring my favorite actress of all time, Ingrid Bergman. And I've got this OCD thing where I can't just buy a sequel. I got to get the first one too.
Of
So
course.
I've got to get that. So I've been eyeing this for many years, and it's been relatively cheap now. So I decided to finally get it. Something from a label I don't talk about a lot, but I have talked about before. VCI is the movie Rain, starring Joan Crawford.
Okay.
90th anniversary edition of this film. I think it's the first time it was on Blu-ray. I remember when this was announced in 2022, and I was just shocked that this was um this was being unearthed
Mhm.
essentially.
Yeah.
Not that people hadn't been aware of it, because Joan Crawford, one of the all-time
Yeah.
favorite
Especially
actresses.
that era for her.
It's her early stuff is stuff that really doesn't get a lot of love in HD. Her because people don't, I think, know this, but Joan Crawford, her career started in the 20s, started in
Mhm.
the silent era,
Yeah.
and went all the way up, I think, up until her passing in the 70s, I want to say.
Mhm.
Of course, the later films weren't all the best,
Yeah.
Frog and
They
whatnot.
have their charm.
They do. I mean, whatever happened to Baby Jane is
Mhm.
probably one of the better later films
That's a pretty
from
amazing film.
yeah, that her and Betty Davis in that film
Yeah.
are astonishing. They play that movie all the time, but this is from, I want to say, if it's 90th anniversary, 1932, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, 1932. They put a black background with gray lettering on the back here. Not the best to see. But I talked about this at the time and I wanted to get it, and I just for the last 4 years didn't get the opportunity to.
No, that's
Uh,
definitely on my radar. Did you get the Todd Browning Criterion
yes.
set?
Where did I put it? I have it
Yeah.
somewhere.
That she's in The Unknown with
Yes.
Lon Chaney Sr.
Yeah, and that's a silent film,
That's
and
a
yeah,
silent film.
she's
That's like
getting
19.
knives thrown at her in that movie
Mhm.
because she plays a circus or a carnival
Mhm.
performer. Where do I have it?
He's like throwing knives at her with his feet.
Here it is. I knew I had it here so on my couch, I've got a lot of stacks of
Yeah.
movies. It's because shelf space is not available. So here's Freaks. When this was announced, I wept with joy because I wanted
Yeah.
Freaks so bad, and this was stuck. You talk about DVD
Mhm.
purgatory. Todd Browning's Freak was stuck in DVD purgatory
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah. Never
But
knew if it was gonna come from them or come from Warner Archive, just somebody.
somebody, and this, yeah, because it was a Warner Brothers DVD release,
Mhm.
and they were
That's such a
nice
good
enough to
set.
put The Unknown on here as well.
Mhm.
Another early Todd Browning film.
Yeah.
People were mad that this was only a Blu-ray, and I was like, you could imagine what the elements were
Yeah.
for Todd Browning's Freaks. Probably not as up to par that you would need from to make a 4K.
Yeah.
You
I
know what I
think
mean?
we were lucky that it's a Warner Brothers product and it was probably kept in and Warner Brothers, the studio, was responsible for preserving it. Otherwise, who knows what.
True, and it was a controversial film when it was made.
Mhm.
So who knows what the storage was like for the
Right.
original camera elements, if indeed they still exist, which I'm not
Yeah.
even sure if they do.
Oh.
But I've got other stuff here.
Mhm.
I've got a whole stack of things. So I'll let you talk about one. I'll let you talk about
Yeah.
something before I
Yeah.
whip out this stack of 10 I have.
Sure. Sure. I'm gonna combine these two into one. So this is 1984 and Quatermass in the Pit. These are both the BBC broadcast versions of these stories. 1984, this is just like, what a cast. Peter Cushing, Andre Morell, and Donald Pleasance. Very early roles for all of them. And then Quatermass in the Pit also has Andre Morell, but even like hammer bit player Michael Ripper makes a appearance in this one. If you're familiar with Quatermass in the Pit, the Hammer film, which is also pretty amazing, big inspiration for John Carpenter. If you see, like Prince of Darkness, In the Mouth of Madness, huge inspiration on that. But I've been really into these BBC sci-fi horror adaptations because the the writing and the acting are top notch, and obviously the budgets are not, it's not a studio budget, it's not a feature film kind of budget, so they have these massive, massive ideas, and they have to get so creative in terms of execution. And I find that very charming. Even when like there's a scene at the beginning of 1984 where you can like see the boom mic shadow in the frame.
That's
That's like
charming.
for these, a lot of these were filmed live at the time and they were broadcast out live. So like obviously you can't really change that, but I find that very charming, and it doesn't distract from how, like I said, how good the writing and the acting is for all of these. Especially for Quatermass in the Pit. When you watch the movie's great, but it feels like watching the miniseries is like when you watch a movie and then you read the book that the movie's based on, and you're like, oh, they like squished the narrative down so much so that they could fit it in a feature film. And when you watch something that's a lot longer, like the movie's 90 minutes, the miniseries is 180 minutes. So there's a lot more time to let things breathe, let the story do its thing. And you just like it's so thought-provoking for the time. Like I cannot imagine what people watching TV in England in 1954 thought of this, where they're talking about like Martians like implanting their consciousnesses into humans and wanting them to do like a race genocide. It's nuts. To have that on TV in and of itself at the time, crazy, but to see it executed in this way and it be taken so seriously at a time where like science fiction, you know, aside from maybe the original Godzilla, you're like big guys in rubber suits and you know, Martian saucer men and that kind of thing. It's really great. Really recommend both of those, especially Quatermass in the Pit. It's a really great story.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I have a big soft spot for like 1950s atomic age sci-fi and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And anytime it comes up on here to talk about for Chasing Labels, I always get a little excited because it's something I don't think a lot of people really remember or know about, or really gets a lot of notoriety now, I think, because
Yeah.
we've moved so far past it in terms of better quality sci-fi. You know what I mean? In the world of, post Star Wars world, as I like to say, post Star Wars sci-fi is massively different in terms of, special effects and storytelling and all kinds of stuff. Ironically, is that George Lucas took all of his inspiration from all of the old like atomic age sci-fi
Right.
and serials and all kinds of stuff like that and put it into Star Wars. But anywho, that's a story for a different time. But I totally agree. Even like you talk about Hammer, Hammer's doing a lot of big time stuff
Yeah.
right now. I mean, they're big old deluxe editions,
Yeah.
bells and whistles, everything you could possibly imagine for Hammer releases are Hammer releases are getting more love now than I think ever before.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this miniseries, it's the third miniseries that they did. So there's Hammer, of course, they released the big deluxe box set editions of the Quatermass Experiment and
Yep.
Quatermass 2, and those both come with the BBC miniseries that preceded them. The first miniseries, only 2 episodes survived, so that's like the other kind of crappy thing about being into this stuff is that like it's not guaranteed that all of this stuff even exists anymore.
Yeah, it was the same way with Doctor Who. A lot of the
Mhm.
old Doctor Who episodes are just gone
Yeah.
because they would just either get rid of or just basically tape over
Yeah.
and reuse stuff.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah, Nigel Neal. If anybody is into that era of filmmaking and those kinds of stories, Nigel Neal is a name to remember and seek out.
Cool. So I've got I talked about this last time, I think, but Warner Archive was having a sale, or rather, moviezing.com was having a Warner Archive sale where it was I always think of the old 4 for 44 deals, but that's not
Yeah.
what it was. It was I forgot what the sale was exactly.
It's hard to go
Completely-
back. They were like $13.95
Yeah, it was like
a disc.
$13.50 a piece or
Yeah,
so.
something like
So
that.
it was like 4 for 55, 4 for
Mhm.
something like that. I don't know. I can't do math right now.
Yeah.
Come on.
Matt, there's a reason we're talking about movies and not
There's a reason, but either way,
NASA.
my strategy for sales, whether it's Kino's website or whatever website, I just go in and start adding stuff to the cart, and I'm
Mhm.
like, I'll make this decision later. I just add,
Mhm.
and then I go to my cart, and then I start, eliminating things, like wheel it down. I start talking to myself like, "Oh, do I really need this? Do I really need that?"
Yep.
Anywho, I got it down to 10 from like 24 titles. I got it down to 10. And um ironically here we're just talking about Joan Crawford and I got 3 Joan Crawford titles right off
Oh,
the bat.
feels so
Uh
good to clean up like that, doesn't
yeah.
it?
And the thing for me is that those are the times when I start buying things that have been on my wish list for like
Mhm.
years and years and years. I finally, pulled the trigger on it, and there's nothing better than getting something that you've been wanting to get for a long time and you
Mhm.
just haven't. It's like a weight lifted off your shoulders. It's
Yeah.
so nice. Uh,
Check it off the list.
check it off the list, and then you always end up adding more. But anywho,
Yeah.
first up here is Humoresque. This is who directed this? Why is it being so? Oh, directed by John Negulesco. Joan Crawford, John Garfield in Humoresque, one of her more notable films. And then I got The Damned Don't Cry. This is Joan Crawford and David Bryan. And this is another really great film. I talked about a lot of these because these were recent announcements in the last
Mhm.
couple of years from Warner Archive. Now, ironically, we'll be talking about Warner Archive tonight anyway. And this is another film, but this is directed by Michael Curtiz.
Oh,
This is Flamingo Road.
okay.
This is a really great Joan Crawford film. Um, I highly recommend this
Okay.
film. Sidney Greenstreet's in the film, and yeah, it Zachary Scott. This is an excellent
Good
film.
cast. And
It
Michael
is a good
Curtiz,
cast.
that's a
And then I've got some other. What I
great
ended up
filmmaker.
doing was because I've got certain actors and actresses that I like to. I want to buy all their films from.
Yeah.
For Betty Davis, Joan Crawford, Katharine Hepburn, Ingrid Bergman. Another one here is Audrey Hepburn. So I got Love in the Afternoon, a Billy Wilder film. One of I would say Billy Wilder's later films. I think it's from 1959, 1957.
Okay.
Certainly one of Gary Cooper's latest films. This is a excellent
Yeah.
film. Then I got a movie I've actually had on DVD. So this is a DVD to Blu-ray upgrade, and that's The Nun Story, the Fred Zinnemann film. I think Fred Zinnemann is one of the most underrated directors
I agree.
ever. I think he won, 2 or 3 Oscars for directing, and he has a great catalog of titles. But this has been on DVD for the longest time and recently got a Blu-ray release. This is like I said, excellent film where Audrey Hepburn portrays a nun. If you didn't get it by the title, but she goes to a convent and has like crisis of faith and things like that. It's a very personal, like personal journey of a story there. Speaking of actresses, I want to get everything from. Here's Elizabeth Taylor and Spencer Tracy in um, Father of the Bride.
Classic.
Now, this I've had on a wish list since I think it was announced way back when. I've had this on a wish list. Oh goodness, since 2016. I think I've wanted this, and this is if you're familiar with the Steve Martin film from the '90s, which is a remake of that. Spencer Tracy here portrays a father whose young daughter is getting married, and it's all about having to come to the realization that your child is now an adult and is now going to no longer be around and they're going to go on to live their own life and stuff like that. It's a very Ozu story. It reminds me of Late
Mhm.
Spring,
Yeah.
which is one of
That's a
Ozu's greatest films.
that's a very apt comparison.
Yeah, I just popped in my head actually.
Yeah.
And here's a great '90s film. Yeah, 1990. It counts. Pump Up the Volume, starring Christian Slater, who was his star was on the rise in the '80s and
Mhm.
'90s, and I don't know if people realize how big of a star riser he was back then. But this is an excellent movie where he's in high school and he's running this kind of um, pirate radio station out of his garage, I think, or out of his home. And it's just like this countercultural radio show pisses off the authorities in his town, like the school authorities and principals and stuff like that. And the thing is like he's so cool on the radio and he's like this cool disc jockey, but in school, like nobody knows who he is. He's
Yeah.
kind of a nobody, kind of an
Oh,
outcast.
I love that.
And
This
it's
is
so
I'm adding
great.
this. Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's such an underrated gem from Christian Slater from that time. I think people mostly remember him from like Heathers and all the other stuff that
Yeah,
he
True
did.
Romance.
Yeah, True Romance, and he was in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, if I do recall.
Right. He is in that.
Um, next is Judy Garland in The Clock. When people think of Judy Garland, they think of musicals, think of The Wizard of Oz, typically. But this is one of her more serious, dramatic films in The Clock, where she meets I believe this soldier who was on like a 24-hour or 48-hour leave, and they have kind of this whirlwind romance. Hence the title of the movie, The Clock, because not a lot of time for these two people to kind of meet and fall in love and whatnot. Really good movie. Really good movie. Always been a fan of Judy Garland. One of my favorites. If you've not seen her version of A Star Is Born, you're really missing out because I think it's the best version of that story. Another actress whom I love a lot is Marlene Dietrich. Marlene Dietrich is something else. Her work with um, Joseph von Sternberg,
Mhm.
whether you've got this collection from Criterion or whether you've got the one from Indicator, it's the same movies. Uh, and her work is just extraordinary. Such a presence on screen, daring presence on screen. This is Rancho Notorious, which is another one of her great films. I think this is directed by Fritz Lang.
Okay.
So this will go right in my Fritz Lang
Yeah.
collection, right next to like The Big Heat and Metropolis.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
then
very
last but
eclectic
certainly,
filmography.
yeah, and last but certainly not least, I love my classic animation, and I've got the Tex Avery Screwball Classics Volume 2. There's 3 volumes of this.
Mhm.
I got to get a third one. People who are longtime viewers here on Chasing Labels know that I'm also getting all of the Looney Tunes releases from Warner Archive as well. So this will go along right with those as well. Got to keep classic animation alive.
Absolutely.
We're finally getting more Blu-rays of them now more than ever before, which is awesome. So
Absolutely.
yeah, that was my whole big spiel for my 10 Warner Archive titles that came in over the last 2 weeks or so. Uh,
Fantastic.
so Connor, do you have anything
Yeah,
left?
I did
Or
wanna ask a question, though. Is there
sure.
anything that ties those all those actresses that you're collecting? Is there anything that, like, connects them for you? Or because 'cause they're I mean, they're all amazing, but and they're all kind of from that classic Hollywood
I
era,
think
but
that's I think that's the tie right there is that they're all from that classic era of
Mhm,
cinema, really, and all their careers started there,
mhm.
where they made their fame there. I think the only thing that really connects them for
Yeah,
me. Some are more daring than others. I think some are some of the best of all time, personally.
yeah.
I mean, I think Joan Crawford, Marlena Dietrich, Elizabeth Taylor,
Mm,
when they were doing their best work, they were like nobody could touch them in terms
yeah,
of talent, in my opinion. I
mhm,
feel the same way about Betty Davis.
mhm.
Betty Davis in the 30s in a movie like Of Human Bondage, I think is astonishing work, and a lot of work she did back then as well. Joan Crawford had the 40s, I think, with like Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce is, remarkable. That
It
is
really
a
is.
s
It
if she wasn't a
it's
star already, that's a star-making performance.
It truly, truly is. It's a classic film noir, but it's also a
Mhm,
classic drama. I mean, they play it on TCM all the time, I feel,
mhm.
for rightfully so. But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm just a big fan of that era of cinema, and I guess these are
awesome.
some of the titans of that era.
Yeah,
Uh, but yeah,
that's awesome.
I've only got like 2 more things, like, and then I'm good.
Yeah, I'll share 2 more. I also have 2 more things. So everybody got this. I was no different. John Woo, Hard Boiled from Arrow
Oh,
Video. Waited. I'm gonna wait for all of them on Arrow. That's the personal decision that I've made with these. The just go. I've had the Dragon Dynasty DVDs since I was like 14 years old, and
I've
that's
had the
what I've been
Blu-rays.
living with
They're not good.
up until now. That is what I have been dealing with. That's how I've been watching these movies, still enjoying them, still being into them. I think for like when it comes to Better Tomorrow trilogy and Bullet in the Head, I had these Nova Media Korean Blu-rays, which were watchable, but again, not ideal. And it's just like to go from what we had to what we're getting is like
It's night and day.
you didn't even think it was possible. Like there was a time where I was like, all right, I just have to like resign myself to the fact that in North America or in the West, like we're not going to get high quality versions of these films. It's too expensive, or nobody wants to do all the work involved. And I think
It was a
we're
rights
living.
issue. I
Yeah.
think it was a rights issue.
Hmm.
Um, I believe the Golden Princess, that whole library was just kind of held up in Hong Kong all these years.
Yeah.
Um, the first time I ever watched Hard Boiled was on the letterboxed DVD version from Criterion, where it
Nice.
had the bars on all the sides.
Yeah.
That's
You
how
have
I
to zoom
watched
in
Hard
on your
Boiled for the first
TV.
time. That DVD, and Yeah, I have that same edition in my cart right now on Orbit DVD.
Mhm.
And this month, actually soon, maybe even this week, I have to check the Killer is coming out.
Yeah,
Uh,
Killer is on the way to me right
okay.
now. I think it'll be here at the end of the week. Also, the speed at which they are being released. Like they got announced, and I was like, "Oh man, all right, this is great," but I'm gonna have to wait like 3 years before I have all the ones that I want in the
No,
collection. And it's like they're all already available, or you stop.
yeah,
Um,
I've got my Arrow releases of
yep,
Picking Opera Blues and City on Fire
yep.
right behind me.
I
But
don't have
Hard
Peking
Boiled was
Opera,
the
but
one.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Ringo Lamb
I
stuff.
too waited for the Arrow versions because I knew they were coming.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I totally agree with you. To wait for those is probably the better way to go. The artwork is better. I love this is technical stuff. I know many listeners don't probably care. The encoding on the Arrow discs are typically better than the Shout Factory discs if you care about those things.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
Hard Boiled to me, I think is the greatest action movie ever made. So I'm with you.
yeah, yeah.
um,
And they're getting like the Ringo Lamb titles, like you had just held up City on Fire, but um, the Prison on Fire movies,
yeah,
School on Fire, which nobody has released yet, but is part of this. It's also part of this deal. Very exciting. And then the most exciting one that has not been released by anybody yet is going to be Full Contact. Um, if you, if anybody has not seen Full Contact, this is the most absurd, most outlandish Hong Kong action movie that there is. It is Chow Yun Fat and Simon Yam plays the villain, and every villain is a cartoon character. There are shots where like Chow Yun Fat takes a shot at someone, and the camera is on top of the bullet the whole time when it's traveling through the air. It's traveling like through a club, and you're seeing everything on either side of it, and then it's going through a person. It's just it's really great. Big recommend to Full Contact.
nice,
Had to get
nice.
that in there.
Did you have another one, or was that it?
Yeah, the last
Oh,
one that I had was this also came the other day. This is the only one where I've not seen any of the films on here. I got World Noir Volume 3
nice.
from Radiance. Um, really bought it for the Swedish film on here, Girl with the Hyacinths. Have heard a lot of really amazing things about this. This is the only one of these World Noir box sets that I've gotten from Radiance so far. Um, have not really been drawn in by the other titles. But this is also a really great set. It comes with Peter Lorre's only directorial effort. I think that's such a fascinating world. I think that's a great like letterbox list to make actors who only made one film, and I'm only thinking of really this movie and Night of the Hunter at this point. But
Yeah,
that's just
Charles
such an
Lawton's film.
interesting world of actors who decided to direct and they only directed one movie.
Because yeah, and typically it is because the movies weren't received well,
Yeah.
at least in the sense of Night of the Hunter. I mean, obviously it's gotten a reappraisal now to the point where it's considered an all-time masterpiece.
Hmm.
There were certain actors turned directors. That's that's more of a modern concept
Yeah.
than most times, but I think back then, like Ida Lupino was one of the early
Hmm.
ones to do that, where
Yep.
she was an actress turned director. I mean, that's kind of a big thing for an actress to do that at that time,
Absolutely.
specifically in the studio system of that time. But obviously nowadays we've seen actors do it. George Clooney,
Mhm.
Denzel Washington, we've seen do that.
Yep.
Um, yeah, we've seen that happen many times. But for my last two here, I've got a movie I was praying would get a 4K release eventually, and that is Master and Commander. Uh, one of my favorites of the last, I would say 25 years, the Peter
Yep.
Weir film. I think Peter Weir is an underrated director, in my opinion. I think this movie's underrated, in my opinion. I know maybe people consider it a quote unquote dad movie, if you will. That's a modern day,
Yeah.
you can say, the modern day terminology for
Yeah.
that. Russell Crowe, Paul Bettany's in this film. It's a great cast. Based on a book series, actually. Um, and
Not
this
know
is
that
kind and this was kind of, I guess, supposed to be like kind of a launching point of maybe perhaps a multi-movie series based on those books because there was material for it, but never really materialized. And uh, yeah, this is Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World. Peter Weir. The Blu-ray's been around forever. Like I'm talking, the Blu-ray's been around since like 2007, 2008, and
That
they
was like
just
a Best Buy
repackaged the same
purchase.
Blu-ray over and over again
Mhm.
in different cover arts, but it was the same exact disc. So it needed a refresher, it needed a remaster, it needed something to really lift it. I thought a boutique label was going to pick this up. Actually, I was thinking somebody, but it just never happened. So we get a mainstream release from Universal. I guess this was a Miramax release at the time. That maybe
Mhm.
explains a little bit why I was so
Yeah.
hung up over the years. Um, but I've always really liked this movie. It's a historical film, takes place early 19th century. I think it's during the Napoleonic Wars of the early 19th century, where you're basically on a boat in like Southwest Pacific Ocean during the whole movie, and that's kind of the story that's going on here. It's been many years since I've seen it, but I've always really loved it. So I can't wait to give it a rewatch in 4K. And then speaking of Radiance, which we will talk about here on the show soon, uh, I've got this Radical Japan. This is the Nagisa Oshima 9 film set from Radiance. The reason why I bought this now is because it recently went out of print.
Mhm.
That's the one thing with Radiance, which we will talk about here. Once their stuff goes out of print, grab it while you can because it gets pricey. It gets
Mhm.
really, really pricey. Um, Connor just showed up the World Noir set volume 3. World Noir set volume 1, which is out of print, goes for well over $100 on
It's
eBay. Like
crazy.
it's a pricey one.
Mhm.
Um, so once you start seeing these things go out of print, grab them while you can. If you find them on Diabolic, Orbit DVD, Odyssey, Amazon third party, or even on eBay, you never know. Grab them while you can. But this Nagisa Oshima, it's tough to really put into words what kind of a director he was. He was this kind of Japanese underground director making very political and social specific films, and his work is phenomenal. Criterion's put out a bunch of his stuff, like Death by Hanging is one that's
Mm.
really really good. They had a whole I think a clip set. It was like Oshima's Underground 60s or something like that. But this is a 9 film set, which we did talk about here on Chasing Labels. It's kind of amazing. A box set we talked about is already out of print. But yeah, massive box set from them, um, and
Their
well put
biggest
together, well constructed.
their biggest question mark?
Um, in
I
terms of movies
Yeah, I
total, I
feel like
would
it
say
is,
yeah. I would say
right?
yeah. In terms of feature films, I would say yes. Nine
Mhm.
films is quite a bit. I will be talking about a box set that they're putting out currently. That's a Jean-Luc Godard box set, but it's
Mhm.
got a lot of short films in there. It's got like a whole TV docu series in there. But in terms of just feature film set, I want to say this is pretty significant because even their world noir sets don't have 9 films in them. Um, some of their other sets, like you mentioned, Bounty Hunter, or even like
The
their
Dire
Shinobi
Gothics.
sets. Shinobi sets only have 3 movies.
Mhm.
So this is it's a pretty big set, maybe their biggest.
Yeah.
I have there's their Commedia Italiana. I'm looking over at my Radiant shelf.
Yeah.
That's why I'm looking over.
Most of their sets, like, they keep it to 3 movies.
Oh yeah, to about 3 movies. No,
Yeah.
pretty much
This is
no more
the
than which makes
one
it
yeah, so
economical for both us and them.
yeah,
I would assume.
yeah. I like how they stay on theme.
Yes, very
It's
much. And
as a
we've had
collector, it's something to appreciate.
here on Chasing Labels, we've had Fran Simeone who
Mhm.
runs Radiance on here a couple of times. We had him on here right when they launched Radiance
Mhm.
to talk about right when they announced their brand new slate, their first slate of like um it was like the Gambling Boss
Yeah.
and like
Working
Red
Class
Sun
Goes
and
to
stuff
Heaven.
like that. And um and we had him on then we had him after the first year of releases came out. We had him to come back and like ask him like how did the first year go, how's everything going, and ever since then, they've been just every single month they got their stuff. We'll talk about them.
Mhm.
Honestly, that may be a good transition point here to move
Yeah.
on to talking about Radiance. We don't get
We're on
much.
a Radiance kick. We don't have to stop.
Yeah, let's actually dive into what
Sure.
is happening here on Chasing Labels 189 in terms of um announcements. So we'll start with Radiance. Let me pull up. We could do a little split screen action here, a little share screen action here. Um let me do a little adjustments behind the scenes. Hold on. Let me see. So I got my Radiance up. Let me see. Add to stage, and then think we're good. Make us a little bit bigger. Um, see. Why isn't... Hold on. I may have to redo this. Sorry, technical difficulties. Let me remove it. I may have to share the screen again. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Yeah, because we'll share... I always forget which things to click on. Whatever I do, don't click on the exit button.
My hands are up here, so I'm not touching.
Yeah. All right, let me reshare. Share screen. More talking about myself. Why can't I? Hold on. Let me remove this entirely. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. Wrong thing. That was the intro. Okay. Okay, here's that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here we have the... I don't know why I can't make it bigger. Oh, because it's not big on my end. Oh, here we go. Better. Much better. Okay, so here we have Radiance's new titles, and they are... Okay. And here they are. So we've got... Let me read some of these bad boys off. So we've got we have two transmission titles, which is their imprint label.
Mm-hmm.
It's their imprint that puts out very specific things. We have Vampire's Kiss, and we have Two Boxes Televised Terror in Franco, Spain. And we've got Histoire du Cinéma. That's the Jean-Luc Godard box set that I was talking about. We have the Hourglass Sanatorium. We've got the double, and we've got the Boxer, and then the rest here were from last month. So I guess we'll start at the very beginning here. We'll start with Two Boxes, Televised Terror in Franco, Spain. I believe these are two television films of the time. Let's see. Actually, I might as well read it. Spain in the early 1970s was a country in transition with increasing economic prosperity and the expectations of a growing middle class in direct conflict with the dying Francoist regime, where state surveillance, media censorship, and social control was still the norm. Inspired by the mystery horror anthology series such as Alfred Hitchcock Presents and The Twilight Zone, this unique period in history is depicted with terrifying clarity and dark humor. In these two infamous television films, La Cabina and El Televisor, in Antonio Mercari's La Cabina, a group of officials install a telephone box outside a block of flats. After a man enters to make a phone call, he finds himself unable to leave, attracting the attention of fascinated locals as he grows increasingly desperate to escape. A sensation upon release, La Cabina also developed a huge cult following in the UK after regulatory screenings on late-night television. In Francisco Ibanez's Serradores El Televisor, a man living a dreary suburban life has a simple dream to possess his own television. When he finally gets his wish, the dream soon becomes a dangerous, all-consuming obsession. Originally a special episode of Serradores' hugely popular series Tales to Keep You Awake, El Televisor's escalating dread and shocking conclusion will still retains its power to shock over 50 years later. So I did get to see both of these, and they're relatively short. films. Like I said, I believe they were made, for television of the time. And the first one is fascinating. It's like a Twilight Zone episode. This man, outside of his apartment complex, there's a telephone booth that gets installed. He goes in it to make a phone call, and he can't get out. And what happens is he's just stuck there. And people are trying to get him out. They're trying to pull the door off. He's trying to push it open, can't get it out. Construction workers come in to try to like drill him out and like saw him out. They can't do it. The police even come. Spectators come to show off. Spectators come and people start like selling like candy and stuff to like as if they're at a sporting event. and like and it's just like this. I believe it's a whole thing's got to be a metaphor of being oppressed or stuck or something like that, suffocating in life. Probably a metaphor for the government of the time or something like that, or society of the time in Spain. That's my guess. I don't see a lot of Spanish films from specifically this era, so that's just me basically making guesses. So from the 70s, we talked a little bit about Italy and Spain at the time, and now this is Italy politics and movies at the time. Now this is kind of Spanish politics in movies of the time as well. The next film is something a little more modern and contemporary. Like I said, this guy buys a television for the first time ever. I guess he always wanted a television. He just guess he grew up and never had one, but now he has his own family and he wants his family to kind of experience things he never got to experience. So he buys his family a television. And he becomes obsessed with it. He cannot stop watching it. Talk about Twilight Zone episode. Yeah. So it's so contemporary because we're so slaves to technology now. We're always on our phones, tablets, TVs, computers. Heck, we're live streaming right now. You know what I mean? We're locked into it. So this movie's definitely commenting on that in the 1970s, where television programming was nothing like it is now. I mean, at any moment right now, you can watch anything you want, pretty much. If you have an internet connection, you can kind of watch whatever you want. But back in the 70s, you had one TV in your home, typically, if you had any, and it was you only had like 3 channels, so these were really, really good, really, really good, timely, still hold up to this day. But let's get into some of the special features here. So we've got, as I make this bigger, we've got, let's see, new audio commentary. New audio commentary on La Cabina with writer and filmmakers Reese Shearsmith and Steve Pemberton. New audio commentary on El Televisor with critics and horror experts Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons. New interview with Spanish film expert Antonio Lazaro Ribol on horror in Franco with Spain. Archival interview with co-screenwriter of La Cabina, Jose Luis Garcia. Archival La Cabina location featurette with Antonio Mercero Santos. Archival press conference with Narcisco Ibanez Serendor promoting El Televisor. Newly improved Spanish English subtitles. Original uncompressed mono audio. And if you have the transmission releases already, you kind of understand how they're structured, the boxes and stuff like that. Well constructed, a little bit thicker, so they'll show off on your shelf. And I think these are, this is region free. Yeah, this is region free, coming out 7/20/26. So these will be the July releases. Cool.
Yeah, very.
I don't know if you had any comment on anything I just said.
Yeah, no, very exciting set. I don't have any of their transmission titles at the moment, but this is definitely the one that's gonna break that streak. Narcisco Ibanez Serrador directed 2 of my favorite Spanish horror films, House That Screamed, which people kind of associate as like a proto giallo partial inspiration for Suspiria. It's set in a girls' school. I don't know if that's the only tie that people are making with it, but it did come out like many years before Suspiria, so I think that's the kind of connection that people make. But he also made Who Can Kill a Child, which very abrasive title. I would not encourage you to let that put you off. It's an amazing film. Um, Strokes of like kind of Night of the Living Dead, but just a married couple appear on an island. They show up on an island in Spain, and there are no adults anywhere, and the children that are present are acting a little weird, and then things slow as the sun goes down, and the couple is kind of pushed more and more into a corner. Like things kind of progress from there. It's a great film, great Blu-ray from Mondo Macabro that's still in
Oh,
print. So very very accessible movie. House That Screamed, I think, is on Arrow Video. Previously, a
oh
Scream
yes,
Factory
that has
disc.
the great artwork, the
Hmm.
cover art for The House That Screamed. Yeah,
Yeah, very
yeah,
iconic
talked
in
about
terms
that.
of that. So Narcisco Ibanez Serrador, really great director. Very excited to see this. That they mentioned the Tales to Keep You Awake. That series is available from Severin. If people watch
Yeah,
this and they're about this kind of thing, there's much more to enjoy.
yeah.
And it's
While I was reading that, I
mhm,
was thinking that sounds very familiar. Severin
mhm,
has put that out. You are right. Uh, yeah. So this is another. I have the first two releases for transmission. I have the Night of the Juggler
mhm,
and I have the Stuntman. I have to get special effects, and then Highway to Hell just came out,
mhm.
which is a fun movie. Um, But let me go back to let's talk about Vampire's Kiss. Now, this is a movie I know many people do love. I actually have it already on an MVD Blu-ray. If you've ever seen a meme, if you've ever seen a GIF of Nicolas Cage, chances are it's from this movie.
Yep,
The one where he's pointing like this, like
yep.
at his desk, that's from this movie.
Is this
The
where
one
he
when he's
does the?
walking through the street and he's
Yeah.
like, oh, he's like screaming. That's this movie. That's
Does he
from
do
this
the
movie.
alphabet in this movie, or am I thinking of a different movie
Um, is what's from this movie?
where he like very passionately recites the alphabet?
I think that's from this movie. This is also the one where he's got like the fake vampire teeth, like the
Okay,
plastic ones you get for Halloween.
sure.
If you've ever seen like that, that's from this movie.
Okay.
Hence the title of the movie. But
Yep.
we'll get into it. I know people many know this movie. Peter Lowe, Nicolas Cage, who was in more movies than Wild at Heart, I can tell you that, is a self-centered literary agent living a shallow existence in the money-obsessed Manhattan of the 1980s. His life is nothing but days at the office, one night stands and unsatisfying therapy sessions until one night he brings home a mysterious woman portrayed by Jennifer Beals. They give her the credit here of being a devil in a blue dress. She was in more than just that, but
Good credit.
she was a devil in a blue dress from a club, and his life begins to take a bizarre turn. After their violent encounter, Lowe starts to believe she has turned him into a vampire, and he descends into apparent lunacy as his baffled associates and coworkers look on in horror. Let loose on the streets and clubs of late 1980s New York City, Lowe's behavior becomes increasingly unhinged as fantasy and reality begin to bleed into one another with terrible consequence. So he basically starts slowly going into madness, believing that he's a vampire or he's turning into a vampire. So he starts like stalking the night, looking for victims, looking for blood. Um, but it's a Nicolas Cage performance, so it is over the top. It's hilariously brilliant. Um, it's truly an interesting film, uh, in all sense of the word. Now, like I said, it has been released here before on Blu-ray. I think twice. Most recently in an MVD Blu-ray release, which I have. Which I don't even know if I have it. I wouldn't be crazy enough to put it in my horror section. I can tell you that because I don't think it's quite a horror film. Do I
Yeah.
even have it in my? I would have to look. I'm just looking over my comedy section. I would have to look down there. It may be actually behind me because I have dramas behind me. But
Hmm.
even then, it's kind of an ungenre defining movie.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's got vampirism. It's got un in un unintentional comedy, but also some drama as well. But let's get into the special features. Brand new 4K restoration from the original 35mm original camera negative. 4K UHD and Blu-ray presentation of the feature. It is in Dolby Vision HDR as well. New interview with director Robert Bierman. New interview with composer Colin Towns. New audio commentary with critics Kim Newman and Nick uh, DeSemlian. Archival commentary with the director and Nicolas Cage. There's a short film by the director called The Dumb Waiter, and that is it. Um, Of course, there's a 40-page perfect book as well. I think there's a book also with the other transmission release too. There's always booklets in these releases of some kind. But that is Vampire's Kiss. And I know people are excited about it now. Since I don't know if you're a completist, Connor, but when I start a line, I get a little crazy and like I gotta buy them all. Sometimes I break that tradition after a while. I don't know if you're like that. For example, um, like with Vinegar Syndrome, their cinematograph releases. Like I felt like I had to get them all, and then some releases would come out, and I'm like, I kind of don't want to get that movie. I don't know if you ever feel like that.
I feel that way about certain filmmakers, and like you do with the
Mm, I'm the
your Joan
same way too.
Crawfords and your Elizabeth Taylors. I have my own versions of that. More genres too. Like I talked about the Poliziotteschi's earlier. Like anything that's an Italian genre film. So like giallo, Italian Western, crime film. When it comes out, I'm probably getting it. Like that's my bread and butter as far as collecting and cinema goes. Like anything that's in that wheelhouse, I'm gonna get it. We're gonna talk about one later, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So my collection is I have like two main sections of my collection.
Mhm.
One is directors, and I have it in alphabetical order by
Yeah.
director's last name. So Abrams all the way down to Edward Zwick, right? And it's not every director, but it's all of the ones that I really like. Like Steven Spielberg, Scorsese, Ridley Scott,
Mhm.
like Ozu, Kurosawa,
Yeah.
Billy Wilder, et cetera, Howard Hawks,
Mhm.
all that stuff. So basically, anytime one of their films come out, I've got to get it because I
Yeah.
feel like I got to put it in that section.
Yeah.
Section's incomplete without it, you
Mhm.
know? I was thinking of that the other day. I was actually talking to Steven the other day. I was telling him I don't have Steven Spielberg's The Fablemans yet. And I'm like, that's missing from my Steven Spielberg section. I'm missing a couple of Ridley Scott's recent films too, like The House of Gucci, which is not great, but I got to get it anyway because I feel
Right.
like I got to put it in the section,
Yeah.
you know. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, I feel you when it comes to things like that. There's
Yeah.
some directors you got to get, or some genres you got to get.
Mhm.
Um, I
With
feel
the
you.
Italian stuff, it can be kind of painful. Like I've grown to appreciate them, but like the latter era Argento and
I was
Fulci
just gonna
stuff,
ask you that.
it
Yeah.
like I have it all. But I'm not like running to rewatch The Card Player or Phantom of the Opera or
Oh, I watched that recently because someone was putting it out, and I had to watch it for Jason
Vinegar
Layland.
Syndrome has
That's
all
what
of
it was.
they have all the later era stuff, which,
It's
like I
an
said,
in
I
it's an
appreciate.
interesting
They were
take on Phantom of the Opera, where the Phantom was raised by rats. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
So I think that's hilarious. I
Yeah.
don't think that he meant for it to be hilarious. That movie is hilarious, and if you watch it with the expectation that you're gonna laugh at a lot of stuff, you will probably have a good time.
What's
Um,
you say that, but yet then there are other moments where it's, like, super serious, like, the
yeah.
romance angle to
Mhm.
that movie is, like, super heavily overdramatic
Yeah.
romance. Like, a really, like they try to sell it to you hard, but like you're saying, there's other aspects of it that are, like, absurdly
Yeah.
hilarious, like I'm watching a comedy here.
It has
Um
great practical effects.
mm,
They're super nasty, super gory, and it has Ennio Morricone comes in and has a great score, like,
who would
not
have thought?
necessary, but okay.
Yeah, who would have thought? So this is this kind of mishmash box that I was talking about called Histoire du Cinéma and Other Works. And this is pretty much a lot of works from Jean-Luc Godard, the famous French filmmaker whom I'm pretty sure many of you know. But for those of you who don't know who Jean-Luc Godard is, he's one of the seminal figures of French cinema of all time, historically. He was right there at the bedrock of the French New Wave, along with Francois Truffaut and um, uh, Agnes Varda and Jacques Rivette, Claude Chabrol, so many of them of that time. And obviously, a couple of key movies from him would be Breathless, Vive sa vie, Band of Outsiders, A Woman is a Woman. So many films. His work basically went from the 1960s all the way up to 2024, actually, which his last film was released, which actually is in this box set called I think it's called Scenarios, and it's a short film and it's in here. But this is a this box set's pretty big here. So let's get into it. Made over so Histoire du Cinéma specifically is an 8-part docu-series about the history of cinema from the perspective of Jean-Luc Godard. Now, I didn't watch all 8 parts. I only watched the first part, and it is as wild and insanely put together as a lot of his other work is. For those of you who don't know, Jean-Luc Godard, his whole thing back in the 60s was, I'm going to break every rule of cinema and just do my own thing. that was the whole thing with the French New Wave. It was going to be new, radical, different. There's going to be jump cuts. There's going to be, radical editing and things like that. It really gave birth to a lot of, American independent cinema later on. I'm thinking of like John Cassavetes and stuff like that. Jean-Luc Godard was an influence on many, many people. Whether you like his movies or don't like his movies, like him or don't like him, I think he is an important figure in cinema history. How do you feel about Jean-Luc Godard, Connor? You familiar with his work?
Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with his work. It's been a while since I've engaged with Godard. I think like when I was first getting into foreign language cinema, you watch your Seventh Seal, you watch your 400 Blows,
Yep.
you watch your Rashomon, and you're going through that, and then you're like, oh, gotta see Breathless. You're into the French New Wave. It's a critical part. This is like 14, 15-year-old Connor talking now. Like, I did not really enjoy myself when I was watching that. Like, as someone who came away from movies like 400 Blows, blown away by what I saw. I honestly, I probably didn't know like really what I was looking at when I was watching Breathless. I wasn't prepared for it. It was too young, not, experienced enough with the French New Wave. So definitely due for a revisit. The other film I've seen from him is Weekend, which is like the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, 1980, let's see if that's different. That was like, I was a lot older when I watched that one. Also, like, I don't remember much about it except for like a handful of moments. So not really feeling qualified to speak on whether I liked it or not. But definitely a filmmaker that I want to engage with more. Like, I've always been interested in, like watching Band of Outsiders, watching Vive sa Vie, watching Alphaville.
Alphaville's another one. Yeah.
And it's a filmmaker that I'm not super well versed in and don't feel super well qualified to speak on, but I mean, if you're into this stuff, like,
if you're into French cinema, it doesn't get more 101 than like Jean-Luc Godard or they said Truffaut. To me, when I first started collecting Criterion, I even recommend this to anybody collecting Criterion. Breathless, 400 Blows was where everybody kind of started, and that's it.
Samurai.
The Samurai. That was my introduction as well to foreign cinema. Was French New Wave, was all this kind of stuff from that time, from the 60s, and it's kind of, I've grown beyond it ever since and whatnot. But it's just interesting how much those movies would then go to influence, like I said, other filmmakers afterward. I know, like, people like Martin Scorsese and Spielberg, George Lucas, Coppola, all those guys who did the new Hollywood era of cinema here in the United States in the 1970s. Like, these were the people they watched. So I'm like, let me go back and watch what influenced the people I like the most. Let me see where they got their inspirations from. And that's always a fascinating thing. His cinema history is one of my big things. So I just love like going down these, I guess you could say, doorways into like leading from one thing to another.
It's unlimited.
It's so good. It's so good. But as I was saying, this history of cinema, 8-part like docu-series done by Godard from 1989 to 1999. So he filmed like a segment here, segment there, and then he pieced it together himself. It says, made over 10 years at the end of cinema's first century, the 20th century, Jean-Luc Godard's roving essayist video project, a multi-layered celebration of the art form's achievements, as well as a raging condemnation of its failure to respond and engage with turbulent times, melding together film clips, newsreel footage, painting, music, as well as Godard's own narration in a transfixing collage. Histoire du cinéma is a passionate cri de coeur by a cinema icon entering a galvanizing late period of which many other works are included in this release. Marked by searching introspection and bold experimentation, these film and video projects evince a creative spirit continuously engaged with the question of cinema's place in the world and the world's place within cinema, not least in Godard's moving final film Scenarios from 2024, making here its world Blu-ray premiere. Like I said, this does contain his last film, which he actually shot in 2022, right before he passed away. I think he passed away. I think days after finishing making it, and yeah, he passed away at 91 years old. And I remember when he did pass. So this box set here contains all 8 episodes of Histoire du Cinema, viewable with 2 options: English subtitle tracks, a narration translation, and annotated subtitles by Felicity Chapman identifying clips and images. So the way in which this is structured, from what I saw, it's it's like images and narration being thrown at you in a collage like formula. So like overlaying and stuff like that. There's no real rhyme or reason for what's going on. You will see clips of Charlie Chaplin, you'll see clips of film noir, you'll see clips of different directors and actresses, and it'll just be random. And it's just so much footage, and you have no idea how to digest it or what the meaning of it is. And then sometimes you'll just get random narration of Jean-Luc Godard over it. It's all over the place. It's truly interesting. Um, Somebody uploaded the whole thing onto Vimeo actually, and but they uploaded it with no English subtitles, so it wasn't a big help there.
Yeah.
So I had to go other places to find it. It has only been available here on DVD, put out in 2011 by Olive Films of all
Okay.
people,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
so it's only really been available in that way, or you could get it overseas from various other other
Mhm.
labels. But for at least here in Region A land, that was the only way it's been available. Um, so it's fascinating, really fascinating. It all 8 parts are about, I think they're like 4 hours and 22 minutes all put together. And that was a after about the first part, which is like 50 minutes long. I was like, I can't digest 4 hours of this
Yeah.
right now. I can't do it. Um, so next up here we have Letter of Freddie Buache, Godard's anti-film commission for the 500th anniversary of the Swiss city of Lausanne. That's from 1982. Soft and Hard, soft conversation on hard subjects. Creative partners Godard and Mielville um, discussed their work while involved in everyday tasks around their home. Co-directed with Anne Marie Melville from 1985. As you can see, like you said, this is just a collection of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, JLG, it says Auto Portrait de Sombre, de Decembre. Godard's self-portrait documentary finds the filmmaker questioning his place in cinema history and the end of the Western culture from 1995. 2 by 50 years of French cinema. In this documentary, in celebration of the centenary of cinema, Godard points the camera at himself. Co-directed with Anne Marie Mielville, he does a lot of introspective looking at himself in this. He was ever the egotist, I would say. um, Let's see. Moments choisis de Histoire du Cinéma. Godard's re-edit of Histoire du Cinéma on 35mm film reorganizes footage and introduces unique material from 2004. Exposé du Cinéma announced to film Scenarios. Jean-Luc Godard presents his idea for a 6-chapter feature film. So it was like him like brainstorming the idea of what Scenarios was going to be. Um, and let's see. And then his final work, Scenarios from 2024. New intro by Godard film expert Michael Witt. New interview with Michael Witt on Godard's magnum opus. New interview with Godard collaborator Bernstein Eichenich on the director's working methods. Extensive archival TV interview with Godard, and then booklet as well, with an essay by Adrian Martin, who's been here on Chasing Labels before. So that's cool. Is this region? Oh, region B locked.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is region B locked. But if you have a region free player, go for it. Also coming out on July 20th. So let's move on to the next title here, which is the Hourglass Sanatorium. This is a 4K UHD release, and it's a I'm trying to remember if I did see this. Oh yeah, this movie's insane. Okay.
This movie, I watched it
Yeah.
today. This is it. This is an insane movie.
Have you so you've seen it?
Yeah,
Okay, so then I'll let you talk about it and send the people here listening to me.
yeah,
So give us a lowdown of what this movie's about, because the premise is one thing, but then you get into the movie and it goes off.
yeah. It is. I'm going to explain this as plainly as possible. A man is on his way to an asylum to visit his father, who is there. His father, when he arrives, may be dead or may be alive. We don't know. The asylum apparently is able to control time, and that stuff is thrown away within like the first 15 minutes, and you are just on this odyssey with this man going through locales. Like 1 minute you're in this Caribbean location, and then the next you're in like this Eastern European township where everybody is dancing in the streets, and he crawls under beds, and when he crawls under beds it is like a portal to another. It's essentially like a journey through his dreams and memories, I think, as a child.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what the film is getting at. Also dealing with, Poland's collective trauma from the Holocaust, and I guess its subsequent oppression under the Soviet Union. There's a lot of a really beautiful portrayal of the Jewish community,
Mm.
and then the subsequent near erasure of that community, and the trauma therein. But like, this description does not do justice to like the visual spectacle that is this movie. I talked about sets before. I have this Blu-ray from Yellow Veil Pictures, put out OCN Vinegar Syndrome. And reading the booklet, the director insisted that everything be sets. Like, he didn't want to shoot on location. He wanted to have this artificiality to everything. And aside from, I guess, like the main town area that you see where it's very clear that it's a location and not a set, it's just like to mimic reality so closely, but still have it be artificial and where you can tell it's artificial. I think that really sells the dream aspect of this. There's a review on Letterboxd that it's like, if David Lynch was directed by Jodorowsky, or if Fellini directed
Yeah.
Andrei Zulawski, it's actually very tonally similar to the Zulawski film, The Third Part of the Night, which the booklet identifies it as part of a kind of an unofficial trilogy between that movie, this movie, and Hourglass Sanatorium, and I forget, it's like The Hospital of Sanctification or something. It's another Polish film, all dealing with very similar topics, like the collective fallout of like the nation's trauma after World War II. Very common theme. If you're into the Czech New Wave, it's another very common theme. But
Yeah.
just like, you can watch this movie, forget all that, and just go along the ride for this visual spectacle of that this movie is. This is coming out in 4K.
Yeah.
This is going to look insane
It
on 4K.
really is a visual treat of a movie. If you're
Yeah.
into surreal avant-garde cinema, this movie is definitely for you. Like all the names that Connor just mentioned, specifically of that time, of that Eastern European weird cinema,
Mhm.
this will be something definitely for you. Let's get down to, that was a great description, because this is one of those movies where you have to watch it to experience it for yourself. It's kind of indescribable.
Mhm.
Um, I
Everybody's
mentioned
description
that
is
the
going to
other
be different.
day of the Brian De Palma movie Phantom of the Paradise,
Mhm.
where I was like, this is a movie you have to experience for yourself.
Yeah. What's Phantom of the Paradise about? Well, do you have 4 hours
Yeah, it's
to
like
describe the plot?
it's Phantom of the Opera, but it's also weirder. uh, but that's a movie that needs a 4K release, by the way.
Yeah,
Somebody put that out.
that would
I
be a
know it's
great
got Blu-ray
4K.
releases from, I think, Shout Factory
Yeah,
and Arrow. That's another one where I'm waiting until that
yeah.
4K gets announced
That's an old
before I buy
Blu-ray.
it.
That's a really, at this point, that's an old one.
Yeah, I feel like right now that's I mentioned Michael Mann earlier. Brian De Palma stuff is getting 4K
Yeah,
re-releases
slowly but surely.
all the time. I mean, Carrie's gotten a 4K re-release. They just did uh I mean, well, they did Scarface. They did
Mhm.
Carlito's Way twice,
Twice.
or actually,
Different studio release and an Arrow release.
yeah, and the studio I think just re-released it in 4K
Mhm.
as well,
Steelbook.
which is kind of nuts to me.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, Brian De Palma, another not underrated director, but someone I feel like people need to talk about a little bit more in terms of his
Yeah.
importance of movies, and not just Scarface. I know everybody knows Scarface for its cultural relevance, but
Mhm.
The Untouchables I think is still really really
Mhm.
good.
Yeah.
And then his 70s work is also really good. Sisters, the movie Sisters
Mhm.
is so, so good, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Obsession. His
Yes.
Vertigo.
I just saw his movie because he did early movies with Robert De Niro in the late
Mhm.
60s.
Yeah.
And I just saw one of them because
I think
somebody, well, I think was it Radiance put yeah,
Radiance
Radiance was
has
putting it
one of
out.
Radiance has Hi Mom.
Yes, that's what it was. Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Uh, what an interesting social
Yeah.
commentary of a movie. But this release here is coming out in 4K. It's a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision. So they're going to bump up the colors and all that kind of stuff. 4K UHD and Blu-ray presentation of the feature, and world premiere on 4K UHD, uncompressed mono PCM audio. New audio commentary by Polish film expert Michael Brook. I know Michael Brook. He's been on here before. Um, he works a lot with Indicator.
Mhm.
Archival interview with production designer Jerzy Skarzinski by filmmaker Jerzy Wojcik. Man, some of these pronunciations, you have to excuse me, then I'm not
Yeah.
good at them.
It's not easy. No. No one's judging you for
No,
your
thank you, thank you.
yeah.
Accordion, acclaimed early short film by Wojciech Haas. Newly improved English subtitles, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, limited edition booklet as well. Let's see, it says what's the region? Oh, region A, B, and C. Oh, because it's UHD. It'll be
Yeah.
region free. Yep. Okay, so that's coming out July 20th as well. Let's move along now to The Double. This is an interesting film. I don't know if you got a chance to ever see this.
I'm very aware of this movie, have not
Gotcha.
had a chance to see it. This is kind of the first way it's been widely available in
Mm,
decent quality. Well, we can talk about this when we get there, but like if you go to try and like watch any kind of like Italian genre film on the internet, chances are you're gonna get like the English dub version,
yep.
which
Which is not the best
not
way to
ideal.
watch it.
Yeah, not just plain and simple, not ideal. For some movies, I don't mind it, but for a lot of stuff, I prefer to watch it in Italian with English
Yeah,
subtitles.
it
That's
really all
preference.
depends. Like, it's interesting because some Italian films, like, they were intentionally dubbed in English,
Yep.
and then some not so much.
Hmm.
And I feel like this one maybe not so much.
Well, they were all
um,
shot without sound purposely
yes,
because they knew that they were going to get dubbed into like a billion different languages wherever they were exported to. So everybody, they showed this in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood too. Everybody just speaks their own language on
yeah.
set, and they
Well,
let everybody.
that's the way. Heck, I mean, just going back to what people know, the spaghetti westerns were the same
Mhm.
way,
Yep.
pretty much.
Yep.
Um, yeah. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. But let me get into this. So Giovanni is shot in an underground parking garage by a mysterious bearded man. Excuse me while I sneeze again. As his life flashes before his eyes, through flashbacks, we learn about his life and what led to this moment. His flirtatious wife, Lucia, and the fissures her behavior creates complications with the family business, Lucia's relationship with a traveling hippie, and her beautiful mother-in-law. With its delirious editing continuously returning us to the site of his murder, Giovanni's life turns in on itself as the film explores masculinity, eroticism, and the uncanny. One of the undiscovered greats of the genre, Romolo Guerreris, who did the sweet body of Deborah. The Double is a sexy metaphysical giallo, newly restored and officially released for the first time since VHS. That explains a lot
Yeah.
why the
Yep.
versions I saw look so bad.
Mhm.
That explains it. Um, so this is getting a 4K restoration from the original camera negative. You get uh, Italian with English. You have Italian or English audio tracks. Um, you have uncompressed mono audio. You have a commentary by Tim Lucas, archival interview with director Romolo Guerreri, and star Eva Olin. Newly edited for this release from 2026. Appreciation by Stephen Thrower. Easter egg, and then just reversible sleeve, as well as a booklet. And yeah, let's see. Is this region A and B? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is a tough one to find. Kind of like what Connor was saying. It's
Yeah.
not readily available outside of VHS quality, which is not the easiest thing to watch, especially in modern times where you're so used to decent quality. Um, a- and I'm not the only one who says these things. We have such we have movies that are available in like the best quality ever. Going backwards, you realize the step down, you really do. And I know there's a lot of people now collecting VHS is all the rage now. People love that retro style of VHS covers, the VHS tapes, watching the movies on on older TVs. And when I noticed there are people like around our age or maybe younger, and I'm like, I grew up during the VHS era. That was the first thing I was ever exposed to in terms of home entertainment. So I got my fill of it. I want the good stuff now.
Mhm.
I appreciate the old stuff because it got us here, but I'm not going to go back and like start buying VHS again. I kind of don't even want to go back to buying DVDs again if I can help it. But hey, collect whatever you want to collect, however you want to collect it. No judgments here. Just everybody's got their own personal thing. But I'm just surprised how things come back in style that you thought were gone.
Mhm.
Vinyl records, things like that. Books that are in actual physical books as opposed to digital versions of books are always seem to be popular these days. I mean, we talk about Book Talk, you talk about Bookstagram. Heck, there was a book convention this weekend. Apparently, it was so oversold that people have to wait hours to get in. I saw that on social media. I was like, I didn't know this was popular.
Yeah. Me neither.
But it's
Um,
it's crazy.
yeah, I mean, I think in a way too, it does contribute to us getting things like this.
Mm,
The resurgence. A bunch of 14, 15, 16-year-old high school kids going to buy VHS tapes at thrift shops. That they might not be into giallos or Polish surrealist cinema, but seeing the spike in that demand for the physical, I think motivates companies to be like, hey, people are here, people want this,
yeah.
people want
And
to explore, they want to own the things that they love, and that this has never been on anything except for VHS. Like they say the double has not been available since VHS. If you go out in the world and you find the double on VHS, you tell me, because
yeah.
I,
I
I
mean,
I have a
we
hard time believing there's more
the thing
than.
is, we were just talking about, the Golden Princess stuff with
Yeah.
like Hard Boiled and things like that. They've
Hmm.
been available for years on like every format. The
Hmm.
quality hasn't quite been there until now,
Hmm.
where the 4Ks look, like light night and day better than the old Dragon Dynasty Blu-rays. Those
Right.
Dragon Dynasty Blu-rays were not good.
Yeah.
They really were not good,
Hmm.
and that's kind of only thing we've had for
Yep.
years. But something else that's
Hmm.
uh, old but is now new again is this movie called The Boxer, which is a Japanese film. Um, and let's see, a former boxing champ on the skids finds an opportunity for redemption by training a young fighter everyone judges beyond hope. Uh, let's see, legendary director and playwright Suji Toriyama, let's see, made the boxer for major studio Toei at the request of lead actor Sugawara, while the story has the studio's trademark gritty 1970s setting. Toriyama imbues the film with his characteristic carnivalesque atmosphere and his unparalleled passion for sports, resulting in a boxing movie like no other and a unique entry in his own filmography. Now, I believe this is the same director. No, I thought it was the same director of like the Japanese Godfather films. Maybe it is.
I did it not say that in
I think it.
it said that in the description.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen those. They look
Oh,
great.
okay. So it's kind of like Rocky, but
Yeah.
a Japanese version of Rocky. Whereas, for those of you who have seen the Rocky movies, eventually Rocky can no longer box anymore. Can no longer box anymore. So he starts training younger fighters, and this is kind of that concept in this movie. It just happens to take place in the 70s in Japan. It's really really good. I really liked it a lot.
Okay.
This is actually available, I think, on YouTube. Somebody uploaded it to YouTube. think that's where I watched it, of all places. But for special features, we have a high definition digital transfer, original uncompressed mono audio, interview with composer J.A. Caesar, new visual essay on Toei Studio in the year 1977 by Tom Mess, new and improved English subtitles, reversible sleeve featuring artwork based on the original posters. And there's a booklet in here as well coming out on July 20th. This is region A and B. It's good. If you're a fan of boxing movies, I think this is one people should check out. Like I said, you can watch it on YouTube of all places.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think that is it for Radiant. So just one more time through the gamut here. We have 2 boxes, Televised Terror in Franco, Spain. That is a transmission release. I think this is release number 5 from them, and then the release number 6 is Vampire's Kiss on 4K UHD. Then we have Histoire du Cinéma and other works. We have the Hourglass Sanatorium getting a 4K UHD release. We have the Double, and then we have the Boxer. And these are all coming out in July. So you can pre-order them now, or you can do what I do and wait until they start running low and panic buy them later on.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
They do have great I mean, these won't be a part of it because they're newer titles, but when Radiance does their flash sales, they're pretty amazing.
Yes. And you can find, if you don't want to import from overseas from Radiant, you can find them on like Diabolic DVD, Orbit DVD, Odyssey, other online retailers. They'll get them here, and then you can pay cheaper shipping just to get it from them. Because shipping from overseas does get pricey.
I'm always nervous about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know. I know if I order from Orbit or Diabolic, well, if I order from Diabolic, I'm gonna get it in like 5 seconds because I live in the same state as Diabolic. So,
oh, nice, nice.
That's
Steven's
my
the same
preferred.
way. He lives in the same state as Orbit DVD. He actually went there. One of the earlier
Yeah, that's
videos
a
we
dream.
did, he visited the store.
Yeah,
And he said that he wanted to go back and do a visit there, because it's been a few years. He did it like during COVID and stuff.
yeah,
He went and visited them.
yeah.
I'm lucky that Orbit, while I'm not close, actually I'm closer to Diabolic than I am to Orbit,
Hmm.
but I get my stuff sooner from Orbit than I do from Diabolic.
Hmm.
Maybe it all depends on what I'm ordering. Who knows?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Diabolic got free shipping though. Now
Oh,
they joined that three free. Just like
nice. That's a nice
yeah,
little perk.
yeah,
It does get you to buy. It does get you to probably buy more than what you expected to
hmm,
buy, but it's
yeah,
still nice.
yeah.
It's still nice.
I agree. I'm gonna buy 3 things anyway. Like who am I kidding?
Yeah, if I had my choice, I would too. Um, Speaking of which, let me get to some comments. I've been neglecting the comments this whole time, and we're an hour and a half into the show. So earlier on here, we had our friend Acres of Movies who was psyched for the show. Um, we had Illuminated Pro was here earlier. JB44 was here. JB44 is keeping that Chaser's name alive. That's kind of the name I've given people who are fans of Chasing Labels. It's not really stuck over the years, so it comes and goes.
That's a good name.
Yeah, I figured it's just a work on obviously Chasing Labels.
Hmm.
Yeah, our friend Josie was here earlier. She had some movies that she's watched recently. Let me see. She watched Left, Right, and Center, which is really good. I think Indicator put out a Blu-ray of that. The Pope's Toilet from '07, The Wailing from 2016. That's a good movie.
Amazing film.
Graduation from 2016. I can't remember if I've seen that. Stars in My Crown from 1950. The Exile from 1947. Children of the Revolution from '96. And then Private Lives from 1931. So I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 of those
Yeah,
movies.
same.
Let's see. See, Acres of Movies was here earlier. What's the best documentary of the 2010s? I don't know. Um, although Act of Killing is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
That the ending of that is like devastating. Devastating. Um, Acres of Movies also asked what's the best acting so far this year. I still think it's too early. Too early in the year to pick up for like 2026 movies. I still haven't come across a movie from this year that's really blown me away yet, and it's almost May. Um, for those of you keeping up with the new releases that are coming out in the theaters week by week, I try to keep up with as many of them as I can when I'm not doing work here for Chasing Labels, but it's tough to keep up with things. Let's see. Let's see. We've got we have a few people who said like La Cabina is a must watch, but will give you nightmares. It really does. I didn't want to give away the spoiler of La Cabina. Let's just say if you've seen Twilight Zone episodes, that's it's very much along that like that.
You're just making me more excited.
Yeah. Adam Schofield said he saw it in 1979 when he was around 12, because it must have been airing on like UK TV. That's a frightening movie to watch as a 12-year-old.
Yeah, that's like a era that I am kind of jealous that I was not around for, like this generation of kids that watched this like super traumatic stuff on TV. Like I can't, being 14 and watching Threads on TV,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like to just, and you didn't know, you're just like, oh, I'm gonna turn on TV and they're putting this movie on. You don't know what it is, and then you're scarred for life. Like that is an experience that I wish I could have had.
The same here. And Adam Schofield says Sarah Door 2 for 2. So those two get Adam Schofield's approval. Acres of Movies asked, "Do I watch the program Shrinking?" That's the Apple series Shrinking. That's done by Bill Lawrence, who did like Ted Lasso. He did Scrubs. He's done a bunch of TV shows, but I do watch Shrinking. Great, great show. It's some of Harrison Ford's best work I've seen him do, I think, ever in his career. Truly, truly great work from Harrison Ford. It really establishes Harrison Ford as he's one of the best of his generation, in my opinion. I don't think he gets enough love. We know him as Indiana Jones. We know him as Han Solo, but he has a whole other part of his career that makes up like his whole career that I don't think a lot of people talk about enough. Like, I don't think people talk about The Fugitive enough, or other works of Harrison Ford. Truly one of the best of our time. But yeah, JB44 says they're still here. Good. Glad to see it. Acres of Movies does say, what are the special features for the Bronx Tale? We will get to that. Actually, I did want to ask our guest here, Connor, where would you like to go next? If you want to go to Imprint, we can go to Imprint. Yeah, we'll go there. Let me go to
Imprint. Yeah, sure.
Let me go to their website, viavision.com.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got their stuff here. I hate the way their website's laid out. It is chaotic as can be.
It is confusing.
Yeah, let me just click on their June bundle. Things I like to click on the individual titles, but we'll work with this here. Mm-hmm. So a few movies, I'll list them off and then we will get into them. So actually, I could do that. Yeah, that works. Nice. So we have A Bronx Tale. We have Bound. So this whole collection for June is all like 90s thrillers, basically. Mm-hmm. That's the through theme I got. We have Trigger Effect. We've got The Assignment. We've got Victory with a dashing looking Willem Dafoe there on the cover there, looking like he's on an adventure. We have Killer, A Journal of Murder. This stars Rhode Island's own James Woods is in this. And then we have Henry and June. I believe that's all of them. So, Connor, any of these actually like tickle your fancy? Any of these are movies that you've seen or movies that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I mean, Bound is one of the, when we're talking 90s noir, 90s thrillers, that Bound is up there, top 5, top 3 for me personally. Some of the 3 leads between Jennifer Tilly, Gina Gershon, Joe Pantoliano, that's some of their best work of their career. I would say it's the Wachowskis' strongest work. I like it more than I like The Matrix.
Oh, sure. That's a little bit of a hot take, I would say.
It's just more of my more
in my speed. Okay.
More as far as my tastes go. Like The Matrix is amazing, but just the visual style that they're going for in that movie, combining, I think, classic film noir aesthetic with, more of a modern flavor, is really special. And I mean, some of the best performances of that era.
Yeah, Jennifer Tilly, Gina Gershon, and Joe Pantoliano, who of course would then be in The Matrix, coincidentally. And yeah, it's like great 90s neo-noir. It's sexy, it's erotic, it's
kind of nasty. It's mean. It's a little mean-spirited too.
Yeah, it really is. recently Criterion put out a
Yeah.
4K of it, which looks amazing.
I'm satisfied
Yeah,
with
I'm good.
Criterion
Yeah, I'm
version.
at
Yeah.
least I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't love the
I'm
number, but
I'm
that's
excited for the Wachowskis. Speed Racer's finally getting a 4K release. Talk about a
okay.
visually insane movie.
Yeah.
That movie is so fascinating because I remember when it came out and people weren't as hyped about it as they are now. I feel like that movie's grown on people over the
Mhm.
years. I feel like the people who watched it as kids grew up and were like and just loved it so much they were like, "Hey, why is nobody talking about this movie? We have to. I want to talk about it now that I'm an adult. Where is it?"
Yeah.
Um,
Definitely, that's a blind spot for me. So that's maybe I shouldn't say Bound is the best Wachowskis.
well,
And I should see Speed Racer.
Speed Racer is fascinating to me because it's an adaptation of the anime,
Hmm.
which was popular. I think popular way back when, and it feels like a live action anime,
Hmm.
which people get very confused when it comes to anime. I'm gonna go on a little bit of a rant here. Excuse me.
Go for it.
When anime gets adapted into live action. And it's weird and it's cringy and it's awkward and parts of it can be dumb. And I'm like, this is kind of all of the elements of anime that you love in an animation form, but when it's live action, there's a little bit of a disconnect there. It's no longer as charming, I guess.
Hmm.
And I just feel like there's a problem with that all the time when it comes to adaptations. Uh, Anime to English live action adaptation, that's a whole other different game. I just saw today that they just announced the cast of the live action Gundam Wing movie that Netflix is doing, and I'm like, it's gonna be rough. I guess they learned nothing when they made their Death Note movie
Hmm.
several years ago, and it was really terrible. But that's just me going off on a rant. But the Wachowskis, I've been a big fan of for years. I think Cloud Atlas is super underrated.
Okay, that's
Um,
another blind spot for me.
I've read the book, and the book is kind of unadaptable. And I'm like, how did they make a movie out of this? So when I watch that, it's a movie that's just so it's visually stunning. It takes place different time, different eras. It's I can't. It's another one of those movies we were just talking about with that other film that you can't quite explain. You just have to have people kind of experience it for themselves, but don't go into it expecting a cohesive narrative because that is not what you will get. Jupiter Ascending is what it is. We can, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And the Matrix, it has its importance in cinema history, I
Hmm.
think, for a reason. But especially that first movie.
Yeah.
That first movie hit at a specific point, at a specific time, and did specific things that kind of changed movies. I think for a good decade afterward, every single like sci-fi action movie had to have slow motion in it.
Hmm.
Like it had to have the bullet time, it had to have the gun fu, had to have
Hmm.
all those things.
Yep.
Uh, but yeah, you're right. Bound is really good. A Bronx Tale is also something that is really good. This is based off of a play actually
Hmm.
by Chaz Palminteri, who
Yeah, it was back on Broadway. I don't know if it
yeah,
still is. It was there for a
he
while.
travels around performing it. Like he's come
Hmm.
here to like Rhode Island
Yep.
and he's performed it at like smaller theaters here.
Mhm.
I want to see if I can get a list of special features for these releases. I don't know if yeah, let me go. I may have to search these individually. Like I said, it's kind of a mess here. But A Bronx Tale did get a Blu-ray release a couple of years ago. Um, and yeah, like I said, it's about a young boy growing up in, you guessed it, the Bronx, and it's about him choosing between his father and this kind of gangster he starts working for. It's very Scorsese coded. It's
Mhm.
directed by Robert De Niro, I do
Oh,
believe.
there we go.
Yeah,
Actor turned director.
yeah, another director. He directed this, and I think he directed The Good Shepherd. Is
Okay.
another one. I think that's De Niro. Maybe I'm crazy and not remembering that. A movie nobody talks about, The Good Shepherd, which is about the founding of the FBI of all things.
Okay.
Um, and so this young boy is basically growing up in the Bronx, and he starts working for this gangster, and this gangster has a certain set of principles. The kid kind of idolizes him, and but the kid also has a father who's a bus driver, Robert De Niro, a blue collar job, and he has a different set of philosophies too about life and teachings for this young kid, and so he's got to choose basically between one or the other, the surrogate father or his real father. And the different sets of values and stuff like that. It's really, really good.
Mm.
People really like this movie.
Yeah.
So this is a 2-disc set. It's the first disc is the 4K of the movie. Looks like it's just the movie with Dolby Vision and HDR. And the special features are on disc 2, which has, let's see, it says native New York interview with star Catherine Narducci. It says revisiting a Bronx Tale 2023 interview with director Robert De Niro. 2023 interview with writer slash star Chaz Palminteri, and a 2023 interview with producer Jane Rosenthal. 1993 interview with Robert De Niro and Chaz Palminteri making a featurette. I'm pretty sure all of these are probably carryovers, except for that new one. All these are probably carryovers from the old Blu-ray. I would assume so. But let me take a look at Bound. So let's see. There it is. Just to get, I just want to get a sense of what it's got for special features. We already talked about the movie. Let's see, the first disc has an audio commentary with the Wachowskis and then editor Zach Steinberg, actors Gina Gershon, Jennifer Tilly, and Joe Pantoliano. Disc 2, ton of stuff. Wow. That same audio commentary, Modern Noir, The Sights and Sounds About, Femme Fatales with Gina Gershon and Jennifer Tilly featurette, Hail Caesar with Joe Pantoliano featurette, Here's Johnny, the Christopher Maloney featurette, 1996 Making of Documentaries, Behind the Scenes featurette, The Difference Between You and Me interview with film scholars B. Ruby Rich and Jen Warman, Part and Parcel interview with title designer Patty Podesta, archival interview with the Wachowskis, Gina Gershon, Jennifer Tilly, Joe Pantoliano. And while I'm here, let's see if this pop. Oh, it does show up. Let me look over. I like to do this sometimes, do a little compare and contrast. I just happen to have, the Criterion website up because we're going to be talking about Criterions later on. That's the one we will save for our grand finale of the show. Will be Criterion. So let's see. I don't think the Criterion has that many special features.
I'm holding it. It kind of doesn't. This is a big upgrade if you're into special features. It looks like.
Yeah, you do get the audio commentary with everybody. You do get a new video essay with critic Christina Newland, 6 interview programs featuring Gershon, Pantoliano, Pope, Steinberg, Tilly, actor Christopher Maloney, composer Don Davis, title designer Patty Podesta, and film scholar Jennifer Mormon and Ruby Rich. So you get some, but I feel like you're also missing some others too. Either way, I think you still get a pretty decent special features package, either release. But if you already have the Criterion, like Connor is saying, you may not need to get this release.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I guess it depends on how you feel about your
True. If you're a completist, then you want everything. But let me go back to what was on. Actually, maybe talk about Victory. So Victory is an interesting movie. I don't think it's particularly great, but it does star Willem Dafoe. Now he's another actor that's kind of a soft spot for me. If I see Willem Dafoe in a movie, I'm gonna at least give it a watch. He's that good of an actor.
Is this also a 90s Dafoe?
Yes, 1996. I want to say.
This is a fun time in his career, going from To Live and Die in LA to Wild at Heart to those.
This would be
are a lot of fun.
Right around the time that he would be in The English Patient.
Okay.
I think feels like that's around that time. Let's see. Passion, seduction, betrayal. In Dutch East Indies, musician Alma discovers she is to be enslaved and sold to a lascivious hotel owner. She turns to a stranger for help, the mysterious Axel Heist, a former businessman who now lives a life of seclusion. Heist reluctantly agrees to aid her escape, and the two return to his remote island where they soon fall in love. But their idyllic life is interrupted by the unexpected arrival of 3 men who claim to have drifted to the island by chance. But in a world of vengeance and lies, nothing is a coincidence. So this is based on the novel by Joseph Conrad, who wrote Hearts of Darkness, which is what Apocalypse Now is based on. So it's it's a movie. It's a book that he wrote, I think, early 20th century, some years before this movie was set. I think this movie's set in the early, first decade of the 20th century. It's around that time. Joseph Conrad lived from, I think he was born in the 1850s, 1854, and he died in 1924. So all of his books were based in that time. But Hearts of Darkness is the big one. Apocalypse Now, that's the one. But this movie adaptation is okay. it's okay. The people who come to the island, you'll recognize two of the actors. It's Rufus Sewell, and it's oh my goodness, Jurassic Park. What's his name? Oh my goodness, why am I forgetting?
Which character?
Um, Dr. Grant.
Oh, Sam Neill.
Sam Neill. I don't know why I just completely blanked on
It
Sam Neill.
happens to me all. That leading up to this, I was like, dude, I'm gonna be talking to him, and I'm gonna forget like the most famous actor.
It happens
or
to me
director's name.
all
I'm
the
fucking
time
idiot.
on here.
Yeah.
Like when I get like 2 hours into the show, 3 hours into the show, my mind just like parts of it start shutting down on me.
It's
Like
just
something
weird.
I would know. Like I know Sam Neill. I just watched Jurassic Park a month ago. I know Sam Neill. But he's in this movie, so you'll recognize him. And so it's a very haphazard type of movie,
Mhm.
but you recognize actors in it, and the story is kind of okay. But for special features, you got a new audio commentary with the film writer and historian Michael Brook, once again, our friend. New Hidden Depths interview with actor Bill Patterson, and that is it. For me, Rufus Sewell, I think, is a super underrated actor. He was in A Knight's Tale. He's been in a bunch of other things, but I feel like he's such an underrated actor. He was in that TV series that was on Amazon, Man of the High Castle, which was
Okay.
based off of the, not Clark. I'm completely blanking once
Philip
again,
K.
but I'm
Dick.
not. What's that?
Philip K. Dick. was
Philip
the
K.
author.
Dick. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, Philip K. Dick, who did. Oh, he did. Do Android Stream of Electric
Yeah.
Sheep.
You're talking
He
about
did
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Yeah, that was which is what Blade Runner is based on.
Mhm.
He did. I think not Terminator, but the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he goes to Mars.
Oh, Total Recall.
Total Recall. That's also Philip K. Dick.
Yeah. Okay.
Scanner Darkly, which is another one.
Okay.
That was Philip K. Dick. So there's some movies here. So let me go to the next movie I want to talk about is Trigger Effect. This is an interesting movie. Directed primarily by a writer. Ironically, I was just talking about Jurassic Park. I didn't mean to do this. The writer of Jurassic Park directed this movie, Kep. Let's see. For new parents Annie and Matthew, a power outage at first seems like little more than an inconvenience, but as the blackout rolls on, the normal structure of the society begins to break down, and the ordered world they thought they lived in soon descends into chaos. The directorial debut of screenwriter David Kep, who did Jurassic Park, Mission Impossible, Panic Room, is a searing paranoid thriller about how thin the veneer of social reality is, and how quickly we revert to tribal mindset when the systems that we depend on are disrupted. It's not a premise we haven't seen before in movies, where something we take for granted, like the power, goes down, and then people basically descend into their more baser instincts, their more survival instincts, completely disregarding their humanity, really, for survival. And that's what happens in this movie. And the actors in the movie, which are
That's an awesome.
Kyle MacLachlan, Elizabeth Shue, Dermot Mulroney, Michael Rooker's in the movie as well, who people may know from many things, but Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer is what they credit him for here. But he's done so many things now. And so that's kind of what happens. You have Kyle MacLachlan and his wife, portrayed by Elizabeth Shue. They have a young baby, and the power goes out. And there's no real reason that's really given. There's no real reason for it, other than that these people are kind of stuck, and their baby is sick, and they need to get medication, but they can't get the medication because the computers aren't working at the pharmacy. It's as simple as that. The phones aren't working. They can't call the doctor. So the father has to, steal medication. People are kind of like on edge. They're not quite rioting yet, but they're on edge. Lines are long at the local stores for food. People are starting to get restless. It's very interesting how we kind of lived through these types of modern time things recently with the whole COVID shutdowns and the pandemics. People get antsy when things get taken away from them. And this movie is an exploration of that. And then you have the introduction of the Dermot Mulroney character, who is, I believe, the friend like he's like a family friend who comes to basically check up on them and stays with them. And there's a whole tension there between them. So you get this tension between these three people that's going on, plus the external tension of the power being down and people being kind of a little antsy, a little crazy. So you get yourself a little bit of a thriller here. I think the movie kind of runs out of steam towards its third act, but all of the things I just said I think, were handled pretty well in the movie. I'm a big fan of Kyle MacLachlan. Twin Peaks is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yep.
So
Same.
that I have a little bias. Elizabeth
Yeah.
Shue, one of my all-time favorite like actress crushes of all time, Elizabeth Shue.
Okay.
So I'm a little biased there. Of course, she was in so many things. I remember her from Karate Kid, obviously. She was in Leaving Las Vegas, where she won. She was nominated for an Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas. Coincidentally, not too soon before this movie came out. We were talking about Nick Cage earlier. That's his big claim to fame, is winning an Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen the movie or if you're familiar with it, but it's a decent 90s thriller.
Yeah, I recently just went on. I don't know if anybody else does this. I don't know if you do this, Andrew, but like when I watch any movie of any genre, and I'm like, damn, that was awesome. I got to see like more. I just want more. It's like the Star Wars meme, more. And I just go on a kick, and I just have to watch like everything that I can get my hands on for that genre. So recently, that was 90s thrillers and 90s noir. This did not make it into that kick, but I mean, the people involved in this are definitely enticing. I mean, like you said, Kyle MacLachlan, Twin Peaks, one of my favorite shows of all time. Blue Velvet, one of my favorite movies of all time. Obviously, his Lynch collaborations are
legendary.
Legendary. Acres of Movies in a comment mentioned Pacific Heights. That movie did make it in, and that's a great candidate for a restoration. That would be very welcome. That's a great. I don't know if this is ignorant to say, but like rare Michael Keaton villain role.
Oh, okay.
Where he plays like he is a super duper scumbag in that movie. And it's very interesting to see.
Cool. I have not seen that, but I definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, definitely recommend. But this, I mean, like I said, this fits right into that, right in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, I'm also fascinated with we talked about actors turned directors earlier, or in this case we have a screenwriter turned director now, which is another kind of thing that you don't really hear a lot about.
Sure.
But it happens more often. I like to see what happens when certain people switch. As you could say, switch specialties, if you will. Like cinematographers will direct a movie, like John DeBont. John DeBont, he was a cinematographer in the 80s, and then he directs Speed, you know? And sometimes you get like good ones, sometimes you don't get so good ones. For example, Wally Pfister, who was Christopher Nolan's cinematographer for a lot of movies, went on to direct his own movie, and it was not very good. The one he directed with Johnny Depp, when he becomes like
Transcendence, I think it was called. I didn't see
what it is. Yes, glad you're here, because I couldn't remember the movie.
But,
and I was excited for that movie too, because I was like, oh, Wally Pfister, I love cinematography. Nolan's movies look amazing, so he's going to be a great director. And it turns out he makes a stinker and doesn't really direct after that. You know, sometimes you only get one chance.
Exactly.
But this movie here has, let's see, vintage interviews with Kyle MacLachlan and Elizabeth Shue, Dermot Mulroney, and David Koepp, and that's it. Like an
EPK type.
Yeah, probably some older. I'm guessing like vintage, like old stuff. Probably from the time.
Probably from Twilight Zone earlier. Isn't this kind of a Twilight Zone concept where a street
I feel like it is
all their power?
Yeah, I feel like it is. It's like I said, it's not a concept that hasn't been done before. I mean, you just mentioned like you mentioned Threads or any other kind of like world changing event.
Right.
In this case, you know, it's a local blackout. I don't think it's world changing, but like a nuclear event or something like that. Like those were like all the rage in the 80s.
Yeah.
To the point where like it's kind of a whole subgenre. And yeah, I feel so. That's why I feel like those types of situations have been changed. I was thinking of Panic in Year Zero, which is an older one.
Yeah.
which coincidentally, Radiance put out a Blu-ray of
Yep.
that, and that movie's fascinating. Like a family's just going on vacation, and the town behind the city they leave just happens to be blown up, and it's like end of the world type of situation. That just happens to arrive during a family's vacation, and they have to like deal with what do you do? How do you survive? I mean, Criterion just put out, was it Testament, which is a
Yep.
1980s kind of version of
Yep.
that.
I picked that up in their flash sale. Haven't watched it yet, but
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
another
pair
one
that
where
with
like world
threads and
ending.
threads in the day after.
Oh yeah, the day
You
after.
want to be
I make my little joke here where I say, "Oh, I get that movie confused with the day after tomorrow when they're not the same
yeah,
movie." Um,
yeah.
that's the Roland Emmerich end of the world
Yep.
movie. Roland Emmerich, talk about end of the world movies. That's all he loved
Mhm.
to make.
Yep.
The big old disaster movies. 2012, where we all thought the world was going to end in 2012
Mhm.
because the the Mayans thought
Yep.
like their
Oh,
calendar
yeah.
ended.
I was in high school. That's all anybody freaking talked
Talked
about.
about conspiracy theory, like the end of the
Yeah.
world. I well for me, I remember when Y2K hit. I was like 13 when
Mhm.
Y2K hit. Not even. I think I was 12, and
Mhm.
people thought the world was going to end then. So people started getting like building shelters at their home, getting canned food and getting stuff that
Sure.
doesn't expire and all this kind of stuff. And then midnight hit and nothing happened. We thought
Yeah.
the computers were going to crash, electrical system was going to crash, and planes were going to fall out of the sky and all this kind of stuff. Nothing happened. We're
Yeah.
all still here 25 years later.
Yeah. I think I was like taking a nap in 2012. Like my friend texted me. They're like, "Dude, were you like nervous?" I was like, I'm like, dude, I woke up 3 minutes
No,
ago.
not
I
really.
didn't even know what happened.
Not at all. Um, so let's move on now to
Yeah.
The Assignment from 1997. A movie, um, yeah, starring. Why can't I read any of that? Oh yeah, Aidan Quinn, Donald Sutherland, and Ben Kingsley. Another good
Okay.
cast of characters here.
Yeah. Nice.
So this is like a 90s political espionage thriller type of movie. So for 20 years, Carlos the Jackal led a reign of terror so brutal his capture was an international obsession. Now, this is based on a true guy.
Mhm.
Carlos the Jackal was a true person that
Yeah.
existed.
I think
Um,
Criterion put out like a massive mini series about. I
oh
don't
yeah,
know if it's
Carlos.
a series, but
Where do I have it? I have it over there. Somebody gave it to me as like a birthday present,
that's a nice
like
gift.
15 years ago. I
Yeah.
still haven't watched it.
Yeah.
That's something that was like a TV miniseries, I think.
Yeah. It's very long is what I'm
Yes.
getting at. Yeah.
I that's probably why I haven't watched it because it's
Yeah.
very long. I didn't realize that was the same person that this movie's
Mhm.
based on
Yeah.
until I was doing research for Chasing Labels here.
Nice.
But based on like I said, a real person, he was kind of this political figure, terrorist type of guy.
Okay.
Created a lot of problems, and needless to say, I think he's been in prison. I think he's still in prison actually.
Okay.
But anywho, international authorities have spent years hunting down notorious terrorist Carlos the Jackal and have finally captured him, or so they think. The prisoner turns out to be U.S. Naval Officer Annabelle Ramirez, a dead ringer for the Jackal. Stunned by the resemblance, the CIA convinces Ramirez to pose as the terrorist in the hopes of flushing him out and ending his reign. But when you become a perfect copy of a killer, how can you avoid losing your humanity? So this is kind of like a fictionalized version of real life events. Um, I think this movie is definitely heightened fiction. It's not like real.
Mhm.
But the premise of this movie, Donald Sutherland is this guy who works in the CIA, and he's been hunting this terrorist, Carlos the Jackal, like it says here, for like 20 years. He just can't get him for whatever the reason is. Now, this Carlos the Jackal guy, he's pulling off like assassinations. He's bombing like cafes in Paris. He's a menace, right? And Donald Sutherland is kind of at his wit's end in terms of wanting to catch this guy at all costs. And this person, Annabelle Ramirez, also portrayed by Aidan Quinn. So Aidan Quinn's doing a dual role here. Um, he just happens to be like a dead ringer lookalike. So Donald Sutherland gets wind of this and basically tries to recruit him to train him to act like Carlos the Jackal so that they can then draw out the real life Carlos the Jackal. That's the premise of the movie.
That's fun.
Um, but in order to be like it says here, in order to become like the guy, you gotta like really give yourself over to it, lose a piece of yourself, lose a piece of your identity, because there's moments in the movie where he starts acting like him when he's not supposed to. All this kind of stuff.
Mhm.
it's an interesting, interesting '90s thriller, kind of fictional political thriller, if you will. And Aidan Quinn's an actor I don't think a lot of people know a lot about. He was in Legends of the Fall as well as a couple of other films. Donald Sutherland, I think people know who he is. Ben Kingsley is part of this team as well that's training him. Ben Kingsley has portrayed I think every nationality
Yeah,
available. Like in this movie, he's like an Israeli military guy or something. So Ben Kingsley's portrayed everybody.
yeah,
But Donald Sutherland's really good in the movie. I was always a fan of Donald Sutherland.
yeah.
Um, yeah.
No,
So
he's
that's
fantastic.
that's
That's a
kind of this.
really
Go on.
funny, almost meta role for Ben Kingsley, considering his presence in Marvel as like an actor pretending to be a supervillain in the
Yep.
Iron Man movies. That's really funny.
Yeah. Like I said, Ben
Yeah,
Kingsley's done it all. He's portrayed Gandhi. He's portrayed comic book characters. He's
mhm.
portrayed video game characters. Um,
He's
he's
portrayed
portrayed
himself
everybody.
in The Sopranos.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said,
That's really
multinationalities
funny.
as well. It's truly interesting. But for special features here, it doesn't look like there's anything. So
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. Um, so let me check what else I have to be. I think there's one more. Let's see. The Assignment, Victory we talked about. Oh yeah, we have two. We have two. We have Killer, A Journal of Murder. Now, this is a movie. Um, like I said, this is a where am I looking? Oh, there it is.
One.
This is a movie starring James Woods, and this is set during the 1920s. I want to say. I think it's based off of a real person as well. Yeah, criminal Carl Panzram is serving life at Leavenworth, where when he befriends a young prison guard, Henry Lesser. Henry is someone who believes strongly in reform and provides Carl with writing material so he can tell his life story. It turns out to be a tale more horrifying than anyone had suspected, as he reveals the numerous murders and attacks he has committed over his life. But are Carl's violent tendencies in the past, and are some people truly beyond salvation? This movie stars like I said, James Woods, as well as Robert Sean Leonard, who was in Dead Poet Society, but he was also probably most well known for being in the medical drama House MD. He was in that for a long time. He's also done a lot of theater work. A lot of theater work, apparently. He was also recently on that show, The Gilded Age, the HBO series
Okay.
that's set during the 1880s,
Mhm.
also known as the Gilded Age of the United States.
Yeah.
He's in there for like one season playing a priest. Anywho, I've always liked Robert Sean Leonard. Go watch Dead Poet Society. But
Yeah.
this movie,
Amazing
once
movie.
again, based on a true story, kind of little fictionalized here. But yeah, uh, so you just kind of get the background story of this guy who's in prison in Leavenworth prison, portrayed by James Woods, and yeah, it's kind of some parts of it are quite horrific because he does commit crimes that are violent and stuff.
Mhm.
And yeah, let's see what we have for special features. Killing It interview with star James Woods. That's new, actually. Interesting that they got James Woods. I feel like he's kind of more of not a recluse now, but he just doesn't do a lot of acting anymore. I know outside of movies, people don't like him because of politics and stuff like that.
Right.
I kind of understand that. Perhaps that's
Yeah.
played a factor into his career kind of dissipating. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't feel like acting that much anymore.
Mhm.
I don't know that either.
Yeah.
But let's see.
He's
There's
proud.
an
He's
interview.
proud of this role, probably.
Yeah,
Interested in talking about it.
yeah, I guess if he wants to talk about it, specifically because you don't see a lot of actors coming back to talk about their to talk about these movies. I'm
Mhm.
assuming it's expensive to get them, and a lot of the prominent actors in these movies are probably busy with doing work.
Yeah.
That seems to be the case. I mean, I know certain people, like certain collectors, will bemoan the fact that they don't get interviews with some of the prominent actors for the special features for some of the Blu-rays and 4Ks. But
Mhm.
I'm like, realistically, these don't realistically, it may not be in the budget.
Right.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen Jim Carrey talk about The Mask again for the Arrow release, but
Mhm.
I don't think he was interested. I
Yeah.
I don't think he was interested. Um, that's just the case. But this is different, I guess. So you have an interview with the director Tim Metcalf, interview with producer Janet Yang, interview with author James Long, um, and that's it. But these are all new special features, which
Mhm.
is that's great to see. That's great to see. I don't know if you're familiar with this movie or with James Wood's work in general. James Wood's in the 80s was doing some really good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Videodrome, I think, is the
Yeah.
one that comes to mind the most from that time period. I know Salvador is like his
Yep, that's another
Oscar
one that just got a
role.
release recently
Yeah.
too.
I've
That's
never I've never seen that, but I'm aware of it. I'm always interested in a good uh prison film.
mm,
I
yeah.
I think it's a undermined genre, like an undermined topic that doesn't get utilized a lot. I think there's you get your Shawshanks and stuff like that,
I was gonna
but
say Shawshank is probably playing on television somewhere right now.
yeah,
I think that's the one.
yeah. And I think it's just cool to see it from different perspectives. Like on Radiance, they put out this movie called The Rapacious Jailbreaker, which is a
Oh yes.
Japanese prison movie. And apparently, after watching that and like watching the features and reading the booklet, there's a whole subgenre from that era of Japan of prison films and their unique take on that genre. So I just think it's interesting to see different voices, different cultures, different nations all have a different take on this system.
That's fascinating because not every prison system or judicial system is the same. I
Yeah,
think we're
sure,
so
all
used to
different.
just seeing the one here in the US because that's the one that gets depicted in movies
Mhm.
and television the most.
Yeah.
But it's different depending on which country you're in. It could be harsher, could be lighter.
Hmm.
The judicial system could move faster or slower. You
Hmm.
don't really you don't know unless you experience it. But I mean, fortunately, you don't want to
Yes.
experience it at all. No, thank you.
The movies are as close as we get.
Yeah, that's as close as I want to get.
Yeah.
Fictionalized versions. We talked about Oshima earlier. I was thinking of Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence,
Hmm.
which take place in a penal colony.
Yep.
I would say POW movies are kind of part of that
Yeah, they're part of it
subgenre.
for sure.
I'm thinking of Stalag 17.
Alex 17, yeah.
Yeah, The Great Escape, obviously.
Bridge on the River Kwai.
Bridge on the River Kwai. I'm thinking of what was it? The Criterion Pop movie Ride in Cell Block 11.
Yeah, that's a great Don
That
Siegel movie.
that is a great, great
Yeah,
movie. Yeah, there's the other one by
that's
Jules
very
Dassin. I
raw.
can't remember.
I have this. I haven't watched it. Hopefully, we get a Warner Archive one day. I Am a Fugitive from a Chain Gang.
Oh, I've been wanting that on Blu-ray for years
Yeah.
because I saw that. I think I saw that streaming years ago. I was either on TCM or it was on Filmstruck or
Hmm.
someplace.
Oh,
But
that
that
film struck. That's a deep cut.
I bring it up all the time
Yeah.
because I hate the fact that it that it died. That came and
Yeah.
went so fast because it was like
Mhm.
the streaming service I want. I know we have the Criterion channel now,
Yeah.
which is basically kind of like Filmstruck, but
Similar.
like super maxed out, but it's not quite the same.
Mhm.
I remember when the last day Filmstruck went off the air. I just kept watching it and like watching it and
Yeah.
hoping that it would never die. Like I felt that like I just kept going
Maybe
until
if
it
I don't
finally
close
just
the
died.
window, it'll stay.
Yeah, it's like if it's still here, it can't be gone. If I
Right.
just keep playing it, they'll keep going.
Yeah.
Um, man, I loved it. That was one of the first times where like people could get exposed to movies they would never be exposed to
Hmm.
before. Through a medium that is made for modern audiences. Streaming. Let's be real. Streaming
Right.
is made for modern audiences,
Hmm.
and it's where people have the most accessibility to movies, to TV, to whatever.
Hmm.
And if you want to keep old cinema classic and love of cinema alive, you gotta play within
Yeah.
within the means, you
You
know?
gotta show it to people. You
Yeah,
gotta
you gotta
put it
show
in
it to
front of
people.
people.
Get it out to them in any way you
Yeah.
can. If it's through streaming, do it.
Yeah.
I that
How
that's
Netflix
kind of
used
my
to be.
motto.
Yeah. That's how
You watch
Netflix used
movies.
to be back in the day when
Mm,
you download the Netflix app on your Xbox in like 2009, 8 when
mm,
they first started like experimenting with streaming.
yeah,
It was just full of that's how
everything.
I watched like Night of the Living Dead, Silence of the Lambs. Like I watched like a ton of Lucio Fulci and Argento movies on there. It was
Yeah.
just like a different world.
Oh, completely different world. People don't realize this that before I mean, we're talking relatively short amount of time, things changed radically. But
Mhm.
before we had HBO Max, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, Shudder, Criterion Channel, et cetera, there was kind of like two streaming services. There
Yeah.
was Hulu and there was Netflix.
Mhm.
Hulu actually had the Criterion collection
Yep.
on there.
I remember that too. That was
That's
like a
where I
big.
watched a lot of them. Like I
That's why
watched
you
like
got Hulu.
Yeah, that's kind of why I got Hulu, because I watched like Shoot the Piano Player on
Mhm.
there, which was a Truffaut film, I
Yeah.
think, and then a bunch of other stuff. But anywho, you had
Wasn't
like
Fantastic.
two, and they had like so many different genres from
Mhm.
different studios, from different companies, from everywhere,
Yeah.
and it was amazing. And then all the other studios caught wind and were like, let's start making our own stuff, but let's get all of our stuff back. let's
Mhm.
let's let's take it all from the other places.
Mhm.
Um, and then now we have to pay like $100 and something if you want to
Yeah.
watch every app now if you
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah.
But anywho, we're here for physical
True.
media.
Yep.
Next thing we got here is Henry and June, which is a movie I had heard about but I had never seen before. Another period piece, as I zoom in here as my eyes start failing me. In 1931 Paris, writer Agnès Nin lives happily with her husband Ian, but feels a lack of emotional and creative fulfillment. When she meets aspiring novelist Henry Miller, she becomes fascinated by his bohemian lifestyle and is soon also captivated by his beautiful wife June. But the more time she spends with them, the more she is drawn into a complicated web of love, desire, jealousy, and ambition. Acclaimed filmmaker Philip Kaufman, The Unbearable Lightness of Being is what they credit him for here, but directs the erotic adaptation of Anais Nin's posthumously published memoir, the first film to ever receive the NC-17 rating in the United States. Stars Fred Ward, Uma Thurman, Maria de Medeiros, and Richard E. Grant. Um, good cast, good cast. Now I don't know if you're familiar with this story. I'm kind of tangentially familiar with it based on the movie. So I know Henry Miller, the writer,
Mhm.
but I wasn't aware of this story.
I was not. I'm same. I'm not. I'm aware of the author, not aware of the story. Aware of this being the first NC-17 rated movie in the U.S. Because, like, I don't know. You're again going back to like those formative years of getting into movies. You're just like looking stuff up on the internet, and you're like looking up. You come across like, oh, like what are the NC-17? What's that rating all about?
Mm,
I don't really know at this point in my life. And then you're like, oh, first movie to get NC-17 is this movie Henry and June, and I looked at it because like I would go and say like, oh, I love Pulp Fiction the first time way back when I first saw it. What else is Uma Thurman in? This comes
yeah,
up. Yeah, that this is on the list. Maria de Medeiros, obviously another Pulp
she was
Fiction
also
woman.
in Pulp Fiction, ironically.
Yeah. So it's just like tangential webs connecting me to
Yeah,
this. So like, because I saw this, I was like, oh wow, that's like a blast from the past. Never seen the movie, so can't really speak on it. But just like
yeah, yeah.
know it by reputation.
Yeah, so it's a period piece, like I said, set in 1931, and it's about like the lives of these two writers, Aeneas Nin and Henry Miller, and this kind of this romantic affair they have, which inspires their writing essentially. She's like helping him write, he's helping her write, but they also have this torrid affair because they're both married.
Hmm.
Fred Ward's character, Henry Miller, he's married to Uma Thurman's June, and Maria de Medeiros' character of is married to of Nias Nin is married to Richard E. Grant. And they're kind of like hiding this affair behind their significant others' backs, but they're also working on their writing. It's a very interesting movie from that perspective. Yet again, I'm thinking it's kind of fictionalized, or at least heightened fiction. That's the gist I get from it.
Hmm.
Um, but I rather enjoyed it for what it is, like this sexual erotic thriller that's
Hmm.
also, based on a true story, based on a memoir, if you will.
Yeah.
And I rather liked it. I think Fred Ward was an underrated actor.
Okay.
He was never really a leading man or really had any real meaty leading man parts. He was mostly, part of an ensemble. Of course, people remember him from being in the the Tremor movies.
Okay.
He was in those. Um, and he was also kind of like, bit parts in other movies and stuff like that. But in this movie, he really gets to flesh some acting. And I thought he was really, really good in it. Um, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any special features that are currently announced.
Yeah.
So
This
nothing
looks like
really.
one that would benefit from some good context.
I do feel like at least a maybe a commentary by somebody who
Hmm.
is a literary scholar or
Yeah.
something like that, or someone
They
who
could
is
get someone who knows their stuff when it
yeah,
comes
someone
to
who
Henry
maybe
Miller in this
is
movie.
an expert on like uh book adaptations to screen or
Mhm.
something like that. Because I feel like that's what this
Yeah.
kind of calls for. But that is kind of it here from I almost said chasing labels. We're not done yet. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
it's kind of it for um Imprint. These are their June titles. These are available to pre-order, I think May 12th. So we've got A Bronx Tale, we've got Bound, we've got Trigger Effect, we've got The Assignment, Victory, uh, Killer, A Journal of Murder, Henry and June. Let me go take a look at my um my notes here to see what we have to go through. I think Warner Archive, I think is one we have on here as well.
Yes.
Um, that seems like a good place to go.
Yeah. That was gonna be my suggestion if you're cool
Yeah,
with
no
that.
problem. I'm just getting my notes back up.
Yeah.
I keep my notes on Facebook, and Facebook loves to completely screw you over if you keep the
Yeah.
page up too long. It'll have to exit out of the page.
To
Doesn't help
go with the
me.
physical media, I'm like very stubborn and just like I have like a million of these silly moleskin books that are just filled with random thoughts, and
Yeah.
that's how
So
I categorize my life.
a little behind the scenes things here for chasing labels. I don't think anybody really listening cares. I keep a list on my, the on my phone on the notes tab on my phone, and then I have a group on Facebook that I put them all into, and then I take that gets like copy and pasted and put onto the YouTube video when things get all situated going. So it's a multi-step process here. But on YouTube, if you keep it open for too long, it exits out of the page for you, which is not helpful if you're trying to do this, on the screen. But like I said, we'll go to Warner Archive now. Where do I want to go to see Warner Archive? Typically, Blu-ray.com has
Yeah.
a list. I just got to go and dig and find it. And I usually pull up these tabs before the show starts, but I was running behind, so I don't have them. So I'm gonna have to.
That's
You
all
gonna
good.
guys get to watch me search down the list of stuff. Let's see. There's the imprint titles we just talked about. So we're getting closer
We're
here. I
getting
may
close.
have this Crime 101. Let's see.
It's gonna be so exciting when we finally hit this.
Yeah, it's gonna be so exciting when this thing pops up. I could just look up one of the titles.
Probably, yeah, and it'll take you to the article.
It'll take you to the article. Let's see.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones getting a complete series set. It took them a little too many years to do that.
I think it's a 15th anniversary.
I can't believe it's been that long.
It's that is I was my wife and I today we were rewatching Battle of the Bastards, and I'm just like I was surprised. I was still like caught up in like obviously I know what happens, but I'm just like caught up in it. And it was really weird.
I remember when that first came out at the time, and I was just completely taken by the production of that
Yeah.
sequence. Let alone the storytelling aspects of.
Mhm.
There's Warner Archive, but yeah, that show was notorious for being one of the big ones to be like, we're gonna put like millions and millions and millions of
Yep.
dollars per episode, and it's gonna show on the screen.
Yeah.
And yeah, for everything people say about the way the show ended and all that kind
Mhm.
of stuff, the way the story was kind of structured and all that kind of stuff was kind of a mess. But the production value of that show was kind of incredible. But okay, I found Warner Archive. So Warner Archive's May releases. So we've got a plethora of films here. We have The Five Man Army from 1969, Follow Me Quietly from 1949, Seven Faces of Dr. Lao from 1964, It's a Wise Child from 1931, Possessed from 1931, The Late Show from 1977, Monogram Matinee Volume 3, 1946 to 1949. Now, I know a bunch of people in our comments here, if I can go back to, they were talking about The Late Show earlier, people really buzzing about it. And I have to say, we don't typically get um a lot of uh buzz about certain titles, but if we did get one for The Late Show, I guess I'm gonna scroll down and talk about The Late Show. Let's see. The Late Show description: aging private eye Ivor Wells. Yeah, okay, this is the one with Art Carney as a private eye. This is like a neo noir from the 70s. Now,
Okay.
Art Carney, I completely forgot was in The Honeymooners. Um, he was the neighbor in The Honeymooners. But he's uh, in this movie, he's like a retired, like semi-retired private eye, and he comes out of retirement as and decides to go on a case. So has agreed to help a Hollywood kook named Margot, who's portrayed by Lily Tomlin, locates to locate her missing cat. Little does he know he's got a tiger by the tail. Written and directed by three-time Oscar winner Robert Benton, who did Kramer versus Kramer. The Late Show is brilliant, funny, and gutsy proto-noir homage to 1940s thrillers. Like his contemporaries Philip Marlowe and Sam Spade, Gimpy-legged Ira's one of the great ones. Art Carney won the 1977 National Society of Film Critics Best Actor Award for his work here. Okay. When this film opened in February of 1977, New York Times critic Vincent Canby gave the film a rave review, stating The Late Show deserves to be the year's first unequivocal hit. Mr. Mr. Canby's prediction came true as the film quickly became a favorite of both critics and audiences alike. Now, almost 50 years later, its first premiere, The Late Show, finally arrives on Blu-ray with a sparkling new presentation derived from a 4K scan of the original camera negative. So, yeah, it's a neo-noir from the 70s and kind of its 70s somewhat gritty style. But what's so fascinating about the movie is Art Carney. Art Carney's character feels like a character from the 40s who got transported into the 70s. And he's kind of like just the way he talks, the way he carries himself, the way he acts. Like I said, it feels like Philip Marlowe.
Yeah.
It feels like Sam Spade.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a man from a different era trying to solve this case.
That sounds awesome.
It is really cool. It is
great.
really good. I really liked it a lot, actually, and I can understand why people were buzzing about it. And let's see, it's got a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, excerpt from Dinner, 1977 talk show with Lily Tomlin and Dinah Shore, an original theatrical trailer. That is it. The unfortunate backdrop to a lot of Warner Archive releases, and there's not a plethora of special features. I say that all the time.
Yeah.
The main reason to buy these is because the movies are going to look really, really great.
Yeah.
Like excellent, like 4K restoration, great. And these movies have never really been given a lot of that prestige care before.
And this is like a preeminent catalog.
Yes.
In terms of you
that's why I'm always afraid. Connor, I don't mean to cut you off, but since we've done Chasing Labels here and we've done just podcasting in general, Warner Brothers has changed hands many times. When we first started podcasting, they were acquired by Time Warner, and they got rid of a lot of people with Warner Archive at the time, and then now they were sold again to Discovery, and so we were wondering, hey, is Warner Archive going to go away then? And then now we're back here once again by them being potentially sold to Paramount. Will Warner Archive now go again? So I don't know how you feel about that whole kind of like these big corporations changing hands and what's going to happen with their physical media catalogs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's always a fear, and I always tell people this, and I don't know if you agree with me on this. If there are titles you've been wanting to get from like Warner Archive or whomever, I would get them sooner rather than later because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Disney just fired their whole home media entertainment department last week. So buy Disney stuff while you can. Now, I feel like they're more going to probably just, license out to some other vendor to handle that rather than pay for it themselves or whatever. As it is, I think Sony was already making their discs in their home video media department stuff anyways. Sony's been doing that for Criterion for years. Like they manufacture the discs. So it's not something new. But still, to hear that the whole department's gone from a major studio is pretty discouraging.
I feel like with Disney, it's a little more sinister in that they want to consolidate everything to Disney Plus because, like, I don't know how everybody else is. Like, I grew up with like a handful of Disney movies, and I would be happy to just have like the 10, 15 ones that I really loved as a kid. Just have those. Don't need a streaming service for that anymore. Have all the Star Wars movies, have all the Indiana Jones movies, have the handful of Marvel movies that I like. Don't need a streaming service that I barely use every month to pay for it. But that's not the average person's mindset. That's not everybody's mindset. You could even get away with, something like Disney where like those are some of the most popular movies that are around. Like your public library is going to have those on
Mm,
DVD or Blu-ray. And not everybody owns a Blu-ray player these days, though. I was listening to the Disconnected show a couple days ago, and he said something that I really liked. It's like, if you want to like get someone into physical media, like just buy them a Blu-ray player, buy them like the $60 Blu-ray player, and give your friend 5 DVDs of the 5 movies that they watch on repeat.
yeah.
And then then the world is theirs. They can take it as far as they want, but they'll always have access to that, and they won't have to go and sink money into something that if you're using Disney Plus to watch the same 5, 10, 15 movies, then like just buy them at that point.
It's interesting that you say that. I mean, there's been a debate for streaming versus physical for many many years now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's benefits and negatives to both.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a whole different discussion. Like streaming, I mean, obviously you could say, as you were saying, like kind of the convenience of being able to access something that you love very fast, very quickly, almost instantly.
Mm-hmm.
I think is a plus. I mean, and then physical media, I guess it's more so, and maybe a little like you have to go get it, you have to put it in, all this kind of stuff, whatever, extra steps, whatever. But as you're saying, also the technology now I think is more affordable than ever before.
Mm-hmm.
I think people seem to still have that idea that it's very expensive to get into physical media, which it can be, depending on what you're buying, where you're buying it from, and all that kind of stuff. A couple of episodes ago, I went on a little bit of a rant here because I saw somebody said they bought 4 Criterion DVDs for $150. This was like a random tweet or something. And I was like, what 4 DVDs are you buying from Criterion? That's
what DVDs are you buying for 150?
And I was like,
yikes.
Unless it's out of print, right? There was no reason why you should have been spending that money. Unless it's an out of print version of like
the Sallow DVD,
or the Grand, unless it's stuff like the Grand Illusion, which has only been available on DVD, you can't get anymore, or the Third Man, which is out of print on both DVD and Blu-ray from them, or something like that. I mean, there's no reason why you should have been spending that kind of money. Maybe they were just joshing or lying or whatever the case may be. I don't know, but still, I know there are still people who do pay more than what they should. And I went on this whole idea of realistically, as somebody who's I've been collecting since like 2007 when it comes to DVDs and stuff like that. So I always my thing every day is to always check prices, check where things are most affordable, check where things are cheap. For a Criterion Blu-ray, you should be spending no more than $20 to $25 in that range.
Yeah,
I think, and that's regular price.
Yeah, don't pay more than that sale price. Unless you really want it and you can't.
Unless you really want it, unless you're desperate, unless it's going out of print, unless it's all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But regular extenuating circumstances have regular price, non-sale Criterion. You can buy them currently. I know people hate Amazon. You can get them from $25 to $30 in that range, 20 to 30. 4Ks, 30 to 40. That seems to be the range that I would say for regular price 4Ks for Criterion. Anything beyond that, unless it's a box set, multi-movie set, stuff like that, those are extenuating circumstances. But 4 DVDs for $150, I'm like, they better be special.
Yeah.
Because I used to go to stores and I would see, like we just talked about Disney. I remember when Frozen came out on Blu-ray, stores would sell them for like $50. Yeah. And I'm like, nobody should be buying them for $50.
Yeah. That's the thing, like the straight up MSRP.
Yeah, people, and sometimes people aren't savvy about these things. So I like to make sure people aren't getting screwed over.
Do you remember when, so this is way back when Best Buy still sold Blu-rays. They had this promotion. This is like the early 2010s. It's called Trade and Save.
Yes, I do. I know where you're going.
Literally any DVD. You could bring in your mom's like old Tybo workout DVD, and they would give you a $5 credit towards... You'd get a $5 credit per DVD.
Yeah, you can only do 5. But
I cleaned up on those sales.
I did that to upgrade a lot of my stuff. I remember going there, and I would get $5 off, and I would use them on like $10 Blu-rays. So I get $5 Blu-rays. I remember buying like Blade on Blu-ray for $5, Blade 2 for $5, Blade Trinity, which is kind of only worth about $5. So we'll go with that. Yeah. And I remember doing that, and I remember there were other YouTubers at the time, they would go to like dollar stores or Dollar General stores and buy
Mhm.
like dollar DVDs and then bring them over to Best Buy and trade them in.
The
But I
DVDs I
remember
was
doing that
giving
because I had
them.
a lot of full screen DVDs I had
Yeah.
bought years earlier. Because
Mhm.
before I knew what aspect ratios were, I
Right.
didn't. And
Oh,
at the time I had the old square TVs,
mhm.
so I didn't understand that widescreen was the right way to watch movies.
Yeah.
So I had to get rid of those. But
Mhm.
yeah, I remember those days. I to be honest, I was so offended and so backstabbed by Best Buy when they got rid of movies. I haven't stepped into Best Buy since.
Yeah. Me
Won't
neither.
go in it.
Yeah.
Won't go
I
in it.
used
And
to
I
get
was there every week. I was
Yeah.
there every week for
I was
years.
always checking on what they had going on. But,
I
like, the DVDs that you would give them, they were not worth $5. They were not worth $1.
No, they weren't worth
Like,
anything. That is also the
it
what
was
we
so
were just talking
awesome.
about, the positives and negatives with physical media.
Yeah.
Physical media does its value does depreciate
Yeah.
greatly.
It's not trading
Specifically
cards.
DVDs.
Yeah.
Because the technology is ever moving forward,
Mhm.
because the formats have changed, several hands now. Um, DVDs that you bought for $25, $30, 20 years ago are worth like not even $1 now. Like it's really not it's not a great value. It's not a great investment if you're looking to
Yeah.
flip to make money
Yeah, no.
unless you have rarities. There are rarities, and that's where we get into the boutique world of stuff. The boutique world of stuff is where we're kind of paying premium prices for very unique things that you can't really replicate. And some of the stuff we showed off earlier, stuff you can't really replicate.
Mhm.
Like where are you going to get a 9 disc Oshima set?
Yep.
You know, where are you going to get a super deluxe set of Zulowski's Possession?
Yep.
You know,
Have that.
yeah, that's where boutique's a little bit different in terms
Yeah.
of holding its value.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I try to explain these things to non-collectors all the time about certain things I have in my collection that are literally irreplaceable because they were limited and they're gone now. They don't sell them anymore, and they go on eBay for hundreds of dollars.
Mhm.
You can't just replace these things,
Yeah.
and people don't understand that. like, if something were to I have my movies down here in my basement. If there was like a flood to happen or something like that, I can't replace a lot of these
Oh,
things.
yeah.
They don't exist anymore.
If this basement floods, I'm cooked. Like,
Yeah.
it's not
Um,
it's not gonna go well.
yeah,
It's
I've
gonna
got,
be a full reset.
yeah, it's like some of these indicator sets I have, the hammer sets,
Mhm.
the people selling those for hundreds of dollars on eBay.
Yeah.
I can't replace those.
Yeah.
I mean, the Criterion stuff, yeah, you can, but you don't want to.
Yeah.
Not-
Like, I have the old Arrow, like, window box where they had the 4 covers.
yeah,
Oh,
I brought that out a couple of weeks ago for Day
yeah.
of the Dead. I have the
Yep.
old Day of the Dead Blu-ray of that.
Yep.
Yeah,
That I mean, that Dawn of the Dead Arrow in that version for a long time, that was, like, the version to have,
yeah, I
and
have that too.
yeah,
I
that
had
was very expensive.
that and Dawn of the and I had to explain to people how like the late 2000s there weren't a lot of boutique labels, and there weren't a lot of boutique labels that were stateside, like in the United
Mhm.
States.
Yeah,
Arrow was only in the UK, and you
mhm.
had to import, and
That was
they
my
were
first
typically
import.
only did horror. They only
Mhm,
did horror at the time.
mhm.
So that's where you would get like Deep Red or like you said Dawn of the Dead and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
And those were the best editions too, because the
yeah.
ones we got here weren't that great.
There was that's
Especially
how
on
I got the
Blu-ray.
Beyond. That's the
Yeah.
first way I got the Beyond, that's the first way I rented the DVD from Netflix back in the day, but, like, that's, like, the first way I got a lot of those movies because they were either at like, those Bava box sets from Anchor Bay were, like, super out of print at the time I was getting into them, and then Arrow's just like, "For £9 from the UK, you too can watch this guy get his face split in half by a
Yeah.
machete."
But what was cool about collecting back then, it was kind of like an underground secret.
Mhm.
Like like I remember people like talking about like importing and how cool it was and stuff like that. And then, oh, what is Arrow Video? Like, what are they
Mhm.
all about? Like, because I didn't know. I was a young collector at the time,
Mhm.
and it was like you're in some like super secret club. Now Arrow is about as mainstream as a
Yeah.
boutique label as you can get.
Yeah, they're putting
I mean,
out Schwarzenegger movies, Jim Carrey
I mean,
movies.
yeah, they're putting out like I showed it off recently, but they put out Cobra. I mean,
Yep, they're putting out
they put out the Mask. I mean,
Yeah, they put out The Mask. Like,
we're we're in the mainstream now.
yeah.
But
I
speaking
mean,
of
which
stuff
is
that,
good. It gives them money to do stuff like this. You know.
yeah, exactly, it does. They still they do strike a good balance. That's why I don't get hung up whenever they have a month where it's not titles that I'm typically interested in, because they're going to turn around next month and maybe have stuff that I do want, and that's typically the case with a lot of boutique labels. But speaking of stuff that's a little bit off the beaten
Yeah.
path, back to Warner Archive,
Yes.
we've got the 5-man army.
Yeah.
When the army leads, action fans, especially spaghetti western fans, will want to follow. Set during the Mexican Revolution, the 5-man army is a niftily executed tale of mercenaries who, on behalf of rebel forces, take on a mission to rob a trainload of gold. Make that a suicide mission because the train is heavily armed with troops, cannons, and machine guns, and traveling a route guarded by more soldiers. Peter Graves, then known for his role as Mastermind Jim Phelps on TV's Mission Impossible, that's where Peter Graves was from, faces another odds-defying task as the Dutchman, leader of a hand-picked commando squad consisting of a strongman, an explosives expert, a circus acrobat, and a samurai swordsman. This cult favorite film co-stars James Daly and spaghetti western favorite Bud Spencer. Let's see, and the screenplay co-written by Dario Argento. Okay, famed composer Ennio Morricone's throbbing score amplifies the on-screen action. So, um, yeah, this is a movie that is very much in the same vein as like A Dirty Dozen or
Mhm.
Ocean's 11. It's a heist film. It happens to take place in the early 20th century. Once again, another period piece. This is set during like the Mexican Revolution that I think lasted from 1910 to 1920, somewhere around that time.
Mhm.
And Peter Graves is enlisted to rob a train car. Or he's going to rob a train car, and he's got to assemble his group of specialist guys to pull it off. But of course, there's obstacles in the way. There may be some backstabbing along the way as well. Who really knows? When it comes to money, people tend to backstab each other, you know.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's a fun action-packed film. I forgot that it was co-written by Dario Argento. That's
Yeah.
kind of awesome. This would have been 1969. Okay, so we are in that realm where Dario Argento would be doing things. And Ennio Morricone does the soundtrack. Let's see, 4K restoration from the original camera negative, and no special features, coming out May 26th. Cool film.
Yeah.
I really dug it.
I'm
You know, a
really
nice,
excited for this one.
yeah, nice little action film from that time period. Okay, Follow Me Quietly. This is a film that, above all, increased by knowledge of the trade. I learned how to organize a film, director Richard Fleischer said about Follow Me Quietly. The filmmaker learned well. His subsequent career included the film noir gem The Narrow Margin, which is great, the family favorite 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I think that's the Disney movie. And the sci-fi milestone Soylent Green,
Oh,
with
okay.
oh goodness, Charlton Heston, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
William Lundigan stars as a cop on the trail of an elusive serial killer who strikes when darkness and rain fall. Anthony Mann shares credit for the story, a tale similar to his work, uncredited, on the previous years He Walked by Night. That's why this looked so familiar. Slip into the shadows. Let's see, and embrace the night. Follow into classic noir. So yeah, this is a noir. So Follow Me Quietly. When did this come out? 1949. That makes sense. Right in the middle of film noir time. So this is a nice little film noir, very much in the fame of He Walked by Night,
Hmm.
which makes sense since
Yep.
Anthony Mann worked on it.
Hmm.
New 4K restoration from the original camera negative. Crime Does Not Pay. The shorts of Dark Shadows and the last installment, and then theatrical trailer, and that is it. So that's pretty cool. I
Yeah.
don't know how you feel about film noir.
I am massive fan
Nice.
of film
You're in
noir.
the you're in a good you're in the right place.
Yeah. Also, massive fan of Anthony Mann. Have
Mhm.
not dipped into his noir oeuvre as of yet. I'm a huge fan of his like James Stewart collaborations.
Yes.
Those are
I'm so glad that I think all of them have finally at least made
Yep.
it to Blu-ray.
Yeah, they're all on Blu-ray.
I waited years for Winchester 73. So many years.
Yeah,
So
that's the
many years.
last one that I saw because of the like order that they were all released on Blu-ray, and it ended up being my favorite one. And
I think it's the best
ironically, it was
one.
their first collaboration.
Yeah, it's so good. For those of you at home, yeah, Anthony Mann did westerns, typically post World War II. Like in the
Yeah,
1940s and
all
50s,
of
he
them.
did
Yeah.
westerns. his collaborations with Jimmy Stewart, I think, are some of the better ones that he did. He did, we said Winchester 73, The Naked Spur, Far Country, The
Mhm.
Man from Laramie. Oh, there's probably another one I'm
And
missing in there.
one more. The last one is Bend of the River.
Bend of the River, which is getting a Blu-ray re-release from
Yeah.
Kino.
I would
With
be curious if the restoration is new.
I
The
think
current
that's
Blu-ray.
why they're re-releasing it. I
Yeah,
think
the current
it's getting a
Blu-ray is
new
not great.
4K restoration.
Hmm.
That's why. Unfortunately, I bought the Blu-ray like not too long ago, so I will be rebuying it.
Yeah, I probably will be too. I didn't pay very much, to be
I
fair.
think I got it during one of their sales.
Yeah, that's one of the ones where they dropped it to $5.99 or something like that.
Yeah, it was either $10 or under from one of their sales, and that's
Mhm.
probably when I finally was like, you know what, I need this for my Anthony Mann section.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh my gosh, no. The Anthony Mann, that is a section that demands to be filled out. Hopefully, they get the Man of the West back into print. That would be great. That's an expensive Kino at the
yeah,
moment.
what else do I have? I know Criterion's put out what's the Furies.
They've put out the Furies. Yeah.
Yes, I've had that on DVD, and I think I bought the Blu-ray too. That's a thick old set because that comes
That's a
with a
big
book.
boy. That has the novel in it. That's one of those
It does.
when they do that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Anthony Mann, I think Anthony Mann's obviously a great filmmaker. Really like kind of pushed it as far as like his Westerns go. They're definitely a lot meaner than what you would kind of think of when you think of a classic American Western.
Yeah, I totally agree. Hold on,
Yeah.
I think is my camera frozen?
You were frozen on my end. I didn't know if that meant I was frozen on your end.
No, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Let me do the old unplug and plug it back in thing.
Yeah.
I think you can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. This happens to me from time to time. Okay, make sure. Let me go in. Oh, I'm back.
Okay, we're good.
I'm back. Yeah, that happens to me. So it hasn't happened in a while. Because I have a separate, like, just camera software that I use. Sometimes that freezes, and once that freezes, the whole thing freezes.
Mm-hmm.
Glad I caught that. Hopefully, I wasn't frozen too long. I'll tell you the one.
I think we were only talking about Anthony Mann and Five Man Army.
I got so excited, I got frozen with Anthony Mann. Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited for anything he ever works on.
Yeah.
But let me see. There's been a lot of comments I'll get to after we're done with the Warner Archive stuff. So let's see. Oh, 7 Faces of Dr. Lau. This movie's kind of nuts. So description: imagine a dusty western town on a hot summer afternoon. Suddenly a bearded man named Dr. Lau appears out of nowhere, perched atop a yellow mule and prepared to change the town forever with his magical mystical circus. So begins this enchanting fantasy adventure starring Tony Randall in the most remarkable role of his career, who is Dr. Lau. And he is Dr. Lau. And why has he ridden into Avalon to present his unique circus? Before the answers are revealed, the astonished townspeople are shown Dr. Lau's dazzling series of parables and visions. So you've got Tony Randall from Odd Couple fame is in the movie, and he's playing 7 roles. Chief amongst them is Dr. Lau. So imagine. So I don't know if you're familiar with Mickey Rooney's portrayal of an Asian person in
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah. Imagine that, but a little worse. in Tony Randall he looks like the character from Big Trouble in Little China. Like that's how he's dressed.
Yeah.
And it's Tony Randall, and he's doing an Asian voice, Asian stereotype voice and look and everything, right? But then sometimes he breaks the voice and starts talking like regular Tony Randall. So I was like, this is crazy. And then he portrays like 6 other characters who are all characters within the circus.
Mm-hmm.
It's fascinating. it's such a weird movie, and he's basically here to like teach the people of this town like certain life lessons and whatnot, and that's kind of his whole thing. And I just it's he plays like Merlin the magician. He plays Medusa with the dragon hair and everything, and he turns people to stone because he's got like magical powers. It's a it's an odd movie, um, and yeah, it's interesting. What a movie! But 4K restoration, original camera negative, vintage featurette, King of the Duplicators, Tom and Jerry cartoon, The Cat Above the Mouse Below. Yeah, The Cat Above and the Mouse Below. That's what it
Interesting.
is in the original theatrical trailer, and that's that. Um, I just thought it was a crazy movie.
Yeah.
Still trying to wrap my head around it. But it's a wise child I could not see because I couldn't find it. Not streaming anywhere, not available anywhere to watch. And I scoured the internet for it. This movie is starring Marion Davies, who I really wanted to see. It's directed by Robert Z. Leonard, who's another kind of career working director from
Mm.
that era, from the 1930s. And I love pre-code Hollywood films, and this was a film from 1931, so I wanted to see it, but I just didn't get the chance to. But luckily, it's going to get a Blu-ray release, so I don't have much to say about it. Possessed is another Joan Crawford movie. This
Yep.
one stars opposite Clark Gable,
Nice.
who are magnetically locked in a passionate affair. One rumored to be as real off screen as on. Uh, Clark Gable seemed to have that thing going on with a lot of his co-stars. Uh,
I believe it.
that was the thing. Um, that was the thing. In this pre-code classic, Crawford plays an ambitious factory worker who dreams of satin gowns, diamonds, and penthouse apartments. Well, who doesn't? Gable is the man able to make her dreams come true. In an influential New York lawyer with political aspirations and aversion to marriage, Cable gives her everything she desires, including a wedding ring. But there's a catch. The ring and a fictitious married name are merely designed to legitimize their affair. Okay. In reality, she's still a single woman open for disgrace. Interesting. Um, I've seen this movie years ago. I can't quite remember it, other than the fact that I really liked it.
Hmm.
And like I said, I'll watch anything with Joan Crawford and or Clark Gable. I old Hollywood fans really hate Clark Gable a lot. But I'll still watch him in movies. Of course, he was in. Oh goodness, he was
Oh, boy.
in. Um, eh, he was in Red Dust. He was in Mogambo. He was in so many movies of that time, of that era. I'm completely.
Am
Why
I,
am I?
is Gone with the Wind not the one?
Yeah, Gone with the Wind.
Okay.
I'm completely blanking on Gone with the
Okay.
Wind. Don't
I've
ask
never
me
seen Gone
why.
with the Wind, so I don't know for sure, and I didn't
It's a
want
long
to.
film.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's on the list. That's like the go-to answer for all
Yeah,
those
and
blind
that's like
spots.
it's like the classic of classics. Like even
Yeah,
people who don't know classic movies have at least heard of Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. I feel
absolutely.
those they both came out the same year. They're both in
Yeah,
Technicolor.
yep,
They're both these grand movies that have
yeah,
been culturally significant for
exactly.
decades upon decades.
Yeah,
Gone with the Wind, I feel like it needs a 4K release and doesn't have one yet, but it's gotten so many Blu-ray releases
I
that I
know.
feel like it looks good by now. I have an older, those large Warner Brothers collector's editions
Yep.
that they used to do, the
Hmm.
large rectangle ones. I got one for Casablanca.
Yep.
I've got one for Gone with the Wind. I have one for Wizard of Oz. I
Yep.
have the Wizard of Oz one that's 3D. Remember when they were doing that whole 3D
Yeah.
craze?
That was huge.
Yeah, it's huge. So I have that, but I still
Yeah.
want to get I heard the Wizard of Oz 4K looks really, really good.
Yeah. As it
Um,
as it as it would, you know.
that's a beautiful movie.
Yeah.
Just that Technicolor is
Yeah.
nothing like it.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's funny you
but
brought that up because I have the Ben-Hur version of
oh
that, and
yeah, I
that's
got
like
that. Where'd I put that bad boy? I got it
it's
right
just
here.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. One of these days, maybe upgrade to 4K, but like that Blu-ray, like
I have that Ben-Hur big set as
it's
well.
it's the same thing that they would do with like I don't know what to call these, but the Citizen Kane Blu-ray that
Yep,
they
I
have.
got that Citizen Kane one too.
Yeah, like I don't have the Criterion because it's like I just have this. Like I don't really think I need it at this point.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
For me specifically, Orson Welles is like one of my cinematic heroes.
yeah.
So when that Criterion came out, I was like, "This is the." I think I literally said it on camera here that this may be the biggest release of all time. This may be my favorite release ever.
Accurate.
Yeah,
Honestly
I was like,
accurate.
because I don't think Citizen
Yeah.
Kane. I think it may have had a laser disc from Criterion. I
Yeah, it
don't
did.
remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, Orson Welles is like a cinematic god to me. I
Mhm.
think about him every day. He's actually like he's the background. He's like the lock screen on my phone. It's him
Nice.
from F for Fake when he's
Okay.
dressed as a magician.
Yep.
And I'm like, why not?
Yeah.
And life's an illusion anyway.
You got the if you're talking Orson Welles, you have, like, a spade of choices to make. I
Yeah.
would personally go with the wine commercial, but
Oh God, yes. Paul Masson will sell no
yeah.
wine before it's time. They still make Paul Masson wine. I'm not an alcohol drinker at all. I don't
Okay.
drink it, but if I ever had an opportunity, it would be to drink Paul Masson wine just so
Yeah.
I can say I have that connection to Orson Welles.
Yep. You both tried the same wine.
Amazing.
That's how you know each other.
Yeah, that's how we know each other in another life. Um, I
Yeah.
one of my actually I think the longest video I ever did non-streaming wise
Sure.
was I did an overview of my Orson Welles collection,
Mhm.
and it was like 40 something minutes long. The raw footage for it was like an hour long, so I
Mhm.
had to edit it down from like an hour to cut it all down, and it took me forever to edit that. I think I was doing it on an old I don't know if it was this computer or my old computer, but it took forever to edit it down. And I just went through every release I had up to that point, and I
Mhm.
think it was kind of everything. Maybe except because Citizen Kane hadn't come out yet. Um, and yeah, it just like I love the fact that Criterion put out a lot of his stuff that I was
Yeah.
waiting years for them to
Mhm.
come out. Like
They filled up those
Othello
blank spots.
and things like that. His Shakespeare adaptations, I think, are extraordinary. They're
Yeah.
so surreal.
Chimes at
Um,
Midnight is
Chimes at Midnight.
amazing.
I can't. That's another movie you have to watch and experience it for yourself, uh, to truly understand it, to truly appreciate it. Really, his version of Macbeth, I think, is the most surreal thing I've ever seen. The sets in that movie are just crazy. I also love how, like in Othello, he had to it took him years to do it because he had to get the money, shoot some stuff,
Yeah.
ran out of money, shoot some stuff, get
Like the
money, shoot some
story of
stuff.
his later career.
Yeah, I've seen documentaries about him and his unfinished work,
Mhm.
which is it's like so much of his work was unfinished. The
Yeah.
Other Side of the Wind,
Other Side of the
um,
Wind, yeah.
which Criterion finished years ago. I think it's going on a decade now.
Yeah, that
A
was
de-
on Netflix, right?
yeah, Netflix put the money in to finish that,
Mhm.
and it's because that was the movie he was working on before he died,
Mhm.
and we were supposed to get a Blu-ray release or something for that, and it just
Yeah.
hasn't happened yet.
Mhm.
I'm hoping Criterion does it. I'm not sure what the status is of who
It
owns the
would be them,
rights, his
wouldn't it?
estate or whomever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would absolutely love that. But Possessed, back to Possessed. I'm possessed by the ghost of Orson Welles, apparently.
Yeah.
New 4K restoration from the original camera negative, MGM Dogville comedy short, Love Tales of Morocco, classic cartoon. See, I hate this thing. The ads keep popping up on Blu-ray.com, knocking my page around. Classic cartoon Bosco the Doughboy. Then we have The Late Show, which we've talked about. Monogram Matinee Volume 3. These movies, you can't find these things. Under the Arizona Skies from 1946 and Range Justice from 1949. It's the third collection from Monogram Matinee stuff. These are B movie westerns from the 40s. It's really tough to find this stuff to watch. Like no one's
Cool.
even uploaded public domain prints of these on YouTube or anything.
Mhm.
Sometimes you can find them there, but even the Internet Archive may have public domain prints of these things.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's not
So
gonna be this quality, though.
no, it's not going to be
Usually.
this quality. I mean,
Yeah.
at most, I would just watch it just so I could talk about it here on the show. But
Mhm.
sometimes the quality is so bad with public domain that you can't even see
Yeah.
anything. The
Mhm.
resolution's so low, the damage is so
Yeah.
much. Um, that's why they used to sell public domain print DVDs. Used to be dirt cheap
Oh, yeah.
you could buy a collection of 1920s and 1930s Alfred Hitchcock films that
Mhm.
were in the public domain for dirt cheap, but
I
they
have
would look
that DVD.
terrible.
I have the DVD. That
I
I
I
still
remember
do
those
to this
days.
day.
I still have them, but obviously I've upgraded since.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
that was another time. That's another relic. Those Mill Creek 50 movie
yeah, you
packs.
know it well.
Oh, yeah.
Mill Creek.
Oh,
Oh,
I mean, we're Five Man Army. We're not specifically, but spaghetti westerns.
yeah.
You get the
Remember,
20-pack, you get the
used to be
15-pack, you
able,
get the 44-pack.
yeah, for dirt cheap, like
Yeah.
$20, maybe
Oh,
not
yeah,
even. It
you're
would be like
talking like
50
50
cents a
cents a
movie.
movie.
They would Mill Creek used to sell like 100 movie packs
Oh, yeah, the big boys.
of like horror movies, 100 movie horror packs, for like cheap. And man, when you were a young DVD collector, you were like, "Oh, this is amazing! Look at all
Yeah.
the value." But then you'd pop them in, and they would be really bad quality.
Mhm.
But it's like you get what you pay for. You
Yeah.
get what you pay for. Super cheap. Actually, I saw a Mill Creek Entertainment announcement today, and I was like, I hadn't seen a Mill Creek announcement in such a long time.
Yeah.
I
They are doing
completely
they are doing discs.
They're still doing them, and they used to do TV shows, and they used to
Yep.
do TV shows pretty cheap. I have a lot of that in my
Mhm.
collection too. Complete series TV shows for cheap. But let
Yep.
me check. Um,
What do we
let me check. Where we're gonna go next
what do
when
we
it
have?
comes to
Kino and
movie.
Criterion? Still?
I want to save that for last.
Yeah.
So I think we've got Kino. There's a couple of Kinos. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Let's see. Yeah, there's a couple of Kinos. We
Oh,
did the
Death
imprints
Crocodile.
already. Deaf Crocodile's got 2. Studio Canal is putting the man who fell to Earth.
Mhm.
They're giving it a 50th anniversary release, and then we can go. Then we can go to Criterion. So
Sure.
let me bring up Kino. Hold on. Let me actually bring up the camera so I know where I'm going. That's the one. This is only the second episode I've done with the screen sharing, so this is new to me. I just got to decide where to go. So I'm going to go to Facebook. Everybody can see my personal Facebook. That's great.
Hey, everybody.
Kino Lorber. Studio Classics. Now they are having a sale that I think ends tonight. Well, it's already past midnight. So I think
Yeah,
it's ended
it's over.
already. But don't worry. Oh yeah, it will. See, there it is. Final action. I did want to mention this too. So, and don't forget, the Wild Supplies last sale is going on. At the end of this month, all of these titles here are basically going out of print from Kino. So you have the Seventh Dawn, 63 Squadron, Mosquito Squadron double feature, Alias Jesse James, Breaking In, Chato's Land, Comedy of Terrors, The Diamond Wizard, God's Gun, Golden Needles, Lilies of the Field, which stars Sidney Poitier. That's the movie he won his Oscar for. Masquerade, The Naked Ape, Night Terror, The Party, Pocketful of Miracles, The Raven, which stars Vincent Price, I believe.
Yep.
Salt and Pepper / One More Time double feature, Shake Hands with the Devil, Take This Job and Shove It, Tomb of Ligeia, another Vincent Price film, Treasure of the Four Crowns, The Two Worlds of Jenny Logan, Vera Cruz, which stars Burt Lancaster, and Where the Lilies Bloom. Those are all going to be out of print from Kino at the end of this month.
Yeah.
If anybody has been wanting those releases, specifically the Vincent Price ones,
Yeah.
I would recommend.
Comedy of Terrors is also Vincent Price.
It is.
Yeah.
What's crazy to me is I feel like I was just talking about a lot of those titles here on Chasing Labels, and now they're going out of print.
Yeah. Well,
crazy.
this is the second they were on Shout Factory. They have those Vincent Price collections.
I got all 3 of those.
2, which never came out.
I don't know how I miraculously got volume 2 on eBay for like retail price.
Yeah.
But I did, because that one went out of print really fast, because that has the House on Haunted Hill.
Yep.
Which is the most famous one.
Yep.
And that went out of print, but I've luckily got all 3 of them. They're all in my horror section.
Mm-hmm.
So I technically have all of these movies, but I think the Kino ones have different features.
Yeah.
So that's always a thing.
Maybe
I love Vincent Price so much that
insane set again.
Yeah.
That was an amazing. Their Vincent Price box set is unbelievable.
You talk about the Arrow one?
Yeah, the 6 Gothic Tales. That's an old
that red set.
Is I don't have it personally, and that's like that would be a grail item if I got that for not $500.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to start here with the Atomic Man. Talked about a little atomic age sci-fi. This is an atomic age British sci-fi film called The Atomic Man. There was another title to this as well. That I'm completely forgetting, but it's getting a brand new 4K restoration. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray. And this is a fascinating movie. I'm going to have to go over to IMDb to get the synopsis for it, because I will absolutely botch it if I do it. Let's see. Practical Magic 2 trailer dropped today.
Whoa.
If anyone is interested. see. The Atomic Man, there it is. 1955, right in the middle of the era of Atomic Age sci-fi. Oh, Time Slip. That was the alternate title. Was Time Slip, which is fascinating to me. Um, Directed by Ken Hughes. Now, the synopsis is a scientist is found floating with bullet and radiation halo around his body. The radioactivity has put him 7.5 seconds behind, no, 7.5 seconds ahead of us in time. He teams up with a reporter to stop his double from destroying his experiments. So a little crazy, a little wacky there.
Yep.
But it's atomic age sci-fi. That stuff always gets wacky. So the beginning of this movie, there's this body floating in the water, and they pull it out of the water, and they presume it to be a dead body. But it turns out it's not a dead body. He's been dead for 7.5 seconds, but since he's also been exposed to like atomic radiation, he's like ahead of time. He's like ahead of time, so he's able to like predict the future because he's technically ahead of time. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But there's like a reporter who's trying to figure out what's going on and he gets all investigative behind it, and come to find out like dastardly scientific things are going on behind the scenes somewhere. That's kind of the premise of the movie. But I decided to check it out because like I said, I like atomic age sci-fi, and that's coming soon. El Dorado. If you love westerns, chances are you know El Dorado. I always pair El Dorado up with like the gunfight at OK Corral or Rio Bravo.
Mm-hmm.
Name any other John Wayne western of that time too.
Absolutely.
And El Dorado, Robert Mitchum, John Wayne. This is getting a 4K UHD release. I'm kind of glad because I've been waiting years to get this. Let's see. It says from brand new HDR DV master. John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, James Caan's in the movie. Who directed this? I feel like it's somebody of note.
Howard Hawks is on the poster, or is he?
Okay, yes, you're right. For some reason, oh, there it is. Produced and directed by Howard Hawks.
Yeah.
Who did Rio Bravo, Hatari, Rio Lobo. Howard Hawks, one of the greatest
legend.
directors ever.
Yeah.
Ever. He also did. What's the other western he did? With where are you? It's over there. He did it with John Wayne. Where they go on a big old cattle drive. Criterion's put it out.
Oh my gosh. Red River. Not
yes, Red River. Yes.
A lot of rivers.
Yeah, Monty Cliff is in that movie, I believe.
Montgomery Clift. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I don't know who the female lead is.
I completely forgot myself.
I'm blanking. It's been a while.
That's ironically,
Criterion with
ironically is that that's a great Criterion release.
Yeah.
Monty Cliff is one of my favorite actors ever, so I've been collecting all of his work as well. But let's see, John Wayne, Montgomery Cliff, Joanna Drew, Walter Brennan's in that film.
Harry
Carey.
Wow.
Walter Brennan has actually won a few Oscars. I didn't realize that until I came across that the other day. But yeah, that's Red River. But anywho, while I'm here, I might as well pull up the premise for El Dorado just to give people a sense of what El Dorado is about. My computer runs super slow when I'm streaming, but here we are. So, Cole Thornton, a gunfighter for hire, joins forces with the old friend Sheriff J.P. Hara. Together with an old Indian fighter and a gambler, they help a rancher and his family fight a rival rancher who's trying to steal their water. Okay, here's a little trailer that's playing. That's an old faded trailer. John Wayne, Robert Mitchum. I know we talked a little bit about westerns, but are you a big fan of westerns in general?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely lean towards more of the Italian westerns.
Okay.
That's like when I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I didn't know it was an Italian movie the first time I saw it. So I was like, oh, Clint Eastwood, this is American Western. And then like watching A Fistful of Dollars, I'm like, why don't the lips match
up?
And then, one thing leads to another. I figure it out, and I'm like, oh, because I watched the Dollars trilogy, and then I'm like, oh, Clint Eastwood made another movie, Hang 'em High, and I'm like, why does this have a different feel than the Italian movies? And it kind of put me off on American westerns for a while, and then I went because I dove headfirst into Italian westerns. Have seen
50,
60 of those.
I totally agree with you. It all
Yeah,
depends on which westerns you discover
yeah,
first and what kind of gets you in, or maybe kind
mhm,
of puts you off to westerns too.
yeah,
If you go, because American westerns have a different vibe.
yeah,
Early American westerns, John Ford, like we were just talking about with Howard Hawks, different vibe. Spaghetti westerns would not come until the mid '60s,
mhm,
mid to late '60s, and then that influence would come over here to the United States, where you would get like Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch
yep,
right there. Like that's heavily influenced by spaghetti westerns.
absolutely,
Um, and and then westerns would get more and more like Europeanized, if you will, or
mhm,
more spaghetti westernish.
yeah,
And then, but there would always be people or directors or people like John Wayne who would hold on tightly to the old western. They were making those old fashioned westerns with John Wayne pretty much up until he passed in the late '70s.
yep,
Um, even his last film, The Shootist,
the shoot
uh,
us,
is although very good, it's an old fashioned western. A
mhm,
lot of the movies he was doing in the '70s were old fashioned westerns. I mean, and there was still an audience for it, obviously,
mhm,
but I feel like the genre had evolved past at that point. I
right,
think John Wayne notoriously hated spaghetti westerns.
yeah.
I
Also, I think hated the Wild Bunch too.
yeah,
Was
yeah,
pretty not a big fan of the Wild Bunch.
no. Um, Coincidentally, I think they both came out the same year he was in True Grit.
Sure,
And
yeah, maybe,
Yeah, and True Grit, yeah, I think they both came out in 1969, which
yeah,
John Wayne won an Oscar for. So there you
mhm,
go.
yeah,
My introduction to Western, I think were more modern Westerns. Ironically, I say True Grit, and the Coen brothers' True
oh,
Grit was one of the
it's an
earlier Westerns
amazing
that I
movie,
saw.
though.
I
That
mean,
it's an amazing movie,
yeah, I've also
Coen
read the
Brothers and
book
Grit.
recently as well, and the book is also really good too.
Mhm,
Really excellent.
I've been seeing that making the rounds.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. I've always been westerns are kind of like a dead genre, but also kind of the influence of westerns and the themes of westerns just kind of permeate into other genres as well. But we got an Italian film. No, French. Yeah, French. Birds of Prey or Le Rapace from 1968. This has a 2019 HD master by Studio Canal from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by film historian Sam Deegan. And it's the iconic tough guy Lino Ventura stars in this ravishing action thriller from author slash filmmaker Jose Giovanni, whose hard-boiled novels Classe du Risque and Le Deuxième Souffle. Le Deuxième Souffle, that was a Jean-Pierre Melville film,
Yep,
only available on DVD through an out-of-print Criterion DVD, actually,
yep,
I think. Let's see, Ventura. Let's see, Deuxième Souffle became Ventura-led screen classics uh, in 1938, America's cynical hitman Ventura is hired to assassinate a head of state. Accompanied by a young revolutionary, he moves into a house opposite the presidential palace. As the assassin awaits his target, an unlikely friendship grows between the two men. Featuring vivid landscapes and a score by Francois Rebet, his unique French, this unique France, Italy, Mexico co-production. You run the gamut there. Blends elements of political thriller with spaghetti western for a thoroughly entertaining genre concoction. Yes, it is. I watched this movie last night.
mhm,
It's exactly that. It's a French spaghetti western set in Mexico. If that
awesome.
makes any sense.
It honestly, it does. The very notorious at the time for the co-production, like, every movie is an Italian, German, French co-production or Italian, Spanish, German co-production,
Yeah,
like,
it'll be. Yeah,
they're
yeah.
all getting
People
together.
the spaghetti westerns. A lot of them were shot in Spain.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, most of them. Most of the Italian westerns are shot in, yeah, Almeria, Spain.
But this one was really good. Like the third act is pretty action packed. There's dark and grittiness in it. There's violence. It's based on it's the plot center on a political assassination. So obviously politics are in there. Lino Ventura is a great actor. I really dug it. I really dug the
Yeah,
movie.
that sounds awesome.
Then we have Vertigo for a Killer, a great title. Great
That's right.
title. So this has a
Icons.
2023 HD master by Studio Canal from a 4K scan of 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by mystery writer and filmmaker Max Allen Collins and film historian and host of Serial at Midnight podcast Heath Holland. So if you're not subscribed to Serial at Midnight, um, that's a popular YouTube channel
Yep.
here. He talks about all kinds of stuff. And his name's popped up on a lot of keynote
Mhm.
releases as well as print releases too. Let's see. I saw this movie as well. Marcel, boy, that's a name. Bazoufi,
Yeah.
uh, Sylvia Costina, and Michelle Constantine give perfectly hard-boiled performances in this Eurocrime gem, directed by Jean-Pierre Dessagnas. When Hitman Mark refuses to liquidate his friend Rene, he becomes a target himself. In order to escape his former bosses and his ruthless thugs, he seeks support from the sultry Sylvie Dussart, who offers him shelter on the Riviera. What Mark does not know is that the lady has a hidden agenda swirling with Hitchcockian suspense and Euro-Western score. Vertical for a Killer delves delivers the neo-noir goods. Okay, got that out. Now, this seems right up your alley,
Yeah.
Connor.
This is great. Have not seen this, but definitely interested. Marcel Boussouvi. Um, if you've seen The French Connection, he plays a pretty prominent role in that movie. He's also in a movie I watched recently. One of my kicks was a Robert Altman kick. Watched like everything I could get my hands on from him, and he plays a really prominent role in Images, which is like his horror movie. Great role from him in that. He also, I know this is we said this is a French movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a French movie. He also is in a lot of Italian movies. He's in Fulci's Contraband, plays the villain in that movie. And he's in a movie directed by so his name's Marino. If you've seen Inglourious Bastards, you'll know this last name, Gorlami.
Oh, yeah.
Who is the father of Enzo G. Castellari. Guy directed like Zombie Holocaust and all these other movies. But he directed this movie called Rome, The Other Face of Violence, which Bazoufi stars in. Not available on any format as far as I'm aware, but it's a great Italian crime movie that Kino, Radiance, anybody watching? Rome, The Other Face of Violence.
It seems like a Radiance release. I don't know why. It just feels like it. Cool. So I think the rest of these things I've talked about in various forms before, like Robert Zemeckis' Flight's getting a 4K release coming out in July.
Good movie.
Pretty sure people have seen that already.
Yeah, good movie.
Yeah, Denzel carries the whole movie, and he's great.
Denzel.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
One of my biggest things is I want the Coen Brother film that he was in, Macbeth. I want that on physical media, and it's still stuck on Apple for seemingly ever.
Of course.
I forgot. I think it was Joel Coen that did that.
Yeah, I think it's just Joel.
Yeah, Ethan does
solo thing now.
Yeah, they're kind of split off doing their own stuff. One does the more kind of serious stuff like Macbeth, and one does like Honey Don't and those types of movies.
You can tell which brother was bringing the sauce. The same with the Safdie brothers. You can tell which one has the juice.
Not even the juice, but you could also tell which one. Now that the Coens are different. I said this a while ago. You can tell which of the Coen brothers collaboration movies, which one leaned more towards which brother, depending on the tone.
Absolutely.
And you could tell maybe Ethan Coen was more like Raising Arizona and
Burn
After Reading.
Yep.
Joel Coen was more No Country for Old Men and The Invisible. What was it? The Invisible Man? Not The Invisible Man.
The Man Who Wasn't There.
The Man Who Wasn't There.
Yep, I have that same. I
this was a Joel Coen movie. Clearly, you could kind of tell which one leaned which way, and then you can kind of tell which were like more like collaborations.
I would say Fargo is the balance.
I would say Fargo is the balance. Bigger question is which one's the Big Lebowski? I feel like
that's a well balanced one. I don't know, probably more Ethan because it is pretty silly.
It is a little because there are some not lighter elements, but weirder elements, I guess you could say. There are some surreal sequences.
I'll get you a toe by this afternoon with polish is like.
That's an Ethan Coen thing.
That's an Ethan Coen quote.
Yeah, I feel like so.
Naked women bouncing on trampolines. That's an Ethan Coen image.
Yeah, and you can. I mean, I know with the Safdies now, we've only gotten like one movie apiece. We got the Smashing Machine. We've got Marty Supreme, and you can kind of tell that when it came to the thriller aspect of like Uncut Gems and those movies, with just that pacing, that sense of irkiness, that sense of anxiety, that was such a, the one who directed Marty Supreme, Josh Safdie.
Josh, yeah.
Like that felt like that was definitely more of his input in there.
Mm-hmm.
At least because Mario Supreme felt like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marty Supreme feels like a thematic continuation of Good Time and
Yeah,
Uncut
and
Gems.
and Uncut Gems. Good Time could use a. It's got a Blu-ray release.
Yeah.
I think put out by Lionsgate or someone.
It's like when A24 was still getting their stuff put out by Lionsgate as opposed to doing
Yes,
it themselves.
they still. Yeah,
That would be a great thing if A24 could like reclaim the catalog that Lionsgate has
and re-put them out.
and re-put them out. That would be great. And
That
their
would be
little
interesting
barcode
because
editions.
there's quite a lot of early A24 films
Yeah.
that they could get their hands on to do
Enemy,
that.
Denis Villeneuve's Enemy. If that got a nicer release, that would be phenomenal.
That would be kind of nice. Yeah, they even like I think The Lobster was
Yep.
an A24 release.
Mhm.
That's Yorgos Lanthimos' film.
Yep.
There's so many. For those of you
Yeah.
interested, go to Wikipedia, look up A24, and go back to the early days because I remember when they first hit in the
Mhm.
theaters, and I saw their logo,
Yep.
and I was like, I didn't know who they were because they were
Yeah.
brand new.
I saw The Witch in theaters. I'm like, oh, it's just like I like movies about witches. Like, I got to see this. This looks great.
I saw Swiss Army Man in the theater.
Yep.
It was just me and my friend and nobody else because nobody knew what the movie was.
Yeah. My library got talking about Western, Slow West with Michael Fassbender.
Oh, that Blu-ray is actually quite sought after. So
Really?
if anybody has that Blu-ray in their collection, hold
Wow.
on to it, I guess. You would be surprised what movies go out of print, what Blu-rays randomly go out of print.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of the Peanuts, like Charlie Brown, Snoopy, all that kind of stuff. That movie that they did a few years ago, that Blu-ray's like out of print now. Because they've changed hands in terms of who owns the rights to the Charlie Brown and the Peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody has that or anybody sees that lying around in like a store somewhere or wherever, grab it while you can because it's apparently quite valuable. I didn't know that. Anywho, there's just random things that go out of print. But we're all pretty much done with Kino. Let me go over to Deaf Crocodile's website because they've got a couple of announcements. Here they are actually. We have Legend of the Sacred Stone, and we have Black Rabbit, White Rabbit. Unfortunately, unlike when we talked about DEFA Fairy Tales, which is talk about crazy stuff, I didn't get to see either of these releases, so we'll just quickly go over them that they are indeed coming out. Deaf Crocodile is continuing to put out some of the most unique things I've ever seen get physical media releases.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff you've never heard of in your wildest imaginations. So Legend of the Sacred Stone. Don't ask me to pronounce it in its original title language. Came out in the year 2000. It says Pili International Multimedia, Director Chris Huang. If you've ever dreamed of seeing a wuxia martial arts epic filled with occult secrets and black magic spells, incredibly choreographed sword fights with spinnings, flying, and leaping combatants, hidden tombs, lakes of fire, the eternal battle between darkness and light, but told entirely with puppets, then your wait is over. This has all of my favorite things in it.
That is the most Deaf Crocodile description
I've ever heard.
I've ever heard.
Yes, it is. I don't even know if I have to continue with the description here because that sells it harder than I could ever sell it.
Right there.
It's based on a popular Taiwanese TV show, Legend of the Sacred Stone. This looks amazing. It says the Taiwanese TV show is named Pili, launched in 1984, that uses traditional Chinese budashi glove puppetry to tell amazingly elaborate wuxia stories, packed with nonstop action and swordplay. It's awesome. It's Shaw Brothers martial arts movies, but with puppets.
Sure.
The movies are. It says Thunderbirds Are Go, Team America, World Police, and Jim Henson's beloved The Dark Crystal, and Legend revolves around a group of warriors of Wulin led by white-maned hero Su Huan Zhen, trying to prevent Mo Kuei and his spectral assassins called the Unkind from gaining possession of the all-powerful Sacred Stone. Okay, it does feel like it's in that vein, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, all that kind of stuff from that era.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, very, very common-ish wuxia plot. Like
Yeah,
if you watch
there's always
like a Burning Paradise or
like some type of supernatural thing or
Mhm,
item that someone has to get or wants to get, or you got
yep,
to prevent a bad guy from getting it,
mhm,
or whatever the case may
yeah,
be.
Human
But
Lanterns.
yeah, but for special features, it's new video interview with Chris Huang and members of the Peely puppeteering team. It's in Taiwanese Hokkien with English subtitles, new audio commentary with puppeteer. Uh, it says, and filmmaker Ben Wolf Page, associate editor of the Puppetry Journal for the Puppeteers of America. Puppets, Wuxia, and Spirituality, the lore and inspiration behind the legend of the Sacred Stone. New visual essay by film historian Evan Chester. 2 original trailers for the feature with English subtitles. There's a character spotlight here and new wrap artwork as well. The deluxe edition has some bonus content of a slipcase, a 60-page illustrated booklet, new essays, 2 new essays, sorry. And yeah, 1,500 copies, a limited edition. And when is this coming out? Why do I always miss the? I don't think it says it on here actually. Anywho, coming soon to a theater near you. Well, not really. Coming soon to a store near you. So Black Rabbit, White Rabbit.
Well, too much
Sound
Looney.
like Elmer Fudd there. Oh, this is from 2025.
Mhm.
Um, is another mysterious MC Escher-like meditation on reality and illusion, doubles and doppelgangers and uncanny synchronicities involving stories within stories set during production of a film by a director named Sharam, already blurring the lines between film and reality. Guns play a strange and mystical part in Black Rabbit. On the film set, we meet armorer Babak, played by the great Iranian actor Babak Karimi. Let's see. This production marks his 40th, and he's paranoid he won't get through the day without a terrible accident. This is getting very similar to real life occurrences from recently.
Mhm.
I've discovered something. Let's see. Interesting. I'm just reading in my head for no particular reason. Bad podcasting on my part, but it seems like a movie about movie making. That
Mhm.
seems to be the case, and I know nothing about the movie. I haven't seen it. I don't think I've even checked it out on Letterboxd actually yet. But it's got a Deaf Crocodile release coming out, and they don't typically release newish movies. This
Yeah.
is kind of like a first to release a 2025 film, which is super new. Um, I don't know if that's going to be something they're going to be doing going forward, or if this is just a one-off. But
Mhm.
either way, special features are 3 ultra early mockery short films: Dragonfly Storm, Limits of the Circle, and OC. New audio commentary by film programmer critic Tori Potenza. New visual essay, The Maze, Entrances and Exits in Black Rabbit, White Rabbit by Stephen Broomer. Oh, I know Stephen Broomer. New rap artwork by Beth Morris, and the deluxe edition hard case, 60-page booklet, new essay by Alexandra Helen Nicholas, and new essay by Michelle Kisner. Cool. Michelle Kisner is someone I've been wanting to get as a guest on here too.
Amazing.
Um, she's done some stuff with Ryan over at Disconnected. I think she was co-host of one of the Shelf Shock Rewinds.
Amazing.
Yeah, awesome. So that is it for Deaf Crocodile, Black Rabbit, White Rabbit, The Legend of the Sacred Stone, and now we move. And now there's one. I don't know if I don't even know where to find it. Let me see if I can find it over here on
What
Blu-ray.com.
the Man Who Fell to Earth? Is that
Yeah,
what you're looking for?
I yeah, The Man Who Fell to Earth. And I know it's going to be a UK release because I think it's being put out by. You guys get to all watch me misspell too. Let's see, so The Man Who Fell to Earth has gotten many releases over the years. Originally,
I
it
guess that
had a
one at the
really
top. The release date is
ah,
off to the right.
you got it. Thank you. They went with the least attractive looking cover art I've ever seen,
Yeah.
but whatever.
Really
So
want to see this now.
yeah, it's let's see. Of course, it doesn't even have the correct. Okay, so I'm just gonna roll with it off of what I know with it. So, because I can't find the news article about it because Blu-ray.com apparently doesn't have it linked onto here. This is a Nicholas Rogue film starring the great David Bowie. It's celebrating its 50th anniversary release this year. Came out in 1976. David Bowie plays an alien who's fallen to Earth, and it's all about him and him dealing with existential crises. I would say it's been many years since I've seen the movie, so I'm paraphrasing here. So a humanoid alien comes to Earth to get water for his dying planet. Instead of moving forward with his plans, he finds himself enamored with his new life on Earth. It's him like exploring and trying to figure out what it means to be human through the lens of being an alien. And for those of you who know David Bowie, he was very alien-like, just in his music, his the way about him, all kinds of stuff. I mean, the aura of David Bowie is kind of legendary. Ziggy Stardust and all that stuff. And he also did some acting. He was in The Man Who Fell to Earth. He was in The Hunger, which was Tony Scott's first film, which is great. He was also in Labyrinth, of course. He was in, wasn't he in Christopher Nolan's The Prestige? I believe he was in that.
So yeah, he was. He's in Fire Walk with Me.
Oh yes, he is. He has one scene.
One unforgettable scene.
Yeah, he just walks into the office and just starts rambling about nonsense. That's David Lynch, baby.
Depending on your definition of being in something, he is technically in Twin Peaks: The Return.
What is? Yeah, so his character makes a return in Twin Peaks: The Return as a completely different entity, but it is him.
I know. I don't. It's not David Bowie. I know David Bowie had passed by the time.
He had passed by, but had he been alive, I think he would have been in it.
He probably would have just been in it straight up,
or at least done the voice of this entity of himself. Yeah. I've said this for years now. The Twin Peaks: The Return is more of a sequel to Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me than it is a sequel to the original series.
I agree with that.
Just in its tone and its storytelling and its mythology building, its lore building, it's legendarium. Yeah,
that's like you hear about Lynch. Like if Fire Walk with Me had been a success, they would have made more movies. I feel like that
was the original plan.
What The Return is.
It was the first movie of what I think was supposed to be a trilogy of movies. Yeah. The problem is that it was such a it wasn't a success.
Yeah.
It wasn't received well by the fans. I don't think it did well at the box office, if that's an indicator of anything.
Yeah.
And it completely, never happened until we got The Return.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make people aware that The Man Who Fell to Earth has been available on Blu-ray and DVD in the past. Here in the US, it's gotten a 4K Steelbook, I think, from Lionsgate. Lionsgate has typically put out these Studio Canal releases here in Region A land for years now. They put out Blu-rays of The Grand Illusion. They put out Blu-rays of Jean-Luc Godard's The Contempt. They put out Blu-rays of The Third Man. They put out Blu-rays of The Third Man. They've got a whole Lionsgate limited line now where they're putting out deluxe editions. They really kind of pick things up a little bit over the last few years. But The Man Who Fell to Earth, I think, is a great movie. Nicholas Roeg is an excellent director. He's one of my favorites. He did. We're gonna go over to Criterion actually right now. So let's make that transition. So here is. Let's see. Here is. Make sure that's actually over to where it's supposed to be. Nicholas Roeg. He did Walkabout. That's what he did.
And Don't Look Now.
Don't Look Now. Performance is another Nicholas Roeg film which just entered the criteria. There we go, right here. So Don't Look Now, Walkabout, Insignificance, maybe one of the most untalked about movies ever, in my opinion. It was actually one of my first Nicholas Roeg movies. May have been my first Nicholas Roeg movie. One of my crowning achievements is there was somebody I met at the Criterion sale at Barnes & Noble who has now become a friend now, and I basically told him to watch the movie, like suggested it to him, and he took it and loved it. It was that, and it was Mike Leigh's like early film that they took, and I was like, hey, watch these two movies, it'll change you, and it did. But
that's
performance,
how friendships are made.
Yeah, and now Bad Timing is only available on DVD, and it may only be out of print. Yes, it is. It may be out of print. But I always forget Mike Leigh's the Mike Leigh film. It's the early one. Life is Sweet. If you want to start off watching Mike Leigh films, for anyone listening and anyone watching, watch some of his early stuff before you watch his more notable stuff. Before you watch like Naked, before you watch like Secrets and Lies or Mean or his more modern stuff, watch Life is Sweet. It's really really great. Um, it's got all of the usual Mike Lee themes in it. He loves the working class. Mike Lee loves to make movies about the working class, and Life is Sweet is really good. All takes place centered around a family. Some notable people you will recognize in the movie: a really young, Jim Broadbent in the film, and you'll notice uh, a few other people who you'll recognize from later stuff. But anywho, let's get down to business with the July titles from Criterion. Here we go. Before I do get into that, I do want to check. I've been neglecting the comments like crazy. Um, let's see. We got a lot of comments here. I'm scrolling back up. Let's see. Oh, Steven popped in here earlier. Talking about chasing label stuff. Let's see. I'm just looking at comments. Oh, Connor, you got a shout out. You've been a very good guest.
Thank you. Was
This
that
is from a couple of hours ago, but we'll take all the compliments we can get.
well, for posterity, UKS2H, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Let's see. What is that? That's tough to say. Cover art of the year so far. I don't think I've seen a cover art that's been. It's probably going to be, you know what? Hard Boiled, the one that you showed up earlier, is probably one of my favorite cover arts. There, anything done by Tony Stella is kind of the best cover art you're ever going to see.
Tony Stella and Sean Longmore. I love Sean Longmore's art. So, he does a lot of work for 88 Films.
Yeah, so Tony Stella, his stuff's all like paint, like hand painted.
Yeah,
we had him here on Chasing Labels a couple of years ago to talk about his process of all this kind of stuff, and it's all like hand painted and stuff. And he's a real true artist. So anything by Tony Stella's good to go.
Yeah, when people get that Bullet in the Head edition in their hands, that's my favorite Woo cover that he's done so far.
Yeah,
it's just it.
Thing is, when the Shout Factory was coming out with their editions of like the Hard Boiled and all this kind of stuff, people were not so happy about the cover artwork, and I can kind of understand because they looked a little Photoshop-ish, if you will. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I kind of understood. And you can tell when certain cover art is not like they don't put a lot of effort into it. If you ever seen like a main studio cover art for some of their movies, it looks like they just ran it through some type of program nowadays. But Acres Movies does also ask, what label is the best of the week of the output so far? For me, it's Criterion. I know I'm biased. We're going to go over them right now, but I think Criterion is going to have another great month in July, excellent month. Radiance has a nice output as well because those movies are really good. But for me, I'm biased because Criterion is putting out some of my favorites. Let's see. Let's see what the. Okay, so let's go over to the Criterion stuff. Okay, so we've got Cruel Story of Youth by Nagisa Oshima. We got the Love That Remains, which is the Criterion Premieres release, I believe. I'll Remind You of Everything, the films of Mike Mills. We have HUD, which is kind of one of my favorite Paul Newman movies ever. We've got Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, the Martin Scorsese movie that is finally getting an HD release. We've been clamoring for years for it. And then we have The Crying Game, which is the Neil Jordan film. And then The Elephant Man is coming back into print, not only on Blu-ray, but also on 4K. So we just talked about David Lynch. There was a Blu-ray release put out a couple of years ago by Criterion. Many people have it in their collection. Apparently, recently it went out of print, but Criterion has actually bought the rights. Well, Janus Films bought the rights of The Elephant Man and is now re-putting it out. So don't go buying the way overpriced Criterion Blu-ray that was on eBay for a while, because now it's back in print. We can get it for the regular price. And I think that's it. Because
that Eclipse is new.
That Eclipse was from June. That was from last month.
Gotcha.
That was from last month. Like I said, it looked familiar. So I don't know where you want to start. I don't know if we have to talk a lot about The Elephant Man. It's quite honestly one of the greatest films ever made, and it's an all-time classic. It's a must-watch movie, I think.
Hmm.
Like it'll make you it may change your life. Don't mean to overstate it.
Yeah.
It may change your life. But since this is a new 4K release, this is I think it's only David Lynch's second feature film, his first being Eraserhead. This movie is astonishing. It's starring Anthony Hopkins as well as John Hurt. John Hurt plays John Merrick, the Elephant Man, he's a sideshow act in this carnival, this traveling carnival, as the Elephant Man. He was born with a physical disability, disfigurement, and he's been basically treated as an outcast his entire life. And he's a sideshow act in a carnival show. And this doctor, portrayed by Anthony Hopkins, who is a surgeon, I think comes across him one day and basically takes him in and tries to, I would say, I don't know if it's not rehabilitation, but it kind of just treats him like a human for probably the first time in his life. And what you come to find out is John Merrick is he's vastly intelligent, well read, just a kind of a genius of a person with a beautiful heart too, a beautiful caring heart. And the whole moral of the story is obviously don't judge a book by its cover, that old adage and all that kind of stuff. Connor, have you seen The Elephant Man?
I have. The Elephant Man is, like you said, it's a very it is a movie that can change your life. I saw it as a sophomore in high school. I think I watched it before I knew who David Lynch was. Just like getting into classic film, knew The Elephant Man was on there. Reading David Lynch's biography / autobiography last year, just hearing him talk about like the making of this movie. I think one of the unsung heroes of this film, you were talking about cinematography earlier, and cinematographers who were directors, cinematography by Freddie Francis, who, if you're familiar with many Hammer horror movies, he directed many Hammer horror movies, but his collaboration with Lynch and their sort of partnership in this film really makes it, because it is kind of shot, it's a drama shot as if it's a horror movie.
Yeah.
Those shots of Merrick from behind the curtain. And it kind of plays on that prejudice that you have, like when you look at this person that you're repulsed, and then you have to kind of confront your own repulsion and see the human behind what the deformities and the makeup and all that. Just really incredible work.
Yeah, it's incredibly emotional. And you're right, the movie is shot in black and white. It's all in black and white, and it's beautiful shot. I can imagine what the 4K is going to look like. The Blu-ray looked fantastic.
Yeah.
And it had been available, I think, in every other format previously. It was available on DVD.
The BFI 4K, which I haven't watched. That
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that was the only. Remember that came out way like years before the 4K came out from Criterion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think BFI may have been the first ones to put it out on Blu-ray as well.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't gotten a Blu-ray here at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the people had clamored for that and Eraserhead for a very long time. A very long time.
Yeah. I mean, it's great that we have all of Lynch's stuff now. I think because I just got The Straight Story in a couple months ago on 4K from Studio Canal in the UK. So now Eraserhead's not in 4K, but the majority of it is on. It's all on HD, at least.
Yeah, at the very least. And we will talk about it when we get there, probably pretty soon. But Alice doesn't live here anymore. I think every Martin Scorsese movie is at least available in HD, except for Who's That Knocking at My Door, which was his first film. I think that's the only one not available in any HD format yet. But for this release, is a 4K restoration with the uncompressed stereo soundtrack. Now, I think it's the same transfer from the Blu-ray, but obviously it's going to look better since it's an actual 4K disc. Let's see, one 4K disc of the film and one Blu-ray with the film and special features. So no HDR or anything like that. Director David Lynch and critic Christine McKenna reading from Room to Dream, a 2018 book they co-authored. Archival interviews with David Lynch, actor John Hurt, producers Mel Brooks. That's right, Mel Brooks is a producer on this. and Jonathan Sanger, director of photography Freddie Francis, stills photographer Frank Connor, and makeup artist Christopher Tucker. Audio recording from 1981 of an interview and Q&A with David Lynch at the American Film Institute. The Terrible Elephant Man revealed a 2001 documentary about the film. Joseph Merrick, The Real Elephant Man, a 2005 program featuring archivist Jonathan Evans, trailer and radio spots, and then English subtitles, of course. Plus, there's a booklet too. So basically, everything that was on the previous Blu-ray, if you have that already, you have all the features. At least the ones from Criterion. But yeah, The Elephant Man, it's an all-time David Lynch classic. Now let's work our way backwards. The Crying Game is a movie that's been available on Blu-ray before. That's why I thought this was an interesting re-release. It is a 4K release as well. Let's see. Yeah, it's been so many years since I've seen this. Neil Jordan's emotionally stunning international sensation overcame the barriers between independent and mainstream cinema to become one of the defining films of the 1990s. Set against the turbulence of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, The Crying Game is a puzzle box of a film examining complex questions of loyalty, desire, and identity as it traces the fraught relationship developing between two wounded souls. Fergus, portrayed by Stephen Ray, a former Irish Republican Army member tormented by guilt, and Dill, the revelatory Jay Davidson, the enigmatic girlfriend of the hostage whose death haunts him as the film shapeshifts from political drama to noir-tinged thriller to bruising romance. What emerges is something beyond genre, a profound and indelible vision of human connection across all boundaries. I'm telling you, the people who write the blurbs here for Criterion do a very good job.
Yeah, their copywriters are they know their stuff.
They're pretty stout. They may embellish some things a little bit in terms of kind of giving an extra sense of gravitas to some of these films, but sometimes they're usually dead on. So have you seen The Crying Game?
I have not, but I am familiar with Neil Jordan's work.
Yes.
Specifically Mona Lisa.
Oh, yes, another one from Criterion.
Great companion piece to Long Good Friday.
Yes, 2 films starring
Bob Hoskins,
the great Bob Hoskins.
Amazing
Mona Lisa is really good. I totally agree with you. Coincidentally, they put out all 3 of these movies: The Long Good Friday, Mona Lisa, and The Crying Game would make a nice triple feature.
Yep.
I think The Long Good Friday may be a little bit of the odd one out of that triple feature game, but I like the idea of it. But yeah, so for special features, it's a new 4K digital restoration supervised and approved by the director Neil Jordan himself. There's with 2.0 surround DTS master audio, 1 4K disc of the film in Dolby Vision, and a Blu-ray, of course, with the special features. So what Criterion has been doing, the 4K pretty much doesn't have any special features unless it's a commentary, and then the Blu-ray has the movie plus all the special features. That's kind of what they're doing nowadays, and what a lot of other studio labels have done as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they used to do in the Blu-ray days. They put the Blu-ray by itself, and then the DVD in the combo pack would have.
That is an old-fashioned throwback features. Of a thing. Yes, they did. Or we used to get 2-disc DVD sets, special editions, where they would have exactly what you just said.
Yep.
The whole second disc would just be all special features.
Yeah. DVD, I get it, because there's not as much storage.
There's not. Whereas opposed to 4K, there's a massive amount of storage. But I guess if you want to maximize the quality of 4K, you give the movie as much of its own space to breathe on disc as you want.
I feel like Criterion is especially beholden to living up to that.
Yeah,
expectation.
That seems like a thing. So we have an audio commentary with the director. There's a new interview with the director and actor Stephen Ray. Making of documentary from 2005 featuring interviews with Jordan, Ray, and producer Stephen Woolley. Alternate ending featuring audio commentary by the director and then subtitles plus essays in a booklet as well. I like that cover art. Like that hand-drawn cover art.
Yeah, watercolor-esque.
Yeah, so now we get to the big one. I got a feeling this is going to be a hot seller at an upcoming Criterion sale.
Oof. I'm going to be
have to fight people off for this one at the Barnes & Noble. It's kind of like how Network sold out immediately during the flash sale. I feel like it's going to be even more than that.
They have been talking about this since The Irishman came out.
Yeah.
in
Yes,
theaters.
they have. At
Like,
least.
it was this and After Hours because I knew everybody knew Criterion had both of them, and it was just like a matter of when. And
Well, what happened recently, and the cat was kind of out of the bag already at the time
mhm.
because we knew it was coming. Laura Dern was in the
Yes,
Criterion Closet,
in
and
the
she
Criterion
basically
Closet.
said that, yeah, After Hours is coming. She's like, "Oh, can I say that?" Something like that,
Yeah.
and she basically let it out of the bag. And this was like a month ago.
Yep.
And I guess when Laura Dern does something, you let Laura Dern do whatever she wants. She
Laura
wants to
Dern,
spoil the Criterion release. Let her do it.
that interview is hilarious. She's like named. She's like, "Oh, my godmother, Shelley Winters." It's just like, yeah, that's something a normal person
Yeah,
says.
exactly. She's such royalty, she doesn't even know it.
Yeah, like
Oh, she's such a delight.
one of the
Um,
few people that like, if someone calls them a nepo baby, like I'm fighting that person.
Let her have it. She
Like
can have whatever she wants.
Laura Dern can have whatever she wants.
Like, when you're in the Criterion Closet, like you're literally in it because you're in the movie
Hmm.
in it, you can kinda do whatever you want, I think,
Yeah,
at some point.
she's
Um,
in Blue Velvet. Like we can, if that was it, if that was all,
no,
that would be enough.
yeah, it would, but yeah, she's her
But there's so much
Bruce
more.
Stern, man. I sometimes I come across Bruce Stern just in random old like 70s films, and
Hmm.
I'm like, "Well, there's Bruce Stern, just freaking killing it."
Yep.
Um, Great actor. But Martin Scorsese's film Alex Doesn't Live Here Anymore, uh, it long been stuck in DVD purgatory for many, many years. I know I have it in my collection, and it will be moved off the shelf and replaced with this 4K UHD of this movie. Martin Scorsese infuses the classic maternal melodrama with the brash spirit of New Hollywood in this zeitgeist capturing feminist tale of a woman finding her footing in a patriarchal world. An Academy Award winning Ellen Burstyn shines as Alice Hyatt, a newly widowed mother who, with her precocious son Tommy, takes off across the Southwest to pursue her dream of becoming a singer, along the way learning to live on her own terms, even as a new romance with a rugged rancher, Chris Christopherson, tests her growing independence, boasting vivid supporting turns by Diane Ladd, who was um, Di-
Laura Dern's mother.
Laura Dern's mother, Harvey Keitel, and Jodie Foster. This irrepressible look at the startling anew overflows with a warmth and humanity from each bustling frame. Um, yes, bustling. But yeah, like we said, I can't wait for this to come out.
Yeah.
I wish this was out now.
This is
So
top one most anticipated disc
yeah,
so far.
yeah, definitely. At the July Criterion sale,
Yeah.
I may be there like opening. I'll be there opening day. But the thing is, my Barnes and Noble's odd. Like I went there the opening day Nora came out, um, because what do I have? Do I have Nora? Yeah, I have Nora right next to me because we were interviewing Sean Baker on here
Nice.
for specifically for this release,
Absolutely.
and I was like, I gotta get it before we interview him because at the time we didn't know when it was going to happen, but I didn't want to take a chance that his people contact Steven and be like, oh yeah, he's available tomorrow. It's like okay, so I'm like I have to get it the day this comes out.
Yeah. Jump on it
So I went
immediately.
there. They didn't even have it on the shelf yet, so I had to
Sure.
ask them to get it from the back. But they had them. They just weren't
Yeah,
out on the
sure.
shelf. That's like sometimes when you go to Walmart now on new release day Tuesdays. Some Walmarts put out the new releases, some don't.
Yeah.
Uh, all depends.
Yep.
But this new release is going to have a new 4K digital restoration supervised and approved by Martin Scorsese himself, with uncompressed monaural soundtrack, one 4K UHD disc of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the film and special features. Audio commentary featuring Scorsese and actors Ellen Burstyn, Jodie Foster, Chris Christopherson, Diane Ladd, and Alfred Lutter. New conversation between Ellen Burstyn and film critic Farrah Smith Nemi. A new interview with editor Marsha Lucas. That I believe is George Lucas's ex-wife, who edited Star Wars. I'm pretty
Wow.
sure. Making of documentary featuring Ellen Burstyn and Chris Christopherson, and a theatrical trailer. So, a nice little caveat of special features there. Um, but yeah, Martin Scorsese once again in the Criterion Collection, along with we mentioned it, After Hours, The Age of Innocence,
Mhm.
The Irishman, Killers of the Flower Moon, which we just did a review for here on the channel
Very
of
nice.
Killers of the Flower Moon. The Last Temptation of Christ. One of my favorite, we just mentioned the Criterion Closet, is when Willem Dafoe goes in there and he pulls out Last Temptation of Christ and he shows it to he shows it off to the camera. He's like, "Oh, do you know this man?" And it's literally him on the cover. We also have The Last Waltz as well as Mean Streets, Raging Bull, Rolling Thunder review. I've almost bought that at so many sales, just because it's a Scorsese film and I'm a Scorsese completist, and then Martin Scorsese shorts as well, which is a ton of fun. If you want to see Martin Scorsese's parents in the 70s, that's great. That's great stuff.
That's a great documentary.
It's so great. It's just them like at their house, like making dinner. It's brilliant.
And then you see them like, it's so funny to see them that, and then see them like be in his movies, like be in Goodfellas, and it's
I was rewatching Goodfellas, and I was watching Goodfellas with my brother because he had never seen it before, and we got to that dinner scene where it's Martin Scorsese's mom, who I think we've improved all her lines, and I'm like, that's Martin Scorsese's mom, and it's such a great scene where they're all sitting around the table before they like going off to bury a guy.
Bury Joey Bats.
Yeah, they had to go get the shovels. And then
the shovels.
And she's showing off like a painting, whatever, and they're eating. And I think one dog going this way, one dog going that way. You can buy that painting. I almost wanted just to put it up so that people will ask me, like, why do you have this random painting?
I've seen that painting. So, like I said, I'm from North Jersey, so like that stuff is everywhere. Anything Sopranos, anything Scorsese, Mafia, that stuff is everywhere. I've seen that painting as t-shirts. I've seen that painting as a phone case. You name it, whatever you can think of to put that painting on, it's been on that thing.
Nice. That's so awesome. But next, let's move on to Paul Newman in HUD, the Martin Ritt film. If Alice Doesn't Live Here is number one, this is number two for me as criterions I need to buy the rest of this year, or releases I need to buy the rest of this year. I've been a big fan of this movie for a very long time. I saw it, I think, on Filmstruck. We mentioned Filmstruck earlier. That streaming service is now defunct. I think I watched it on there. Paul Newman's my favorite actor of all time. I want to own every movie he's ever been in. I've been trying to find everything he also directed, but there's some things you can't find because they're just not available on disc ever. But anywho, HUD is an excellent movie. This is a movie from 1963. I believe he was nominated for an Oscar for it, and he plays a bit of a bad guy in this. He's like a bad boy cowboy in this movie, if I could sell it. But this movie is also a family drama starring Melvin Douglas as well. Melvin Douglas, the legendary Melvin Douglas, who is, we just talked about Scorsese. Ileana Douglas's grandfather is Melvin Douglas. Ileana Douglas was in Cape Fear. Ileana Douglas and Martin Scorsese were an item at one time. So much going on here. So many connections. But a family's downfall becomes a stark elegy for the ideals of the American frontier in this quietly subversive reimagining of Western myths. In the fourth of his 6 collaborations with progressive director Martin Ritt, Paul Newman created this darkest role yet as HUD Bannon, a charismatic but ruthlessly unprincipled rancher. HUD's ambition to seize control of an ailing cattle business from his tradition-bound father, Melvin Douglas, drives the family, including his worshipful nephew, Brendan DeWild, and worldly wise housekeeper portrayed by Patricia Neal, toward collapse. Winner of Academy Awards for Best Actress for Patricia Neal, supporting actor for Melvin Douglas, and cinematography by James Wong. I don't know if that's a name a lot of people know. James Wong is one of the best cinematographers ever. James Wong Howe, whose austere black and white lensing lends psychological dimensions in the desolate Western vistas. HUD daringly rewrites the image of the heroic cowboy for a disillusioned generation. It's a subversive Western. It's a family drama. I love movies that explore the difference in life philosophies between generations. You've got a newer generation with the Paul Newman character, you have a future generation with his young nephew, and you have the older, more traditional generation with his father and Melvin Douglas, and they're all kind of battling it out in this movie. And I think it's brilliant. absolutely brilliant. But for years and years and years, this had only been available on DVD through Paramount. Recently, Imprint put out a Blu-ray release of the movie, but I waited. I waited because I heard the movie had just gotten a 4K restoration that was being shown at film festivals, and I wanted to see if somebody would put out a 4K of it. Criterion, Kino, somebody. Paramount's been wheeling and dealing over the last couple of years. I wanted to see who was going to get HUD, and lo and behold, Criterion got it. Connor, have you ever seen this movie, or have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, so one of my best friends from college, who is also a huge movie buff, this is one of his favorites. When he told me about it, I went and wanted to watch it, and then I got the book in my hands by Larry McMurtry, who is an author that I really admire. It goes by a different title, Horseman Pass By, but I still haven't like read the book. It's one of those things where I'm like, I'll watch the movie when I read the book. It's been like 4 years.
Yeah, I'm saying
Like,
way.
come on, Connor, figure it out. But now just getting your praise and your admiration for this, it's just like gonna light a fire. Because like honestly, the book is like not even 200 pages, so
Interesting.
one of those you can just bang out.
Yeah, Larry McMurtry, for those of you who don't know, he's written several books that have gotten movie or
Yep.
TV series or miniseries adaptations. Larry McMurtry, he wrote The Last Picture Show.
Yep.
The book The Last Picture Show was
Amazing
based
book.
on. Last Picture Show, to me, I've said it here and I'll say it till my dying breath. I think it's one of the greatest movies ever made. I think it's astonishing.
Yep.
And it's got that same similar aspect of like what HUD is going for. This kind of passing of time and generations and life philosophies and stuff like that. I recently, I'm going to actually read another Larry McMurtry book, Lonesome Dove, which I've been wanting to read because I want to watch that miniseries from the 80s, I think.
The Robert Duvall?
Yeah, because Robert Duvall passed away and he was in Lonesome Dove, yes. And I want to give that a watch. But I want to, yet again, kind of what you were saying, you want to read it first and then watch the movie.
Yeah.
I get that way.
More of a challenge for you.
Yeah, it's like double homework.
Yeah.
It's like homework. But HUD is so good. Let me get into the features here. New 4K digital restoration, one 4K disc with HDR, Dolby Vision HDR actually, and then a Blu-ray disc with the movie and the features. Audio excerpts from a 1974 American Film Institute seminar with director Martin Ritt. New interview with actor Sally Field conducted by author Isaac Butler on Ritt and HUD. A new interview with cinematographer Roger Deakins on the director of photography James Wong Ho. I'm fascinated about that. Like
that's going to be great.
Yeah, Deakins, talk about one of the greatest cinematographers ever. Episode of Inside the Actors Studio hosted by James Lipton featuring actor Paul Newman. Those are always fun. And then that is it. But I can't wait for this release. I'm just so beside myself about it. Martin Ritt, I think, is another underrated director. I don't know if there's anything else. Okay, so he did The Spy Who Came In From the Cold. I knew there was another one on here, but he worked. He did Norma Ray, the movie with Sally Field. I think that's why she's on a special feature on here. A movie all about like unions and stuff like that.
Okay.
But Martin Ritt also did another Paul Newman film called Ombre, which had which Paul Newman plays. It's a little not for current political times, but he plays a half indigenous person and half white. Obviously, Paul Newman is not, I believe, half indigenous, but anywho, different times, the way Hollywood is. But that movie got a Blu-ray release from Twilight Time that's long been out of print. I was wondering if that was ever going to get a Blu-ray re-release by somebody. But it has not so far. So I have the old DVD. So we are on the Mike Mills box set, or as it's called here, I'll Remember You of Everything, the films of Mike Mills. Now this contains 3 Mike Mills films. This contains Beginners, 20th Century Women, and Come On, Come On. Now, Connor, have you seen any of these 3?
I have not. I'm aware of them, have not seen them.
Gotcha. So I've seen all 3 of them, but it's going to take a while here to go in depth on all 3, which I won't do because we're already at the 4-hour mark and beyond it. But I'll just say this. I think Mike Mills is a really great director. His films are really humanistic in their in their approach to cinema and approach to storytelling. Beginners is phenomenal movie. This is the movie where Christopher Plummer finally won an Oscar for. It's starring Ewan McGregor as well as Melanie Laurent. And Christopher Plummer is um, Ewan McGregor and Christopher Plummer are a father and son, and Christopher Plummer's character is dying, and in his dying days, he reveals to his son that he has been closeted homosexual this whole time. He's been closeted gay this whole time. So his son is not only dealing with this, I guess you could say, revelation, but also dealing with the death of his father. And he's also taking care of his father's dog, who um, kind of talks to him. It sounds a little silly, but it's also endearing. I'll just read this here because I really love this movie. Filmmaker Mike Mills was inspired by his own father's coming out late in life to shape a clear-eyed look of how our family histories quietly inform all of our relationships. When Hal, Christopher Plummer, in an Academy Award-winning performance, reveals he is gay at the age of 75, his son, Oliver, Ewan McGregor, gets the chance to know a more vulnerable version of his father in the second of the film's two interwoven time periods. Oliver meets Anna, Melanie Laurent, soon after his father's death, beginning a romance that is informed by the risks and honesty of Hal's final years. Balancing dry humor and DIY charm, Beginners extends an uncommon generosity to its characters, still figuring themselves out at all stages of life. So you get two timelines and two storylines going on. You get essentially before and after the death of the Christopher Plummer character in the film, and the Ewan McGregor character kind of dealing with life in those moments. It's fascinating work. It was really excellent. Christopher Plummer, I think, was one of the best. I'm so glad he got some recognition in his career.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, 20th Century Women. I bought that Blu-ray. Actually, I think I bought it a year ago. So Criterion stabbing me in the back here. But this is in 4K, so I can forgive them. This was another, I think, was this an A24 film, or this was?
I feel like it was.
I feel like it was, yeah. But 20th Century Women stars, stars. Let's see. Wish they would just tell me, but they don't. So I'll have to read it. The changing social currents of the 1970s sweep through an unconventional Santa Barbara, California household. In Mike Mills' tender, wryly funny reflection on his own upbringing, Annette Bening shines as Dorothea, a strong-willed professional and single mother who, unsure of how to connect with her teenage son, turns to two younger women, politically engaged photographer Abby, portrayed by Greta Gerwig. This was before Greta Gerwig was, I think, directing, or at least becoming the director we know. I believe this is, was this? 2016. So
yeah, that's pre-Lady Bird.
That's pre-Lady Bird, yes. And then Elle Fanning is in this film as well, whose star is, I think her star was already here, but apparently people actually know who Elle Fanning is now. I feel like we were a little ahead of the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
She's been she's been in movies for years. And
long time.
Really good in movies for years.
Like alongside her sister at first, and then went off and
done her own thing. But she's going to be in quite a few. She was in quite a few features last year. Obviously, she was in Sentimental Value, which was a big breakout, and that's getting a Criterion release. She's in an Apple TV series that's on right now, actually. And she was in, wasn't she in Predator Badlands last year as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's been in a lot of movies lately, and she was also in that Hulu series, The Great, where she played Catherine the Great.
Okay.
Which I thought was really great. Not to put too fine a thing on it, but 20th Century Women is a fascinating movie. Yet again, Mike Mills dealing with family character stuff, personal journeys. This is more kind of like growing up family type of drama. Really good film. Really, I remember this being kind of an indie darling when it came out back in 2016. And then you have Come On, Come On, which kind of flew under the radar in 2021. This stars Joaquin Phoenix. This is a black and white film. Having excavated his past in Beginners and 20th Century Women, Mike Mills looks toward the future with this compassionate, cathartic story about listening to and learning from the next generation. Shot by acclaimed cinematographer Robbie Ryan in luminous monochrome, black and white monochrome, whatever you want to call it. Come On, Come On follows radio journalist Johnny Joaquin Phoenix as he volunteers to look after his sensitive 9-year-old nephew, Jesse, while his mother, portrayed by Gabby Hoffman, Johnny's sister deals with personal crisis. As Johnny's work takes him across the country from Los Angeles to New York to New Orleans, he forges a bond with Jesse that proves surprisingly transformative, turning his own experience of fatherhood into soul-searching, enriching art. So you get that sense of family themes, all this kind of stuff. I actually have, hold on, got my Blu-ray copy right here, actually,
Nice.
of Come On, Come On. So this was another A24 film. This was put out by Lionsgate. So Lionsgate is still kind of putting out semi-recent A24 films. But yeah, it's another one kind of really good, solid indie film. Joaquin Phoenix, good actor in my opinion. Great
Not
actor,
bad,
I would
not
say.
too shabby.
Yeah, I talked recently about her. I think it was on Movies Down Memory Lane. I think I talked about her as a movie that meant a significant amount to me. The Spike Jonze film from
Yep.
2013, 2014.
Yeah.
Spike Jonze's last movie he's directed, basically.
Mhm.
But yeah, Joaquin Phoenix, really, really great actor, really good in this movie. Let me get a look at the special features here, and then we'll move on. 4K digital masters of beginners and 20th century women, supervised and approved by Mike Mills. New digital master of Come On, Come On. Come On, Come On is the newest one, so
Mhm.
I'm assuming it didn't need much restoration work or mastering work. It's a 4K, looks like 3 4K discs and 3 Blu-ray discs. Okay. Dolby Vision HDR, audio commentary on all 3 films featuring Mike Mills. New documentary featuring Mills in conversation with filmmaker Kirsten Johnson. Making a program for each film. Music video directed by Mills for Airs All I Need and Talking Heads Psycho Killer. And then you have additional films by Mike Mills, looks like probably short films. Deformer, Eating, Sleeping, Waiting, and Playing. The Architecture of Reassurance. A Mind of Forever Voyaging Through Strange Seas of Thought Alone. That's a long title. And I Am Easy to Find. These are all short films by Mike Mills. Really good modern indie director, in my opinion.
Awesome.
But I think we've got 2 more titles.
That
here.
you really sold me on Beginners. So
Beginners is really good.
Watching that one.
I have the original Blu-ray of that, and I have 20th Century Women, and I have Come On, Come On. So I'm in another pickle where do I upgrade this eventually to get this box set because it looks better and then it has a couple extra features. I don't know yet. I'll decide at the time. So we've got The Love That Remains. Suffused with tenderness and deadpan humor, The Love That Remains asks what happens when a relationship ends, but the bonds of caring endure. Okay, moving unpredictably through 4 seasons in the lives of separating couple. Okay, so without going through the rest of this, just for the sake of time, this is an interesting, unique movie in the sense that there's not really a narrative in it. It's more of a snapshot in the year of the life of this family that's dealing with familial things. Not to sound like a broken record here, but this couple is separating, and you're kind of just watching not only that happen, but you're watching like the random snapshot of their daily lives, and it's done so through the cinematography of you're a fly on the wall, like you're in the corner and you're just like watching them have dinner. You're in the corner and you're like watching them watch TV, or you're outside and they'll be having like a picnic, or they'll be planting some vegetables or whatever, or they'll be riding in a car, or something will happen. They'll be going to the doctors. So it's all of these random occurrences of like everyday life that you're witnessing that this family is going through. So there's not really a cohesive narrative in it. So I thought it was a fascinating experimental film from that regard. It's a newer movie. It's from 2025. Can't get much newer than that. This is a Criterion Premieres release, so you're only getting one special feature, which is the Meet the Filmmakers. Hinur Palmason, a Criterion Channel original interview. Joan of Arc from 2025, companion film by Paul Mason as well. And that's about it. So that's the Criterion Premieres.
Awesome.
I didn't actually hear of this movie last year during all the release information.
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, I didn't. It kind of slipped through the cracks for me.
Yeah. Well, good for them for getting on Criterion.
Yeah, that's kind of. I love when Criterion does that.
Yeah.
So the Criterion Premieres release, previously called Janus Contemporaries. I guess Criterion holds a little more marketing weight than Janus. I don't think people
Yeah,
know who Janus is, to be
yeah.
honest.
Unless you're
Unless you're us.
unless
You
you're
know?
us, and
Yeah.
you see that Janus logo come up before your movie, you're like, oh, all right,
I'm in good hands.
this is gonna be good.
I'm going to see if I have any. I don't think I have any Janus contemporaries on my on my. Nope. I just have Criterions here. But last but certainly not least is another Nagisa Oshima film, Cruel Story of Youth. Now, I think I watched this years ago. Years ago, I went on a Nagisa Oshima, um, like like you were saying earlier, like
Kick.
a notion to go, like a journey to go through somebody's films, and I
Hmm.
started to go through his early stuff, the stuff that were in the Eclipse sets, and I think this was one of them. Have you seen this movie? Just curious.
This is a movie I have not seen, but I am
Okay.
familiar with. I'm familiar. The only Oshima film I've seen is Empire of Passion.
Okay.
I have the Criterion DVD of that.
Okay.
Not was not my favorite, so I that it didn't definitely didn't sour. It's one of the directors. It's a single movie, so you know
Yeah. I mean, he's got
I'll
a
revisit
plethora
him
of
at
other
some point.
films.
Yeah, there are other films exactly.
So, a scorching tale of toxic love in a toxic world. Ain't that the truth? Nagisa Oshima's second feature film marked the artistic breakthrough of one of the most radical voices in the history of Japanese cinema. Caught in the dog-eat-dog crucible of post-war Tokyo, teenage lovers Makoto and Kiyoshi turn to a life of crime, as one does, entrapping lecherous middle-aged men in order to extort their money. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. But how long can the wayward youths outrun their fate? Bursting with vivid color, this visually scintillating, furiously nihilistic film howls with rage at a society in which everything, love, sex, and youthful idealism, has been corrupted. Okay. Nagisa Oshima is never quiet about his political themes. Like, he is screaming at us in his movies. So this is getting a 4K digital restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack, one 4K UHD disc of the film and the Blu-ray, A Town of Love and Hope from 1959, directed by Oshima. Oh, it's Oshima's first film. There you go. So if you want to see his first film and second film,
Hmm.
you can. Um, as well as a short film called Tomorrow's Sun, interview with film scholar Tony Raines, and then there's the trailer plus an essay. And I wanted to take a quick gander because I think this was part of that Eclipse set. So it was called Aoshima's Outlaw 60s, which I mentioned earlier. Yes. Trying to see. Maybe it wasn't, and I'm just crazy. No, it says Pleasures of the Flesh. That's not it.
Hmm.
Um, Violence at Noon, Three Resurrected Drunkards, Sing a Song of Sex. Nope. And then you have Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, In the Realm of the Senses, Empire of Passion. Nope. So this is something that's newish to the Criterion collection. There's Death by Hanging. Death by Hanging is a phenomenal movie. I waited years to watch it, and I'm kind of glad I did, so I could fully like get it. But it's a movie. It's a obviously politically themed movie in which um a political execution takes place. Somebody commits a crime, goes to prison, gets sentenced to death. And so they perform the execution, but the person doesn't die. So now they're left with the idea as like, we did it. Is this person not? He didn't die though. So is he free or is he not free? And this whole movie just around this political philosophical idea of like, what it means to be alive, what it means to be dead. It's truly incredible movie. Um, yeah, I recommend anybody who's interested in deep philosophical discussions to watch Nagisa Oshima's work. But that is kind of it for Criterion. And I think that's pretty close to being it here for Chasing Labels episode spy number 189. Just to wrap this up really quick, make sure I didn't miss any of these titles because sometimes I do. Cruel Story of the Youth, The Love That Remains, I'll Remind You of Everything, the films of Mike Mills, HUD, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, The Crying Game, and The Elephant Man. These are all coming out in July from Criterion. Chances are we will be having some reviews for some of these titles during that time. So stay tuned for that. If you're thinking that far ahead, I know I'm not. But I think that's pretty much it for everything here at Chasing Labels. Let me check some um some of the comments before we go. couldn't get that out. When you hit the 4 hour mark, the mind tends to wander. Let me just remove that here. Let's set us back up here. Okay, we're good. We're back up to full screen. So uh, we have one question here from Acres of Movies. It does pertain a little bit to what we talk about here. Who are your favorite commentary givers? So basically, people who do commentaries, which is not an easy task to do. I will say for me personally, it's the kind of the names that keep showing up and the names you get used to. Also, people that have been here on Chasing Labels here in the past that have, been kind enough to come on here and guest on here. You like to support them, whatnot. And, you do see the same names over and over again, but it's nice to see people who do good work get work. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it really all depends on what you like as a commentary. If you like more professional people, um, then maybe you'll like more people who are like scholars. If you like just kind of regular folk who do like podcasts like us, you may like them. If you like director commentaries, you don't get more information that's direct from the source than directors. I can tell you that. But other than that, thank you all for watching here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Connor. If there's anything you want to say or plug before you go, please do so now.
Thank you, Andrew, for having me. Thank you, Steve, for having me. I don't know if you're still here. You'll watch this later. But I'm really grateful to be invited. I don't know if this is an experience that other folks have, but like not a ton of people in my real life that I can sit and talk to for 4.5 hours about movies like we did. So this is a privilege. If you guys want to continue this on Instagram and Letterboxd, my Letterboxd is linked on my Instagram. Instagram is Mise en Mo, MISE_EN_MO. I'm pretty active on both those platforms. Instagram, not so much with the posting, but like I'll repost my stories and comment. So if you guys reach out and you want to just talk movies, I'm here for it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great having you. Thanks for coming in here for the nearly 4.5 hour story journey with me. It's like it's a lot, but it goes by fast, but it's also tiring. It's an experience here. And it's like I say, it's not, it's not for everyone. So I'm glad you were able to do it. And similar to what you were saying, there's not a lot of people I can talk 4 hours straight about movie releases and movies in general, because it's kind of a niche thing. It really, really is. But once you find your people, and once you find people who have that commonality with you, it can be incredibly pleasant. I've had a great time. It's nice to talk to somebody and not just talk out into the void sometimes. I think people kind of get tired of just hearing me just ramble on. So for stuff that's coming up here on Chasing Labels, like I said, we will be having Movies Down Memory Lane this Saturday at 9 p.m. EST. Another episode of Movies Down Memory Lane. We will be talking about Blade Runner. So if you're a big fan of Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, there you go. The next episode of Chasing Labels will be on May 4th. So may the 4th be with you at that time. Also, happy 420, even though 420 is now over. Happy 420 to all of those of you who celebrate. We will also be having other stuff coming up in the future, like Unwatched Pie will be on May 9th as well, but I'll plug that during the next episode. But hey, keep on checking out things that are happening here on Chasing Labels. Check out the reviews we've been doing for Criterion. Check out some of the interviews we've done recently with Jonathan Hertzberg over at Fun City, as well as the person who's running transmission over at Radiance as well. And also my interview I did recently with my friend Scott Saslow, who's worked on a lot of the releases from Arrow recently. And he does a lot of the layout and the booklet layouts and all that kind of stuff. Check that out. And yeah, hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.